of Tuesday, February 21st minutes.
Look at that.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Tuesday, February 21st minutes.
Thank you.
I'll second it. There's been a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The first item on the agenda is ambulance golf cart donation. Jamie, do you want to explain a little bit what we've got going on here?
The ambulance has a golf cart at the stadium.
Stop. Can you introduce yourself quick?
Yes, my name is Jamie Webker. I'm the director of Carroll County Ambulance.
Thank you. Hi, Jamie.
The ambulance service has a golf cart that was donated in 1999 and then retrofitted to be able to transport a patient from the field off the field to the ambulance. Batteries have been replaced a couple times over that period that we've had it. They're ready to be replaced again. But we really haven't utilized that golf cart much in the past, especially in the recent past. I was down there, I talked with some of the school staff and suggested that maybe we donate it to the school. They'll put the batteries in it, keep all the upkeep on it, and then they'll have it at the stadium for us to use for special events. So basically, I mean, we insure it. We don't have any testing to insure it. We don't have to keep any upkeep on it, and it'll still be there for us to use if we need it. So I guess
It'll become functional for the school district to
Right.
start using for their needs, but
right.
on Friday nights.
It's not like at the bus barn, just to kind of transport some tools and stuff around. But they'll still have the side card on it. That way we can still use it for football games and stuff. The batteries cost approximately $1,200 to $1,600. So I mean, it's kind of a win-win for us. We don't have to put any money into it.
So they'll have it stadium and it'll be utilized for both schools then?
They'll utilize it out at the school and then we'll be able to use it at the stadium for any event that we're there for.
And John Warden did take a look at this already and said that it was fine and gave us blessing too. Like Jamie said, a win-win for both us and.
Absolutely.
And my next question, is there any other events that could be utilized at?
They just, when I talked to the school, it was for the events at the stadium is what they explained it for. You know, I thought about what's right coming to town. I can talk to them about using it, but I don't think it would be very well utilized. I mean, we're gonna have other golf carts, so we're gonna have side by sides and stuff that'll get around a little bit better. Those things aren't very fast.
I'm just thinking like
90 miles an hour.
Well, I'm thinking like, you get, right is a good example. You
Or
get
even
that
like Band Day or.
crowded bunch of people, at least to get them out of that crowd to the
Right. Yeah, the only time we've ever used it in the past is at the stadium.
And the stadium includes state baseball also, right? Baseball and football, or is this just football?
The way it was explained was just at the stadium, but
Okay.
I mean, there again, I can talk to them. They, in the summer months like that, the bus barn's not open, so it shouldn't be any issue.
I have no problem with
Yeah.
that. Anybody else have
I
any
think it's a
questions?
good deal. Do that.
But I've got, this one replaced another cart. That cart was moved to Coon Rapids. That cart's kind of in the same realm. Batteries are shot, the whole car's shot on that one. They couldn't tell me what year it was, but they were thinking it was a late 70s, early 80s.
So pretty new.
Yeah, it's
You were 10.
it's not really feasible to replace it, to fix it. So I guess I'm just asking to scrap it. There is somebody that might be interested in it for parts, from the Coon Rapids Fire Department, but we don't have to take care of getting rid of it.
Well, if they're willing to take it, even the school down, if they want to maintain or get refurbished, if it's electric cart, if the cart is up itself is in good shape. It's just most of that is just batteries.
When I talked to Paulette McDonough down there, she said even when it had new batteries in it, it would barely crawl up hills.
Okay, so then it's probably more with the generators.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve donation of the golf cart Carroll Community School District and scrap the one in Coon Rapids.
Okay, I think we need to do, yep, did you see the
Just do the
resolution I
one.
did?
Do the resolution for
Okay.
the one for the Carroll.
Can we, I think we should put the resolution on next week's, just because it is a resolution and it's not technically on the agenda to do a resolution, if you guys are okay with that.
Yep.
Is that okay? to
So
wait?
today was just discussion, formal action will be next Monday. Perfect.
Normally, I don't mind adding things, but when it's a resolution.
Yep. And it's not really an emergency situation, so.
Yeah, they reached out to me and asked if they could start doing anything with it, because I wanted them to get their ducks in a row and make sure that the school's on board with it before I brought it to you guys, because otherwise there's no sense of doing that.
Well, I think as long as it's used for all functions, that does stay.
Yeah.
And that's what they assured me would happen, so.
I mean, we could host a playoff game besides Kimberly.
Alright.
I mean, there's other games besides Carroll and Kimberly that happen. All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, Jimmy.
See you this afternoon.
Tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. All right, next item on the agenda is the 9:15, it's at 9:15 Manning childcare funding request, but I see she's here already, so do you want to go ahead and?
No,
go
that's
ahead?
fine. That's
Oh.
Board of Health.
Board of Health, I'm so sorry, May. We'll go ahead and skip that and go to approve the plats. We've got one here to approve. Or, yeah. Cyril, let me say that right.
Cyril
Cyril
Renzi.
Renzi.
And that is just replatting around the center portion he sold off earlier to another company. That's an old seed plant. And then the rest is his farmstead that goes around that plant. I'll make a motion to approve the plat.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead and approve tables. Anybody have a chance to look at this?
Yeah, I did. How we doing our salt supply? That price continually going up too?
It went up earlier in the year, but it hasn't gone up again. It's gone up earlier in the year, but it hasn't gone up, continuing to go up, so not too bad. The trucking went up more than that.
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve it. The payables.
In the amount of $340,189.78.
Yep.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
You go, it's okay.
Maggie, do you want to go ahead and do your presentation? Okay, so item number 5 is Carroll County Public Health Department update.
Hand those around if you
Full of
would.
care up there in the
Yeah,
corner.
Yes. Cindy, I haven't had a chance to meet you yet. I'm Maggie Pauling, the coordinator of the public health program department. So this is just our quarterly update that we started doing last time we were here was November 14th. Just a very high level overview of what we've been doing the last quarter. Not indicative of day-to-day stuff. Our days are very busy, just the high level successes and challenges that we've had the last quarter. November into middle of December, we started our childcare facility immunization audits. We go on site to all of the childcare facilities, and that includes before and after school care, preschools, and childcare licensed facilities in the county, and we audit every child's record for making sure they have the proper immunizations and that it was given, the doses were in the proper time. So that on-site facility audits happen November through the beginning of December. Also in December, we did our storage clean out and we found a lot of materials that either we didn't need anymore or that we had an overabundance of. So we were able to make quite a few donations of those medical supplies to the DMAC nursing program, New Hope, New Opportunities, and Mission Honduras. So that was one of our better successes the last quarter. In January, that audit that I previously mentioned was due to the state at the end of January. Really good results from that compared to previous years. We only had one child in the entire county that was deemed a missing or invalid certificate, and that could be for a number of reasons why it would be deemed a missing or invalid certificate. But in previous years, last year, the 2021-22 audit, there was 21 missing or invalid, and the year prior to that, there was 9. So only have one was a good success. So also in January, we wrapped up our public survey for our CHA chip. We might have previously known it as China HIP. It's been renamed to CHA chip. That's the Community Health Assessment and Community Health Improvement Plan. We're in the community health assessment phase right now. The public survey was part of our primary data, and another portion of our primary data was community stakeholder interviews. Those took place in January. With that data, then we write the community health assessment report. And then the second piece of that, the CHIP, the Community Health Improvement Plan, analyzes all the data that we've collected and gives us our objectives and goals and benchmarks for how to address our community's health needs. Both of those reports, the CHA and the CHIP, are due to the state at the end of November of this year. So we're actively writing the pieces for those. In February this month, even though we're not done yet, but almost there, I completed epidemiology training with our state epidemiologist to better be able to do disease investigations that come in from the state. Usually we get anywhere from 2 or 3 infectious diseases that we have to investigate from the state every month. It could be a number of things, and that's not public knowledge to discuss what's being investigated, but the training was necessary and can investigate those diseases. So another really great success we've had, when we took over the program July 1st, we got about roughly 20 boxes, document boxes from St. Anthony's of immunization records, and the boxes were very decently sized boxes. So with those immunization records, we have gone through all of them, and it's immunizations for anything. It could be from birth immunizations, COVID immunization, anything. A lot of them were not entered into the state database. So we have gone through, looked at every single piece of paper and all of those boxes and audited and seen if they were entered in the state database. If they weren't, we were entering them. So there are the historical immunization records now in the state database. So as of the end of last week, I have finished my last box. So
Wow.
So it was a long project, but we've wrapped that up.
What are you gonna do now?
Loosen my shoulders a little bit. No, I did that in free time between projects or a couple hours at the end of the day. It wasn't, my straight days by any means. That's why it took 8-9 months to get done, but
And that's a lot of recording. That's a lot of.
it is. And those records were from like the 90s through the early 2000s. So they needed to be entered. So, with the public health emergency ending though at the middle of May 11th, we did get the go-ahead from the state to audit our COVID immunization records, which were all paper. And I started doing that already, and a majority of those are entered. I think we had maybe 5 or 6 document boxes, and I've gone through 3 of them. And so far I've only had to enter 3 or 4. So, and I'm going to chalk that up to human error rather than anything else. So once COVID boxes are done, we'll have no more records. on site, and they'll all be digital in the state database, which is where they should be. So,
Perfect.
let's see, also in February, well, today and tomorrow, we have Megan Owen, she's volunteering at the Fit Night program. On behalf of public health and Ontarioans. That's about all I have here. Looking forward in March, we've got a lot of local and state events happening in March that we're looking forward to. But
I do want to mention this forum that you're having at
Yes.
St. Anthony's. Are you guys gonna have something online so we can share that so that,
I will ask, I know there was a potential to have it recorded. I
Is
will
this-
reach out to our contact at the College of Public Health.
okay, is this just for stakeholders or is this for general public?
It's for general public. It's going
Okay.
to be for business leaders, community leaders. Really what the forum, and I skipped over that, so thank you for pointing it out, but the forum is aimed to provide resources to community leaders, HR departments, just really anyone in our community that
Yes, sir.
might not know what resources are available, so it's
I need to admit an error, write that down. We did receive an email from this, Iowa State University, or not Iowa State, Iowa University.
Yep, we just
It's a
had the
while back.
kickoff meeting that the forum isn't until the beginning of June. So we've had a kickoff meeting with the College of Public Health, the Business Leadership Network, and then a variety of stakeholders, St. Anthony's, and then the Manning Recovery Center has also agreed to participate. So the forum will just be to provide resources, and the goal is to provide health education and health resources to improve our workforce in the county,
I think it's fantastic.
to support our workforce.
I think it's great. I will say, I really thoroughly enjoy the quarterly update. It's a nice
I'm
added
glad, yeah.
piece.
Great.
And good job on all the documentation.
Documentation.
That's tedious.
Yeah. You have an immunization record, I've probably touched it. There's any other questions?
I don't have any. Does anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will go to item number 2, the 9/15 fiscal year 24 Manning Child Care Center funding request.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you ladies?
We're good. Nice to sit.
Sure, yep, you can pull up a chair and.
Either of us have done this before,
Yeah.
so bear with us. I know we're I'm Haley Barnesby. I sit on the board at the Manning Child Care Center. This is Sarah. She's our new director, was hired in December, so.
Would you decide?
No, Cindy is.
Okay. Let's try and make sure who that newspaper.
Next Monday.
Right.
I think that's what I had in the phone. no? Thought I had. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I have you. Today? Okay. Sorry, ladies. That's okay. What we're
Well,
gonna
while
do-
we were getting last names, that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
So,
we're gonna go
yeah.
ahead and introduce ourselves too, since you've been.
That'd be great.
been here. February 13th. Yep. So.
Pretty fresh. Okay.
Jane Miners, program supervisor.
Stephanie Houston, supervisor.
Scott Johnson, supervisor.
Mike Anderson, supervisor.
And Courtney Fire, the auditor. Perfect. And then in the future, you can reach out to me to get on the agenda.
Okay,
Sounds next year.
Yeah, normally Brad Volstead does it out of Manning and it's busy,
Oh,
so.
and we talked to him like
Yeah.
twice, but yeah, I'm glad it was. out to
A
me.
busy dude, yes, thank you.
So say your name again,
Sarah Dahlgren.
Olga, and you're the new.
Yes, brand new.
Yep, our new director,
New
yes.
director. Well, what you guys can do, I can kind of give you, since neither of you have done this before, we all received your letter, so just kind of basically go through things that have been happening in Manning, why your request is what it is, and then we go through your financials too, and at any point, if we have a question, we kind of just ask it as we go.
Sure, sounds great.
So what we currently have 80, we can hold 84 kids. We have
We will be full capacity in about a month or two. So we do have a wait list. We need more space very, very badly. We also need to become handicap accessible. We have a little girl who is paralyzed, so she is in a wheelchair, with spina bifida, so we need sinks and toilets and, you know, just anything that she can have to feel normal. And we do with her classmates as much as she possibly can. That's a huge priority, I think, for us to make sure she's hitting those, but with that, we have to have money to redo a lot of areas. We need better toilets and stuff like that, just a lot of updates that we really, really need. But along with the more space, I think that would be the biggest thing that we need.
Yeah, just an update. And we, and staff, for like every daycare, child care center here in Carroll County, we can't find staff. We actually did recently raised our wages for the staff. Some of them were anywhere from 10 to 15, on the high end, 20% raise, just so we could be competitive on the market. And then, with that came a raise as a mother who has children there, with a raise in tuition as well. So it stinks putting it on the parents, but that money has to come from somewhere too.
Yeah.
So
We would like to avoid raising our rates anymore currently, just because we've been so short staffed that it's really putting a big drain on our parents, having to keep their kids home pretty often. We there for a little while. We kind of were out of the mud, I guess you would say, and we were like floating above the water, feeling pretty good, but we've lost 6 staff in the last week, 2 weeks-ish. So that's just with the turnaround rate is just so bad.
Were they leaving for better wages?
Well, I just want quality employees.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's a
So-
hard environment
It
to
is.
find good employees because you
Yeah.
can't just hire anybody. They have to have a lot of qualifications because you don't want somebody coming in that doesn't
You
have
don't.
patience or understanding.
No.
yeah, and then they look great on paper and you get them in with the kids and
And it
it's
just
not.
doesn't
no.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
What's tuition there for a kid?
we charge $6.25 for an hour. And then that's just a drop-in rate. Our babies are at 190.
625.
Yeah,
196,
196.25.
a week.
And then I think 2-year-olds go down to 176. And then there's an in-between number, I think it's 140 for a 3-year-old.
If
And
they go to
then,
preschool.
yep, and then our 4-year-olds have another rate, I think that's right below 100. And then our school age kiddos, they are right under, I think it's $58 a week.
For before and after school.
Yeah, for after school,
How much a week? DEA?
58. But yeah, we're just a small community without childcare. We're not able to send our parents to work, and that's just super frustrating to ask them for more money when we can't even keep their kids for the whole week.
I feel like, I think, I'm gonna say 2, there might be 2 in-home daycares in there,
Yeah.
so
Too private?
2 private, yeah. Gotta register anyway.
So what is your wages run?
We start at 13, and then our highest right now is 1642, I think. And that is, you know, below me. I'm on salaried, I've got 50,000 salary, but then some of our girls are working 50-hour weeks though, and that's just not okay either. We don't want that, but then again, it's like, when you take the quality employees, you'd rather have them there for the 50 hours than take the ones that are, you know, just a little bit under the quality. But
So I see you guys receive in your grants.
Yes.
So you got $349,000. How much of that was from ARPA funds? Do you guys know? Any of that, so they gave, so obviously the state was leaning out some major
Yes,
grants to a lot of childcare. How much did you guys receive through the state? Do you know?
The first, I believe, 80 grand maybe, and then the last 2 were 60 and 60.
Okay.
We'll check there. No. But yeah, we did get 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's in your balance sheet.
Okay.
So what do you plan to grab money?
Some of it is, has, I wanna say has been spent, but with all of that, all the raises, you know, I think we're good
We've
for
been
a
dipping
year or two.
Yeah, we've been dipping into that.
But when, yeah, once that's gone, it's
So-
gonna be difficult to
When
make.
I was just gonna say, okay, so you have an issue there because sustainability, when you come to salaries, is tricky.
Mhm.
I sat on a daycare board for 5 years and I get your guys' struggles. I hear you, you know, at the end of the day, it's pennies to pennies.
Yeah.
Daycare is not,
There's no.
and I get not wanting to offset it to the parents, but you do have to be a little
Yes.
careful with that grant funding and doing it for salaries, because like you just said, in 2 years, when that depletes,
Mhm.
the parents need to be aware that you're gonna have to ask for.
Oh, yes, yeah, and normally they get an annual.
Yeah.
Increase every year, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the funds that need more place, I would think, you're talking about schools and stuff, that'd be
Yeah.
that kind of money,
Right,
Yeah.
that's where it should be spent on. So
Yes, yeah.
sometimes-
Or putting it into like a CD, so your money can make money on itself or.
yes,
something
and we
like
did
that.
just start an endowment fund as well, and it's not gonna help us now, but hopefully in years.
Is
to
your
come.
your building's not paid for, is it?
Yes, yep,
It is, okay.
Yep.
That's beneficial.
that helps, yes, yeah, but we're just we're out of room in that building, but
Yeah.
yes.
We need more space, we need more teachers with that space, but we need, we've gotten, I mean, a couple more applicants come in, but again, you just want the quality.
Yeah.
You don't just, I don't hire just
No.
anybody. which is-
It's like you figure out a room, but there's room in the building to expand, right?
There is not any more room.
No, we sit underneath the new Manning Public Library.
Oh, that's right.
Yep,
So
so
you got that whole space taken up there.
That's
Yeah.
awful.
it's crazy, and I think when it was built, it was, or when they used it for daycare, it was like, yeah, this will work, and then,
And they did expand it to the back a couple years ago.
yes, yep.
We added on 2 new classrooms. So that helped a little bit, but we're so full and there's just babies coming in like crazy and I agree, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So
COVID
we've
helped, I
just
think.
been squeezing in
Lot of
as many
babies.
as we can. Yeah,
But we are currently, it's actually gonna start in March. We have a childcare study grant through First National.
Yes.
First Children's National.
Okay.
The finance is gonna come in and see in the town of Manning and surrounding areas, Irwin, Manila, Templeton, Aspinwall. See if there's a need for childcare, and if there is, do we need to expand? Do we have enough spots for those children? And if not, what do we need to do? Is it a before and after school program, you know, like Carroll and Kemper do? To save up some of our room for more infants. So we'll see that will go from March to September this year.
Okay. Anybody have any more questions? I see you're asking is the same as previous years.
Usually, yeah. We kind of try to stick with
How this works, we're actually going into a budget work session today and tomorrow, and we should probably have some more definite numbers. Courtney, what do you think within the next few weeks?
Sure.
And then we'll reach out and let you guys know.
Perfect.
But thanks for coming in. It was
Yeah,
nice
thank
meeting
you.
you.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
you guys too.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 6, review and approve asbestos contracts. We did have a meeting with SCH, REW, Bluestone was on there. In reference to this letter. Originally, when the scope of work was sent out, there were some hidden things that were not in the original scope, so some of the tiles underneath carpet and things like this. This would be the additional cost for just our floor. And when I say our floor, the main floor down below. And I'm looking, I think once we get past this, we're gonna look at this level and upstairs. They're gonna break it out separately. That's all we got. Anybody have any questions?
If you're reading there is a 10-day business waiting period.
And then we're hoping to start next week. So there's that.
So you're looking for approval.
The $38,847.
I was absent last Tuesday when you guys met with Baiting Construction. Is this putting them behind or?
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
you know, we talked about this, one time. It was suggested by the contractor, we should put kicking a can down the road. But I think from this point on up, I think we look at individually
Spaces.
spaces. there's some of these spaces where we have to move so much stuff. I think we'd be better off doing them at the time we do that.
$85, please.
And just abate them at that time.
So.
Because like these vaults, if we remove that stuff, we gotta move that stuff out, abate it, put a new floor in, and then bring it back in. If you do that with this whole floor,
No, these two have to happen. It'd be
Yeah.
those two over there that potentially wouldn't have to happen, correct?
Or like, what he's saying is like the document room downstairs, no reason to move that until we're gonna do some of that someday. Right?
well, I don't think that we're planning on doing it, yeah.
I'm saying stuff
But
like that.
these two vaults, I don't think they plan to do it.
I think this one has to, because I think there's some demo work
Yeah.
that's gonna be happening.
Mhm.
I don't know about
The
the
two
old treasure space, because they are coming into that vault a little bit. And I
Because
don't
of the
know if they,
bathrooms.
Well, and I
If
mentioned they
they-
could cut that line,
if they touch it, do they have to do it all, or, you know,
I
there
don't
might
think they
be.
have to.
Okay, cause I'm fine with it being what it is.
In the
I mean, I
vault.
don't, yeah. Back there, it's gonna be used for storage anyway, so
So what are they demoing over here?
I thought that this was gonna be
This is
set
the
up.
whole section.
No, that room stays, I don't think it gets opened up.
So maybe it is just this floor.
Well, this has to all come off.
This has to come out, yeah,
I
but I don't think that vault, that stays the way it is.
I've seen we missed in the old jail, the sheriff's office. I thought we missed some tile back there, and this is only this floor.
No,
No,
this
no,
is
no,
just
this is the
downstairs.
one downstairs.
So the old jail, the old sheriff's department.
This is just that.
This is just that floor. Then going forward, we're gonna get back together. He's gonna come up with another number for those spaces. And I think Jane's right. We're gonna be really cognizant of what we do and what we don't. do,
Change
so we can-
orders are gonna be,
They're gonna happen because we're in an existing building.
Yeah.
I mean. You never know. When you take something
Sad to
out.
say, yeah, but I mean, especially since that,
Like the $90,000
ceiling situation, weird. That ceiling situation that,
But we also offset a lot of that with the change that we made on the roof, so
that's going back.
not yet.
Speaking of that change order, did you want that on the agenda for next week?
I think we should probably do something with it, because there's no reason to keep dating on pulling and. moving forward. And as right now, we'll keep at meetings once a month until we really start digging it in, which I'm assuming that's gonna be right around the corner, and then we'll probably go bi-weekly. And then if we have to, and I'm not saying the whole board needs to be there, but somebody needs to be contact point.
absolutely.
So yeah, for today, all I'm looking for is approval for the asbestos abatement. And then next week we can do that change order.
Who's make a motion on this one?
Yes, please.
So I will make a motion for the REW Services asbestos approval. Contract here for $38,847.
I'll second the way it is.
It's just like a waiting game.
I know.
There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll get a signature on that and then I'll send it to him.
And actually, I think if I know how they block it off correctly, I think it's already blocked off for those back rooms. They're already getting the prep work done.
I
I
saw
think.
you taking this job too. I think
Which, according to her meeting, is she not gonna have a conference board in here? The way that thing emails on the.
that room's now officially out of service.
Yeah, no, it has to be in here.
What are you gonna throw that at?
All right, next item on the agenda is secondary roads. We have review and approve gravel contract.
Yeah, you said.
I said remove. Good morning, Zach. How are you today?
Zach.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
We have two gravel contracts, both of them are I guess one of the continuation at a old pit that we used to get gravel out of, in the same area, but a stone's throw away. The other one was a brand new pit that I believe went through the process to get approved here in the last, couple weeks. Both of these, would be, I guess, beneficial to Carroll County from the standpoint that we're not hauling gravel quite as far. It's right in the county, and it's something that, is in the southern part of the county, I guess, where we really can use the gravel and not have to haul as far. So, first one, I guess, at Sparks Pit, they've done a lot of samples there, and it sounds like it's, quite a bit better than what it was, the last time we were in there. I know the last hole from there was very sandy. This is, much
That
better.
was across the road south of there, correct?
The Sparks one is, I believe, north of where the existing Sparks was.
Right.
On the same side of the road, but north of the farm place back behind, I believe, so. Part of the reason why we're looking at 40,000 ton, if, this ends up being very good material, it's something that I've asked that we could like to increase even while they're there the first time. But starting off with 40,000 ton, and we'll see what kind of material that it is. Everything they've come up with their drilling test samples has been look very rocky and looks really good. So we'll see how that.
So you can increase it, but can't decrease if it's junk.
Right,
Wow.
all right. And we feel pretty comfortable with what they're showing for their test samples, and they feel pretty comfortable, and we're not the only person looking at getting gravel out there. There's other counties that are looking at it as
So
well.
is it good enough they're gonna have to crush some of the rock?
I'm sure they'll re-crush some of the bigger stuff that's in there. It's good enough that they're not expecting to bring any other stuff in like we have in other places. So. The specs are on the mitigation is the same as we've always used, nothing different there, same thing as what we've had on that. The other one is for the Honlos pit. This one is the brand new pit. This would be straight north across the road from the Richland pit, right off of the pavement there. Not as many ton, I think it's not as large of an area as what the Sparks one is. But same, the material looks very good from the samples. It looks pretty good, pretty rocky. Not a whole lot of overburden. The biggest thing in that area is the water table is very high, so there's a lot of pumping that goes involved to get that water table down while they're getting that gravel dug out of the ground, so. But looking at 40,000 ton there as well, again, the same principle.
Instead of 40,000 tons, say, looking at another 300,000.
Well, yeah,
And this is U-Haul, that's just
this is them processing it, putting it in a pile, and we load it and haul it.
You
Load it
You have
as we need it. It can sit there, and we don't use it right away, essentially, right when they get it, they produce it, we use it as needed.
as needed.
Yep.
They have a scale on site down there.
They have a belt scale that they run through when they're piling it, and then we also fly it with our drone and kind of double check it that way as well.
Yes. So do we pay for this as we use it, or we pay for it in the pile
We pay for it after they produce it.
after they produce it?
It's our pile to use. We buy the pile essentially.
So is this a 5-year supply in a good season, or a 1-year supply in a bad season?
I guess it depends on how many townships you use it for. If it was, I'd say on average, we're probably using close to 100,000 ton a year in the whole county. That's a rough number. It's definitely been higher than that on a bad year when it's very wet.
How much do you have on the stockpile right now that's paid for? In all the various sites,
Probably close to 200,000 ton,
so you got almost a couple of years supply, and this is gonna be a 3rd-year supply.
pretty much. So the biggest thing is getting the gravel in your area when it's available, and the prices are only going up. So it's one of those things where it doesn't go bad. There's no shelf life. And it's also about having locations. Most of the gravel we're getting right now is all the north part of the county or even out of county. So having some more down south is definitely a plus, so we can spread it around and
Save money trucking,
try to anyway.
save fuel.
Yep. The other thing we've been trying to do is gravels have different properties, obviously, different amount of clay, different amount of finer material and larger material. We try to mix that up a little bit because you put one type of gravel in one location for so long. There's pros and cons to that type of gravel, so we try to move it around a little bit and get gravel with different properties in different places too. So that does increase the hauling a little bit, but I think we got a lot better base and a lot better road when it's all said and done, when we're able to do that.
So will this come out of the fiscal year 23, or is one of these
So-
gonna
so-
come out of 24?
One of these would be out of fiscal year 23 and one will be out of fiscal year
And
20.
you have the money in fiscal year 23, correct? You're asking for the. I mean, you don't need our approval for the.
Not
it's
really,
already-
this is really informational this is what our plan is going forward. We plan for spending X amount of dollars on gravel.
So you're
this
not
was-
looking to enter a contract with Stratford today then?
Well, we're gonna sign this agreement with them to produce this gravel. So we have them.
Boxed in, yeah.
So they're able to go because,
Let me understand, if we don't sign a contract, they don't produce it.
correct,
So that they only, in Stratford moves from site to site, so
Correct.
you don't just.
My question was just basically, are we approving something when we haven't approved the budget for 24 yet?
That would be that 40,000.
one of these.
Which
one
is
of-
$300,000.
One of
I'm
these
just
would be.
asking as far as, I mean, we know there's,
Well, as far as that goes, we have agreed to buy equipment for fiscal year 24 already as well.
Exactly.
So I mean, there's outlays that we have to do just because of how things work.
lead time. No, I get it.
Unfortunately, that's where we're at. It's not a large part of our budget. It's a part of our budget,
Yeah.
but it's not, it would be just like payroll. I mean, payroll for any department, you're gonna have it for fiscal year 24. Exactly how much it is, I guess that's what we talk about and go through, but it would be, one of these contracts would be for fiscal year 23, one would more than likely be fiscal year 24. That's also why they put in there that we can split these if, for whatever reason, we couldn't pay for one full one of them completely in 23, we could split that payment, and have more of it in 24 if we need to. They're very good to work with when it comes to that, as far as able to slide from fiscal year to fiscal year if needed. So, but it is following with what our plan was for
Yeah.
fiscal year 23 and what the plan is going forward for fiscal year 24.
I just wanted it out there in the discussion
Yep.
because I think we know,
Any more questions?
I don't think so.
I have one
I think you need the motion, don't you?
like that.
For separate or together.
Either one's fine.
I can make a motion to buy the combined with both of them 80,000 tons from Stratford gravel. It'll be in fiscal year 23 and 24 budget for $7.50 a ton.
I will second that.
There's a motion on the second. Any more discussion? I do have a question. I understand we've got stockpiles and I get that. With the budget we're facing this year, we need to be really, really cognizant of what kind of money we're spending. My suggestion maybe would have been go down to 20,000. Cut it in half. But
Will they do the set mobilization for 20,000?
Depending how many other people were, if no one else was buying gravel in that pit. no.
probably not. Okay. But
And the other thing, we've bought more gravel than this in a year, more than 40,000 ton. I mean, this would be the least amount of gravel we bought in a long time.
so potentially if we have a dry season, we might not look at getting any gravel for the next fiscal year because we would have 3 year stockpile.
At some point in time, yes.
Okay. All right. There's a motion in a second. Any more discussion?
That was my point, was that sometimes you have to buy these contracts, whether they're in there.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure everybody understands,
Yeah.
because we're looking, it's not every penny we can.
Yeah, it's like up at the pallets, they're real classic, they run that bit just so long. And that's it.
Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, guys.
And I will, depending on what the material looks like, I'll definitely have more conversations before we go more than that. But that's something that we're definitely gonna be looking into, even with our situation. If there's a way that we need to find, save money somewhere, I don't know, this is the place, I guess. My point, this is a very important matter.
These core samples, you rely on them pretty heavy. You think they're pretty accurate?
I think they are. I think they do multiple of those samples to see what's there, trying to figure out what the overburden is and then what materials down there and how deep it is. They have a really good idea going in, what they think they're gonna have. I mean, not to say that there's not better pockets and worse pockets, because there can be, but the overall product, they're pretty excited.
That's not, I mean, I don't wanna see us buy something.
Absolutely.
But James
It's
Frank,
quality of gravel is very important on my agenda.
It is. And if it's not, then either we're not gonna get it or we're gonna find a way to improve it. I mean, because it's quality is definitely more important than quantity at this point, in my opinion.
that James Frank indicated that they're gonna go 20 feet on the south part of the property and then 7 feet to maintain the quality. It does taper up.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, it fluctuates and there's, pockets that can be sandier and whatever else, and they generally do a really good job of leaving those, or if they have to, they blend those, whatever it might be, to try to get the product where it needs to be. And the other thing is we do have a gradation that they have to meet as well, and I mean, it can't be complete crap because it won't meet gradation. So I mean, it's gotta be reasonably good material for that as well, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is manure management annual updates. We have Chris Finisher Farm, section 12, Wheatland Township, a 4-year complete MMP. Then we have T&J Cattle Company, number 1, section 5, Grant Township, updated soil samples and P indexes. Then we have 751 Woodford Creek Farm, section 12, Newton Township, changed crop rotation or optimum yields and used manure analysis. And we will go into committee reports.
Last week I had no official business. The prior week, we had a landfill meeting on the 14th, an executive board meeting. We did pre-budget with P&Z and the ambulance, I think we did. And
Executive board for the.
solid waste commission, yeah. I did attend the board of adjustment on the Stratford gravel pit on the Jamie Conlow's property also. This coming week, today and tomorrow, are budgets. Thursday night at 6:30 before our bureau meeting, I plan to attend. That's all I got.
Okay, I can go next. Last Tuesday was Carroll County Growth Partnerships meeting, went through their financials. Also, talked about the EMS grant that they were helping with Jamie with to apply for on that. We did approve a resolution on the membership dues to establish those dues. And that the cities, other than what the other cities, and that Carroll does not pay any more than what you and we're doing. So they did pass a resolution on that. And it was Supervisor Miners was then put on the executive board.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you. Anyway, that was that meeting. And then on Tuesday night, we had policy council. We went through all the program reports there. Everything's going good. Talked about the Head Start parent evaluations. They're going out shortly. We did approve they improved an infectious disease mitigation plan. That they did approve, got through the URSA training. Like I say, the one area on their enrollments, they need, if you know of anybody early Head Start home based, there needs some enrollments in the Carroll area. That was the one area that was down on. Then the rest of the week. Things kind of got changed. I had, supposed to have a meeting Wednesday, Thursday, and 2 Thursday with new opportunities. They both got canceled due to the weather. And then Thursday, I sat in on the Highway 30 Coalition. And there again, they kind of gave an update, a little bit of an update on the Snyder Associates study of Highway 30. Alone, just in regard to travel, time, they come to 1.38 to 1 ratio on that cost benefit, which is very positive. If they add in more money on the study, they think that with the safety, they get that up to 2 to 1 ratio. So that was very positive. So I think that's gonna be very helpful in the future. This week, got budget meetings today and tomorrow. Thursday, Farm Bureau meeting. Oh, and then last Saturday, I did attend the legislative forum. And I guess that's the extent of it. And that's all subject to change, as well as last week.
I'm gonna go next. Last week, met with Batings before our regular meeting, and then I had a mini meeting with the assessor at 2. And Saturday, I attended the legislative forum and the court class. That's great. This upcoming week, I have budget workshops all today and tomorrow. And Jean and Scott are gonna attend Farm Bureau, are you? Okay. Those 3 are going to Farm Bureau, and I'm gonna go to the Kemper Round Table. And that is it for now.
Cindy?
So I'm doing paper and radio today.
Yep.
And budgets tomorrow.
Yep.
And I have on here infrastructure funding agreement Zoom call on Thursday at 10 o'clock. So.
Who's that way?
IFA,
No, I
is
got,
that something?
I
with
was
the
invited.
Secondary roads?
IFAs and Iowa Finance Story.
yeah.
Put the trash.
It's just up here, right?
Okay, I don't have to do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then.
I don't know what that is. Might be something, careful, some of that stuff that you get invites are just.
Yeah, I get about 17, because I still have Rich's emails connected to my email, so I get about 17 of those a day.
Last week, I had, obviously the meeting with the Batings and then, radio and newspaper. I did, had a recall on that because I said I had the Board of Health meeting on the 22nd, but that's actually a month too soon. So that night on Wednesday, I had Carroll County Emergency Management and, Carroll County 911, budget workshop here. Last Wednesday, I was a guest caller at Brita Bingo on Sunday. Today we have some budget workshops today, and tomorrow, and on Thursday, I'm going to the Farm Bureau meeting at 6:30. And that is it.
Okay, real quick, I want to have a discussion with you too. So you sit on hazmat. He sits on the 911. There's no need for those to be separated.
They go hand in hand.
They do. So I was looking at our committee boards. 2 of yours fall off soon. They'll be non-existent.
Right.
How would you feel about, because they all,
I would prefer, I understand. That I just take those.
You should
That's
take
fine.
those.
is that fine?
Yeah.
Because somebody came up to me Saturday and mentioned it,
Right.
and they're like, it needs to be one person, because it all
I agree.
Makes sense.
together.
Yeah,
So
I
if
agree.
you're fine with that,
I'm fine, I agree with that.
we'll go ahead and move those
Yeah.
to you.
So Cindy will be on the EMA and the EMA.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll get that updated on the website.
Thank you. Okay. Courtney, do you have anything? What do we got for next week?
What about, are we gonna put on there the deal for Dalton again? He's been working on, but, or for the intercom deal?
Oh, I
There was
haven't-
no
I haven't heard
emergency
anything
thing
yet.
on that fell.
I still obviously.
That was a
haven't-
30-day.
Dalton,
He's been-
included on that?
Yeah, no,
He
it's just
said
been me and you. He's been working on
More quotes.
more quotes, but Feld's is 30 days, that's why I didn't know if it was.
We can talk about it if we need to add it. I can.
Okay.
I'll put it on there with a question mark. that
Okay.
we
There you go.
need to ask somebody.
Cause Dalton has 2 other quotes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got all the quotes that I have now. That's pretty much what we have now. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Dalton.
And they're all comparable, would you say?
well, if you remember right, so the first system that we had been quoted by the local company, I got that quoted again and we figured out that it was they were being pretty competitive. But speaking to another company, they actually have a competitor to that product that was about 60% of the cost. That was that last quote I sent you. So, and that was Mike getting spearheading that. Appreciate you, man.
All right, why don't we go ahead and put that on the agenda for next week and you can, if you've got time, you can present it.
Yes, we
Does
have
that work, Dalton?
Yeah, it works for me. Scott, we had mentioned the DR thing, if you remember right.
Yep.
So we did get a quote for like $7,000 for the AC unit and the electricity for that. So I don't know how we want to proceed with that.
How about we put you on next week and we'll have a conversation about anything that we have in the works.
Sounds great. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Dalton.
Thank you.
Sorry, Courtney.
That's all right.
The disaster recovery site, is that what that is?
Moving it to Swan Lake. Taking it out of secondary roads and moving it to the conservation center.
Okay,
No trustee. I think he's got it framed up.
Other than that, I have the resolution on the golf cart donation, the first reading for the ordinance. I can't remember the number.
27?
Yeah, sounds about right. For right.
27.
And then we did a tax suspension list last week, I think, or
Yep.
2 weeks ago. That was for 2023. We need to do another one, same person for the bill or for the taxes I'll be doing this summer.
Okay.
Really? Stupid watch. That's all I have.
Okay. If we come up with anything else, we can always add to it. All right.
Oh, and the change order for the project, sorry.
Oh, yeah,
That's all
change
I
order.
ever know.
And in order for a motion to adjourn.
So move, and then we're going into workshop.
Yep.
So move.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned. We will go back into, Dalton, are you gonna do a separate meeting for this? Or are you just gonna keep us live streamed and we'll go into a meeting?
I'll just keep you live streamed. I'm assuming you need this workshop to be live streamed, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, just stay in the same meeting then if you would.
Yes.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Before you do that, do you know what, I'll go ahead and do that. You know what?
If you, Dalton, I'm gonna put,
I'm here.
actually, we're paused right now. We're gonna take just a couple minute break.
Okay, I'll mute the audio and the camera then for y'all.
Okay, and then I'll start it up when we're ready.
Yeah.
Order. So we're re-adjourning around 10:09.
You're good.
Yeah, Dalton, see me, I'm moving your mouse.
No, you're good. You got it all up. Good job.
I was born yesterday.
IT's your second job?
No.
You forget I teach IT, so.
Okay, all right, we are re-adjourning at 10:10. We have Zach Anderson here. We are in a budget workshop
All right,
for
so
secondary roads.
I'm gonna hand out a few things. Cindy, I know you haven't had anything, so I'm giving you a call, kind of a full packet. The rest of you four, I believe, have some information that we've already been over. But I'm giving you some revised document based on the tax asking changing because of the rollback stuff. So
Real quick, Courtney, what page are we on?
You're gonna want to turn to page 12. It
Thank you.
starts kind of in the middle of the page.
What department number?
It's Department 20.
Okay.
Perfect. It'll start off with his revenues. And then it moves on further along into his expenses. Okay, I'm not sure where he's gonna
Page
start.
12.
Yep.
Page 12, yeah.
Thank you.
and I'll try to refer back to what you're talking about, but that's not part of the document that I'm gonna use talking off of, because mine makes more sense to me. The first thing, I guess, is the sheet that I gave you is the property tax income. So I modified when Courtney got the revised valuations put together, I revised this sheet. So it's lowered the tax asking by a little bit. I don't remember exactly how much, if it's like 25,000, maybe something like that. And obviously that comes out of both the rural valuation and the all property valuation, but lot more significantly from the rural, obviously, because that's where most of the dollars come from. And Corey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that all property valuation, that 275, that is the number that I think comes from the general fund.
Correct.
So the yellow number, the yellow box is coming from the rural services, or whatever,
Yeah.
whatever that's called. So when we start talking about the money you're trying to save, the most that I'm asking for out of that fund is 275,000 of our entire budget. So that's, I don't get any money from general fund other than that.
Okay.
So keep that in mind, I guess, when we're going through this. Stop me at any time if you got questions. Cindy, I know this is all new to you, and Mike's not been on it real long, and there's a lot of stuff here.
I need to update my worksheet. It's like the old numbers in here.
Continuing on
Can I say something real quick?
yeah, go ahead.
So on this is not reflected in here. So, but it has been updated in the system. I just didn't rerun all the worksheets. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
And that's beneficial, correct? It'll be beneficial.
Yeah, I don't say the, it's
20.
going from,
25,000.
it was to. Not huge. It was 279,566 and it went to 275,000.
$4,000.
$4,000.
Okay, I'll put in a.
No, anytime. Unless you're gonna keep taking more money, then no, you can't interrupt anymore. The next sheet is what I put together for this for the state really, but it does a very good job of showing this one here. Sorry. That one. The secondary road budget is the revenue sheet, but what it does a really good job showing what we spent in fiscal year 21, what we spent in fiscal year 22, what we budgeted for in fiscal year 23, and what we're planning for and what we're budgeting for fiscal year 24. So you can see how that changes. That top number is the secondary road balance, so that's basically the running total of dollars we spent versus what we budgeted for, I guess is probably the easiest way to say that. And that fluctuates, obviously, the fiscal year 21 and 22 are hard numbers, because that's been, those years are over with, and now those are actuals. Where 23 is still based on budget, not on what we spent this year, that's the budget numbers. We'll see how close we get to our budget this year. I know there's some things we're gonna be under on, but there's others that we're definitely gonna be over on because of fuel cost and whatever else there might be. You notice the road balance does drop down as you go to fiscal year 24. Generally, we don't spend everything that we budget for. We try to hit it the best we can, but usually we're some percentage less than what that budget number is. So I expect that to be higher than that when fiscal year 24 becomes an actual number, if that makes sense. Receipts from property tax levies. That number is basically just the combination of that yellow and green box from the previous page. So that's just where that gets put into the spreadsheet at, basically. It should be that number anyway.
It's a little less than what you gave us in our pre-budget.
Worse? What do you mean?
Well, the one you gave us for fiscal 24, it was 3,015,491, and now it's 299,200.
Right, so that's the state,
4,000.
that's it's 4,000 on the general fund and the green
Okay.
box, but the yellow box decreased as well.
Okay.
With the rural bid, so that's just the change in the rollback is all that is, that's the receipt, the funds we're asking for, receiving is less. Because
what?
it's less
Okay.
for everybody, so.
Okay.
That's really the reason why this sheet got reprinted, because
So
That-
basically about $23,000.
those,
Yeah.
those receipts are lower, which makes the total receipts lower, which makes the total, the carryover balance a little bit lower as well, so.
Okay.
The rest of the numbers, we're going into the next one. There is no local option sales tax that comes to our department, so that's 0. The road use tax, time 21 and FM extensions, that's the same as what that was in the pre-budget, what we talked about. That's the estimate that comes from the state. They're usually relatively close on what that number is. But that's basically set by the formulas that the state puts out. No RISE funds, no bridge replacement funds this year, so we don't have a bridge replacement project this year that we're gonna be expending local money and receiving it back. That's why there's money in there for fiscal year 23. The G9 bridge that we're working on right now, we pay that with local funds, and then the state reimburses us back that money from our bridge account essentially, so. But we don't have a project in there this year for fiscal year 24. The rest of the miscellaneous receipts down there, again, are somewhat of a guess. Trip permits really is the first line that we're estimating the 10,000 for. The fuel depot is the large majority of the next one, the 342,000. That's I'll say the receipts, but it's the reimbursements. You know, we buy the fuel that goes to the fuel depot. The people that get fuel, gas and diesel down to fuel depot then reimburse us, the different departments that get fuel down there. That's what that money is. Miscellaneous, that falls into a category of a lot of things. It fluctuates up and down a little bit. That number is really a placeholder based on past precedents of the total to try to get it close. The weed fund and drain repairs, the 49,000, that's the 25,000 that we get for the weed commissioner, plus estimation of drain repairs that we're gonna have in the year that come back as well. So, the drain repairs are basically a pass-through, or it's not, I shouldn't say it's a pass-through, that's just reimbursing for the work that we're not doing, that's not for secondary road, if you wanna call it that. And then sale of used equipment and junk, which would be, stuff that goes to quant or scrap metal and all that stuff is estimated at $10,000. So that gets the total miscellaneous receipts at 471,000. The total receipts at 10 million, but that's really that's with the carryover balance from the top. The number beneath that, the smaller one, the 7.7 million, that's the actual receipts that we're expecting to receive in fiscal year 24. So with whether it's the property tax, the road use tax, and all the miscellaneous receipts, that's what that number is.
Why do you need any money from the county?
What's that?
That's why do you need any money from the county?
Well, keep in mind, the 2.9 million is money from the county, so, and we do need that to be able to function. Any questions on revenue?
You said 25,000 from the weed commissioner, that comes from the county, right?
It does. That comes from,
That covers his 5,000 his salary and then the rest.
it's some
is
salary and then it's the other,
supplies.
I believe so. That's what's been ever, I think, I'm not sure when that started, but that's the way it was set up when the weed commissioner became a full-time position in our department, I believe.
Is that why nothing was in there in fiscal year 20 and 21?
I think the problem there was it didn't get, the $25,000 didn't get coded. And it didn't fall in there, it got coded, it probably fell into.
Probably a miscellaneous,
I don't know if it went to the fuel depot and tax, or it could have went in.
miscellaneous receipts.
Yeah, it might. These are line items that show up, the ones in the bigger box there. If it went straight back to a code, then it wouldn't show up there, it'd just be right into the receipts. So I'm assuming that's where it went. I can do some more checking.
No, not a big deal.
So that 25,000 that the county pays comes from the local fund.
Yeah,
And we're
I'm just. I understood, but I'm just making sure that.
Right.
The newbies kind of get an idea.
I'm still a newbie.
Huh?
I'll slide over here. I'm still a newbie.
No,
Anyway,
these trip permits and you expect that to grow quite a bit with this waste thing?
not a lot, because I don't
Do we
think,
have to opt in or opt out of that?
not right now. You have till 2025, I believe, whether you have to opt in or opt into the all systems permit. That through the state, we don't have to opt in or opt out right now. We can just kind of be in limbo until, that's what most counties are doing, just to kind of see how it works. There's some that have opted in some miles. But there's a lot that haven't done it.
Have you had a lot of inquiries on that?
A little bit, since we talked last, there was one more person that called about it. Wasn't happy that we weren't being part of the states. And I said, well, we can do ones through the county and that's fine. Well, I didn't want to pay another $400.
So is it for vehicle specific or is it for a whole fleet?
This is vehicle specific is what this is for, because it's a over,
Some people are looking at it to buy this, so they don't have to worry about getting overloaded.
that's really what it's about. Some people are wanting to haul, they're basically, it's increasing the capacity, the weight by 12%.
So
On,
then haul more weight, get paid more, and then pretty soon it'll be the same, and they'll just ruin a race. Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's all ruined roads.
It's all necessary. We have to protect Carroll County.
Well, some of the ways I've been, they're probably going to go out of warranty on their trailers. Because they're not warranted for that much weight.
the 7-axle situation where you have a triple axle truck and triple axle trailer, that's the one where, I mean, you're getting up to 107,000 plus. That's a big number compared to 96,000 what it was. I mean, and it's the same wheels, the same trailer, the same truck running down the road that it was before. So, I'll put it this way, the money we're getting from the permits is not gonna cover the damage that it's gonna do.
That's right.
And that's a yearly permit for $400.
Yes.
Okay. Enough on that.
we could talk about that for 2 hours, Gene, that's a whole other.
I know.
It's a
I
big
just-
deal.
But I was, see if you thought there was gonna be a lot of big increase.
I don't think there's gonna
Revenue
be,
there.
I don't think there's gonna be a lot, I think there's gonna be some, but not a lot. I mean, there's a lot of single trip permits for different things, and that does fluctuate that, trip permit number.
I'm through it.
Things.
All right, I'm gonna move on to the next sheet, which is the expenditures. Listen, ask questions, like I said, stop me. Again, this sheet's set up the same way with fiscal year 21 through 24, fiscal year 21 and 22 being actuals, 23 being our budget, and fiscal year 24 being the budget asking as well. These are broke down by DOT codes on the left side. There's a range of codes, I could say, because there's roughly 70 different DOT codes that we code all of our expenditures to. And that's not something we get to choose, that's set up by the state. That's how we have to do what we do. So the first category is administration and engineering. The 700 line is administrative expenditures. So what that is that's part of my salary, part of my salary, half my salary, all of the office manager's salary, and then all the other administrative items that we have, whether that's copiers and computers and a laundry list of a lot of things is where that comes in. There's also bills that get paid out of there as well. I believe like the office utility bill comes out of there, different things. That's up about 47,000. That's wage increases, and probably the biggest thing is it's also where some bridge ratings is in those categories. We're gonna have to do some, because of what the legislature approved for how they're changing, what we have to do for inspections for bridges. And then as well as this extra 12% loads that they're wanting to do, we have to reevaluate our bridges based on those loads. So it's gonna cause us to have to relook at some of the bridges we have already rated, so we can rate them for those, the increased loads and different vehicle configurations, basically.
So is that gonna be like a JEO consulting, or are you gonna do it in-house, or are you gonna?
Some of it we can do in-house, but a lot of it, we have a firm that we use, HGM is the consulting firm that we use for.
Are you the
bridge
only
inspections.
qualified one in Carroll County that can do it, or licensed one, or can?
No, I mean, there's different, levels of bridge inspection. It's like you can be a team leader, you can be a program manager. There's different levels in that. And to be a team leader, you don't even have to be an engineer. You can, like Paul is a qualified team leader. Darren is a qualified program manager. But it's really that's actually the class I'm going through next week. That's so that I can be on that list, because right now I'm not. So it depends on the schooling that you have, and also the experience that you have as well, and looking into bridges. Engineering expenditures is also up. That would be where Paul and Darren's wage comes out of, as well as any survey equipment and a multitude of other items from what we do for AutoCAD license and a whole bunch of things. That's what falls into there.
And your wages are all figured at 6%.
Correct.
The way it was supposed to be done.
Yeah.
The way that
Yeah.
email explained, 6% for
I
everybody.
just want to clarify.
Yep,
For everybody?
well,
Lesser for some
Not
elected
you.
officials.
I was just clarifying.
not you.
Sorry.
Next line item is construction. So this is all of our construction projects fall into this. This is also a number that does bounce around, and it varies, and even as it goes through the year, it varies, because we don't always know when a project's gonna get physically built and when the funds are gonna be expended when we're planning for this. So looking at like the construction number for fiscal year 23, that's not gonna be, we're not gonna spend 1.537 million. this year, because there's projects that are not gonna get done. We had budgeted for doing the earthwork for the Manning shoulders in fiscal year 23. We're not gonna get there. We're hoping to get the right of way bought. That will be an expenditure in fiscal year 24, and it's part of that. It's part of that number. I believe most of you have just a handwritten sheet like this that shows the construction dollars. That's what the breakdown is for fiscal year 24. So I put the right of way in there because I don't know if we're gonna get it all completed in fiscal year 23. We're going through that process right now. We're hoping to get a lot of it done in fiscal year 23. We'll see where that falls. The shoulders, M66, that's the actual construction of the shoulders. That's what we're planning for in fiscal year 24. And then the pavement, the resurfacing of that road. This whole project's been a long time coming. It was started probably 6 years ago, maybe, roughly. And there was progress made, and then there was kind of a lag when I started, and we're just trying to get it going again. There's a lot to it with buying the right of way is what it boils down to. But the road is definitely in need of shoulders, and it's definitely in need of resurfacing. It's probably
One time we could have got dirt from Puck in our prices.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any of that left anymore.
There's some left, but I think it's. I don't know that that's gonna be beneficial. You need to get it for free because you have to haul it, where we can use basically scraper dirt if we have borrows. I think it will be a cheaper number by doing that. I'm hoping that's what we're anticipating, rather it being all loaded truck, loaded and hauled dirt down the road. Also, there's hauling all that dirt down the road. Takes a toll on the road as well. So there's pluses and minuses, I guess, to that. The payment is what we would be planning for summer of 2024, which would still be a fiscal year 24 expenditure. To see that there's 700,000 budgeted of local money. Initially, it was our intent to use all local money to be able to do that. With the increase in construction materials and labor, things are just way higher than that. We can't afford to do that anymore with all local money. So we're taking some farm to market money and sticking with it. So that we're expecting that asphalt overlay with the paved shoulders to be about 1.4 million. 700,000 of that would be farm to market money. 700,000 that would be the local money. That's how we get to the 1.475 million. Next category is roadway maintenance. Again, there's many different categories within this. Overall, from the previous year, we're down about 38,000. There is still increases on all the labor items in that section, showing at 6%. The way the DOT budget, the way this is set up is we're budgeting for amount of hours we're going to spend doing a task, not so much everyone's actual wage. So it varies based on the amount of hours we think of how much time we're going to spend repairing bridges or putting in a culvert pipe across the road or patching the road with concrete or asphalt, among all the other things that we do. So that's why it's down. The wages are still up, but the overall is down, partly because we need those dollars in our next category. I don't know how much detail you want in that. Probably the biggest item, the two biggest items in roadway maintenance is blading. That's a big, so when we're out blading our gravel roads with all of our maintainers, those wages are in there. That's one of our largest categories, largest expense when it comes to labor. It's also got 461 number is granular. That's where we're paying for all of our gravel and limestone rock that we buy. What else? It's also in there is if we're doing like crack filling or sealing on the road on the cracks, that's where that comes from. The HMA and PCC patching is in this category. Our bridge maintenance is in that category. A lot of stuff. I can go into more detail if you want, but I'm gonna stop there and see if anyone has questions or wants more detail on things.
Fine.
Good. 850 miles of gravel in the county, is that right?
I believe so, roughly.
So that. A large share of that 2.9 million is gravel maintenance.
And pavement maintenance, as far as that goes too. It was both. All of our patching and sealing,
Yeah.
all that stuff too comes in there. As well as some of that granite material is used on our shoulders on the paved route, so there's. Lots of different avenues where that falls in. The last major category is general roadway. This is where we have, new equipment, all of our equipment operations. So, like, plowing snow, the labor for hauling materials. This is also where, tools and other supplies, probably the biggest thing in there is fuel, oil, tires, all the maintenance items that we do for all of our equipment. As well as real estate and buildings, so any building improvements we need to do, or if we bought the stockpile locations, that's what falls into that category. This is the one that went up significantly. We're up about 424,000 from last year. The biggest brunt of that, over half of it, I would say, is diesel and gas. Some of that is ours, some of that is the fuel depot as well, which is not ours. Again, it's shown as the expense here. We are getting it back on the revenue side, but as you know, county budgets it's not like a checkbook, so that's why it's one of the big reasons why this one is higher.
So, since our fuel went up, I know we'll talk about this, the future of the fuel depot.
He's got a plan to go electric.
Ran by gas diesel generators.
Isn't that
Charging
in
stations.
your 10-year outlook?
To go electric.
Anyways, continue.
No comment.
Thanks, Zach.
What else is going up? Just again, wages in this category, this is where the equipment operations, so plowing snow, our mechanics fall into this category for their wages. But the biggest overall thing by far was materials. I mean, fuel and materials, that's kicking us in the butt right now.
And equipment.
Parts are up. Unfortunately, this is what it is, and that is availability of those as well. I mean, whether it's getting parts or even new equipment, so. So overall, our expenditures are up about 370,000. From what we had last year. As far as from a revenue standpoint, our road use tax is up 117,000. And our property tax asking was up 72,000. That's a wrong number because now it's really 23,000 less than that, so we'd be 49,000 up roughly from last year. Our asking. So part of that extra expenditure increase from last year is being offset by the increased revenues. The other part of that is we have a pretty good carryover balance in our secondary road fund as far as what we spent. There's been a couple of the past years we have not spent as much, whether it's construction not getting done and getting pushed back to the following year, not buying as much gravel or rock as what we had, not having as bad of a winter, not having as much snow to push, salt to buy. I mean, we can go on and on those things, but overall, our carrier balance is sitting relatively well.
And on your new equipment, you're figuring, say, one plow?
We're
Or one
figuring
grader?
for one motor grader. 2 snowplow trucks.
Yeah.
So that'd be tandem trucks with this, all the snow equipment. As well as, trading and replacing our track loader. There may be some swapping of that a little bit. In this current year, we're getting 2 trucks and a motor grader as well. I just been informed that we may not get 2 trucks this fiscal year. It's gonna be really close. That we may end up getting 1 truck this fiscal year and 3 next fiscal year. But I think the snow equipment's gonna be available, so the box as well as the other snow equipment, so we may end up paying for 3 sets of snow equipment and boxes in fiscal year 23 and 1 in 24. And 1 chassis in 24 and 23, and 3 chassis in 24. The dollars work out relatively close, because the chassis is roughly half of that expenditure, and then snow equipment's the other half. So I'm still waiting on our vendor to find out if that's possible or not. If not, then I'll have to do a budget amendment in fiscal year 24 to account for that, depending on how things come in. But again, just we've been planning and trying to work on these trucks for probably 2 years now.
Yeah.
And we're still not sure exactly when things are coming and when we're gonna be getting them and basically having the expenditure for them, so. It's kind of a.
Motor grader on time.
As far as I know, last I heard, we're supposed to be getting a 1 in March for fiscal year 23. And I'm still in discussions on 1 for fiscal year 24 budget.
Am I correct? What you told me was that motor graders went up 60,000 from the last one?
Roughly from last year.
I'll kind of ask some of these questions for Thursday, Mike.
Oh, yeah,
The
you're
Farm
gonna,
Bureau has.
yeah, you're gonna wanna write down a lot of this information or retain it.
What's the meeting? The only other thing that I had on my list, if you want to go to, I do have a little more detailed information on the granular, what we spent this year and what we're going to. If you want to talk about that, we can, and that's up to you guys. It's nothing different than what we've done in the past, but I guess kind of what detail you want to go into.
Joe, did you bring that? I can pass this around folks so they can look at it.
I gave 1 to
Okay.
these 2 and you 4 have it. so.
Just curious. What is your total, is this the total budget? For you? What is your total budget?
You're gonna wanna look at
Total.
5,000,009, more than that.
No, 9,237
Yeah.
expenses.
Expenses would be 9,237,550 on this back page.
Right there.
Okay,
That's the total expenditure.
Yeah, and after this meeting, I'll go through this and make sure it
Right.
matches
Matches that.
this.
I don't have that sheet.
Because the one I went off
Right here.
is the one that you did was
Right,
the county,
Oh,
one that where you filled in the
Right.
numbers, so.
right. Yeah, I didn't resend that one.
Yeah, and that's fine, and I didn't update it obviously,
Mhm.
but. it's pretty close.
It keeps it nice and organized and I do it as I go through. Okay, does anybody have any more questions for Zach?
Where's your fluff?
What fluff?
Okay, that's what I wanted.
I guess the fluff is it's never gonna snow. We're not gonna get any floods. It's gonna be a perfect year. Right?
So my recommendation is if you have time, and I'm not saying right now, I'm not during budget season, but sometimes just go out to his office and he can explain more, because this is probably the hardest budget to follow.
Great thing to will do.
Yeah,
I
because
learned a lot.
yeah, you have monies coming in from different areas and it can only be spent certain ways, and he can explain that to you outside of a meeting of this. So if you just take time when you have time, that'll help,
Some stuff we can bow our head on different funds and stuff. So it wouldn't-
like bridges and, yeah.
So it's a good thing to go out there.
And we'll see how the place is ran too. I mean, you can go out and see.
Do you know
Have we
where
got
it is?
garage doors back?
No. Working on it.
Do you know where Thrift World is? Cindy?
Yes.
So
This side is thrift roll, goes
Yeah.
south.
there's a little
Basically right
gravel.
behind it.
Yeah, you take a road, there's a little gravel road that's
Between
there.
general rental and thrift road, there's a little access road that gets back to our place, so.
And even Amy has tons of information as well too,
They
so.
go on the
it's
west side of
accessing.
the building. That's where they're all.
Or you can do right ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Zach, very much.
Yep.
We'll let you know where we're gonna decrease it by. In a few weeks.
One other item, just for information, I'm gonna be working on a CDL agreement. As I'm sure Mike knows, the regulations and the acquiring a CDL is much different now than what it was 2 years ago. And, the cost to get a CDL is quite a bit different from what it was 2 years ago. And the time that it takes for training is quite a bit different. We've always asked when we're hiring somebody, they either have to have their Class A CDL or the ability to get it within 6 months. That generally wasn't an issue from a cost or time perspective. That's gonna be different now with the new regulations and how they're doing things, because of the time commitment that it takes, as well as the cost to do those. And I'm not sure exactly what it costs to get your CDL. I'm looking into that, but I mean, I think we're talking, maybe before we were talking about a few $100s. Now you're talking about a few $1,000.
$2 to $5,000, yeah, depending where you go.
Certificate.
$5 grand?
Yeah.
Is your CDL?
Yeah.
Just a basic CDL?
Free
What
done.
happens when people vote on stuff like that, that don't know what they're doing.
Say that again.
That's what happens when people vote on stuff like that, that don't know what they're doing, when we have a shortage of drivers.
Isn't that kind of the way it is in a lot of stuff?
Yeah.
So where I'm going with this is if we are looking to hire someone that doesn't have their CDL, it's gonna be very hard for them to attain that while they're having either in a current job or even while they're working our job. So mimicking it off of another county and a little bit off of even about how the sheriff's office does for their training for the academy. Doing we will pay for the CDL training and your time, your wages, even while you're working for us. But there's a commitment that you have to make to work for us as well. So as time goes, whether that's 3 years or 4 years, you essentially are vested now and now there's nothing owed. But if you left after 1 year of service, you need to pay back X amount of that training. Because we didn't get that benefit out of it, basically. So,
I like that.
we don't have any openings right now, but I guess I want to make sure we get ahead of this before we do. So I'm just, something I'm working on.
Can you say it again? How many openings do you have?
0.
Making sure.
So now if a person has a CDL, you better make sure they ain't from there.
Yep. It's definitely a change in how the legislature did what they did. It made a big deal. So
But clarify, that's on the federal level.
that is
was not on state
100% correct. That was a federal requirement. Yes,
level. BC, not Des Moines.
correct. Even further than that, there's also the requirements for federal motor carriers. I don't know exactly what that acronym is. We have to do basically run a check on all of our employees every year through this database. Everyone that has a CDL that is in this database. And we have to run a check every year for every one of our drivers. And everyone does this. It's not like it's county or private, anyone, that's how it works. So there's even some expense there to go through and do that. You have to pay for every check, I guess, or how you want to say it.
You got that in this budget?
Yeah.
All right,
Now I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zach.
thanks, Zach. Courtney, do you want to do supervisors? Do you want to do, how do you want to do this? We got
I'm gonna do supervisors first, because it is first. Report.
perfect.
Oh, sweet.
As you are all aware, this is your guys' budget. I just plugged the numbers in for you. After meeting with, I believe it was Dean and Scott, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We did make some changes, so I'll go over those. The only kind of what if on this was, the insurance. Cindy, I wasn't sure.
I'm not taking it.
You're not? Okay, so that number is gonna get adjusted, because when I put it in there, I thought, let's just do worst case scenario, or shouldn't say worst case scenario. Let's do the most expensive option that could possibly be taken and put that in there just in case.
So technically that probably goes down about 20.
Closer to 30. This is like
Okay.
26, 28.
Well, let's do a little timeout, being about insurance. And you and I had this discussion.
Right.
How many departments we have now that are looking at change, maybe haven't changed in employment or hire new people?
One for sure, but I overheard through the grapevine that position may have been filled. So there might be some more clarification today, and you meet with that department on what plan they're thinking.
My thought is, most of the people, the way this budget is this year, this health insurance, they're putting in, assuming the highest rate.
So it's undiscriminatory, right?
So what I would say, let's do it as a single policy, so we ain't charging taxpayers. What we don't know, and if they do have a family, then we make a budget amendment, take it out of reserve
At that time.
at that time. I think that's something that maybe we ought to look at from this point on.
That's a great idea.
I mean,
But
why?
if all positions are full, let's just still do what you said, start with the generic single plan.
And
Well, I like that that's gonna go
the other
down.
thing is, if we're full now, I think maybe we ought to put a hiring freeze too. That's what's gonna have to happen with this budget. Okay, now
All right, so
I
got the
threw a couple
insurance thing
bad
taken.
notes out there now.
got the insurance question answered. That's great. So salaries, the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure what you guys approved, but that's what was put.
3.87.
There you go, 3.87.
Not
and then-
6%.
Nope, not 6. Nope, not everybody's that fortunate. Then the FICA and IFRS along with the salaries. Office supplies are left the same. That's very minimal. Once in a while, we'll buy you guys envelopes or a few other things, stamps, things like that. Mileage and subsistence, I did increase that a little bit. Now that COVID's over and everybody's being able to attend meetings, and as you guys know, everything costs more, so I did increase that a little bit. Telephone is kind of one that we talked about, possibly getting some sort of agreement as far as reimbursements to the Board of Supervisors for use of your cell phone, because I use mine a lot, and I'm sure you guys use yours a ton. So that's in there. I suppose you guys will just need to figure out what you feel is a fair amount, and then whether or not you want to move forward with getting the reimbursement. But we put $2,800 in that line. Education and training, I did increase that a little bit because we have new members and probably more meetings attended. Legal and court, put that at 15, same as the year before. Dues and memberships, increase that just a little bit.
Can we go ahead? Would you guys feel comfortable if we lowered that 15? Let's just say even to,
7,500.
well, we can't really go down that far because last year total activity was 10.8. What if we did that to like 12? I'm sorry, I know we're trying to pinch pennies everywhere. And
Yeah,
there's-
so some of that, that comes out of there is for the HIPAA consulting, which is
Oh,
about 12,000 a year.
gotcha. Okay.
So,
And Renee did drop. last
yeah,
year.
and Renee's comes out of there as well.
Okay.
So,
So why though was it $6,000?
or no, I'm sorry, dues and memberships, that,
That's different. We're saying the one line above that, let's drop that.
I'm gonna look and see where the HIPAA comes out of.
Okay.
Cause we spent $6,000, 10,800, well, at 4,400 this year, so say we're on track to do 8-9 grand again.
Are you talking, you're talking legal in court?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I think that needs
That's
to
out of
go.
line, yeah.
But another thing we also need to remember too, I don't know if you guys thought about this, what?
I'm gonna ask you this too first, so this is my first year, when we do our pre-budgets with two people and you ask them to change stuff, we can do that now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think that's, she's got, that's a good thing pushing. I think that's. I think that might be under capital expenses.
The office furniture.
Yeah,
No, we spoke about it. I think we were gonna put,
that's through capital, right?
Not through the stars.
We
I,
better ask her.
yeah,
Okay.
no, because we did discuss it.
When we moved downstairs, where I was thinking, I had a new table.
Well, I think
I was
actually,
wondering where we put that.
no, I think,
We do
you know
this.
what, we didn't do much because it's just chairs.
That's
I
right,
think
because the table's included.
Because that desk is
That's
part of the
included.
contract.
I
So, yeah, it would
I
be-
was thinking it was 7,500 or 10 grand we were putting there.
You're right, chairs, but also keep in mind chairs for the public too.
Chairs, yeah, those are big, but I think for the most part, that is all built in place. Maybe a
Public, not the
table,
public one, is it?
no.
Okay.
Or,
Our stuff, yeah, you're right.
I think it's just chairs.
You're right.
Right.
Sorry. So the dues and membership is where the HIPAA comes out of.
Okay,
So the legal and court, we pay $230 every month to lease the parking lot at the Fricky Building.
That's part of it, yeah.
That's part of it. And then Renee's the other part. And this year is $4,050. So I'm coming up with 6,810. So that number could potentially go down if you guys want to.
Go to 10 grand. Last year we did 10,860, so.
yeah,
2 years ago.
yeah,
This year we're not on
I
track.
wouldn't be opposed to raising it lower than 10,000.
to 10,000.
Yep.
Okay,
Where did we put the office for downstairs for the new meeting room?
the chairs will be capital fund.
Yeah, and we can look at that.
I thought that's.
We can look at that next, since we're talking about supervisors.
Okay,
And it's gonna be at Department 99.
was that in the way back?
Yeah. I'll get to the page number here in a sec.
50, 30, 94. Are they in order?
By department.
Is that page 52? Oh, that's revenue.
That's what you buy me from last year.
I don't know, what are they gonna have for lunch today?
I will find it here eventually.
No, you're good. Obviously, none of us have
Somewhere.
found it yet
Okay,
either.
found it. Page 52 of 54.
I knew it'd be back.
So that, oops, where's the revenue though? Okay,
Yeah, that's.
so that's where we've got 20,000 coming out of the general fund and we're putting it into the capital fund.
Yeah,
So that's the revenue side of it. Well. And for the sake of time, we put $40,000 in there.
Okay.
To cover possibly the cost of some chairs and some other things in your new meeting room. There's obviously more than that in the capital fund, so if,
Because the main
Needs to stay.
table or
Countertop, that's
countertop
Included.
is not part of the construction.
right, so you'll have, obviously your chairs, and then the public chairs.
Yep.
And then I don't know, I think I even have a little table in the
There-
plan.
Yep.
There was lots of you.
I think all the electronical stuff is in the contract.
I'm assuming the majority of the cost would be your chairs.
Okay.
And chairs aren't cheap, obviously.
No, they're not,
Maybe since we'll be getting numerous ones, we can find a.
but I think we keep it on there because there's other departments that potentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's coming, it's not, the 40 is not specific to the supervisors, it's a capital expenditure, so.
Okay.
Anybody could use that depending on where we're at with the project. Okay, all right, so that is what I have for supervisor. Does anybody have any questions on that? All right, so next one I'll do with the auditor, which is right below that, Department 2. And we don't generate a lot of revenue in the auditor's office, but we do get a little bit for liquor licenses and beer permits. See that revenue of 3,500. Small amount for cigarette permits. And miscellaneous fees. So, we're back to page 2 here. So our total revenues. are
3750.
Yeah,
So I think with Ragbri, you're gonna get flooded if we need to up that to about $137.50.
$137.
with what? Oh, permits?
Yeah,
Yeah, we didn't have any last time I went through. So we gotta do the same here. All right, so moving on, this is the auditors out of the general fund, and that includes myself and Jesse in my office. So the salary you see there is 2 staff salaries. Put a little bit in for overtime just because we have had plenty of elections. We have 2 for sure next year. And they could choose to either be paid out overtime or use it as comp. So I always put a little bit in there in case we have to pay it out. The FICA and IFRS on that, as far as salaries go, it was what the board approved, and the percentage of Jessie did not change. So she got the same raises I did and her percentages.
what was that again?
So in the salary line,
5.16.
it's myself and Jessie,
At 5.16.
156,645. Yeah. So just when, there was no changes to percentages or anything. Just seeing it is. Moving down, so that normal, you find your IFRS, my insurance is going down a little bit because I had an employee in fiscal 23 that was getting that free year of insurance that ended. So I was able to reduce that a little bit. Office supplies I left the same. Postage I decreased by 500. Shit, I didn't remember to bring that. My stupid glasses, I forgot line and then I can't find that. Stupid 5 pencils. I have one in my office too. Thank you. Oh, great.
I know.
Employee mileage and assistance, I lowered that by 200. You can see it's not really gotten utilized. Telephone, telegraph, increased that just a little bit. Education and training, lowered that by $50. Legal and court remain the same. Data processing and maintenance remain the same. Dues and memberships, same. And office equipment, I lowered that by $100. So that is my general fund.
Real quick before you
Yeah.
jump, I want to point out, so if you go over a couple, if you look at like 2021, 2022 total budget, and then you look at total activity, those are great numbers to look at. She also sends out a detailed report of budget versus actual. So you can see that Courtney has potentially no fluff in her. And I don't like the word fluff. There's no padding in
No
her
unneeded
budget.
levied money.
Because she, the year prior, she was off by a couple $100. So those are good numbers to even look at so you can evaluate each department.
Well, and I will say my department's different than others.
Yes.
I don't have unknowns like overtime and
Yeah.
snowstorms and things like that.
That's
So,
the other thing. You can't compare it to secondary roads or the sheriff because they.
Your biggest unknown is lunch.
yeah, I never know if there'll be a special, and we'll get to that in the next fund.
Okay.
But,
I just wanted to
Yeah.
point that out. A lot of times you can look at actual detail.
so,
Okay, next, sorry.
no problem. So next, we're gonna move on to the auditor, but we're gonna move to the general supplemental fund, and everything elections related comes out of this, and one of my staff members. So you'll see I have budgeted some money next year because we have our city school election in November. So there's revenues in there for that because the city and school does reimburse the county for our costs for those elections. And then I have in here the possibility of having another special. Because you just never know. So I did lower it a little bit just because I had quite a few in 23, as you guys know, that's pretty. Also, I lowered that by $1,000. Moving down to the expense side on elections, we have a salary that would be Emily in my office. She got the same raise as I did, no change in her percentage because she is at the 85, which is the max. A little bit for overtime. FICA and IFRS pretty standard, no change in for insurance. Office supplies, stayed the same. Postage and mailing, I decreased that a little bit. A lot of the decrease in my postage, because, I mean, everybody knows postage went up. But I have quite a bit of reserves in my postage line, so, I just lowered it a little bit, because I won't be putting as much in next year. Mileage and subsistence, I lowered that again. Education and training, lowered that a little bit. Data processing, maintenance, that's like my election equipment, maintenance agreements, service agreements, etc. iVoters, maintenance fee that gets paid to the state, so that's going up. All that stuff seems to go up every year, so I did increase that a little bit. Dues and memberships is the same. And voting machines and equipment, that's kind of, I put that in there in case I have something that breaks, like a laptop or a printer or a scanner. I'd like to put money in there in case there needs to be a room.
Just spent 112 grand last year, now you're putting more.
I know, and I have 4 machines that don't work right now,
Wow.
so I don't make them like they used to.
Under warranty.
They are. They are. So anyway, I like to put that money in case I have an piece of election equipment that I need to replace. Luckily, we haven't had too much, since we had one back in 22. Okay, and then below different function, but it's for local elections. This is where you'll see expenses directly related to an election. So we've got, always put money in there for election supplies. Publication and notices for notices of election, printing and programming ballots, hard one to judge, but I left it the same. Because you just never know the elections you're gonna have. Mileage and subsistence, this would be for poll workers. So I increased that a little bit. Polling place rent, I left that the same. Election officials, left that the same. So overall, not actually a decrease from 23, about $100.
So didn't their pay go up from last
Poll
year?
workers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was accounted for in 23 though.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
So it went up 6,000 between 22 and 23.
Just want to make sure you didn't miss it.
No, I didn't. They all wouldn't let me do that. But there's been a lot to them to get a little more. That would take care of the auditor. What else did we say we were gonna do?
Courthouse.
Okay. That's department 52. I just missed that one in IT up. Yeah, I'm sorry, 51.
51.
We'll fix that first. So general services
Wait.
department,
What page?
37.
Thank you.
Oh. I was way past that.
All right, so general services, that's gonna be courthouse, it also covers utilities, the Fricky building, repairs to the Fricky building, same with the jail next door, so quite a few different places that come out of here. Zach, our head custodian.
So-
and
so the
our head-
jail?
Sorry. Well,
Where's this?
Jail comes out of there?
the jail utilities,
Okay,
All department 51.
but any maintenance comes out of their budget.
not necessarily, you know.
So
It can, it's really coming out of the same pool though, it's all coming out of the general fund,
that's true.
so it doesn't really,
All right.
and we. Just so it wasn't budgeted for in 2 places, it makes sense to pay for maintenance out of 1 department versus 2, because then. You don't have 2 different departments trying to budget, you only have 1, so. That was my reasoning. So this covers our head of maintenance, which would be Zach, and his part-time help. So salary would have been the 6%. Part-time I left the same, overtime I increased because it's in a lot of overtime. And we've all talked about different ways to combat that, but we haven't made any decisions, so increasing it.
I think we need to,
Yeah,
in the future, come up with some kind of game plan, because it's no fair for Zach to have to be putting in all this overtime, because there needs to be a work-life balance.
Sure, I agree. Sorry, I have to sit here. Okay,
I'm not saying like that Zach doesn't appreciate the pay, but it's also, I don't want him to be overworked here and him get mad.
Well,
So-
and I think, some ways it'd be nice to have some redundancy in case something happens.
We talked about the burnout factor but so just for these guys, Courtney, the part-time salary, he has trouble getting somebody to, let me back up, not he, you, there's, you explain the way you did.
So I'll go a little backwards. So when Glenn and Zach worked here, Glenn retired and Zach moved into his position and we tried to hire somebody to replace basically Zach. That was. We didn't have a good experience. We didn't find who we needed and the ones that were qualified and would have been great, just what they wanted was too much.
Right.
Like it was more than what Zach was getting paid at that time. So we really struggled trying to find somebody and we're able to find somebody that's part-time. Ideally, would it be nice to have 2 full-time people? Probably. But does money allow that to be done? I don't know. When we just talked about.
Is the work
hiring
there
more
for
staff.
2 people, right?
Well, I definitely think the work. I'm maybe not being, I mean, I know it's Zach's boss, but it might be worth it to talk to him too. Because the vibe I get from him is he's fine, and you know, everything's. Okay.
Well, and I think he's the kind of person who likes to work for himself.
And that, you know, that I understand that too.
But budgeting 18 grand for overtime for one employee.
It's hard to.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and I will say that there's.
'Cause that's
other-
45 bucks an hour he makes for overtime versus can you get somebody to do a part-time for 25 bucks an hour?
Plus, we don't have anybody cross-trained. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's pigs. They're,
So if he gets sick or something.
yeah, he needs a knee replacement or.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that seems like a lot of overtime, but there are other county employees that earn that too, so. He's not the lone ranger by any means, but I understand what you guys are saying and definitely open to making changes. I do want him to be part of the conversation though.
Yeah.
Moving down to insurance, no changes there, no changes in custodial supplies. No changes in telephone. You'll see a big increase in the gas, which would be with Alliant Energy. Just with going up for starters, and then the jail and the Fricky building, it's a lot. And you can see where we're at right now, and the year isn't even over. So I just kind of took what we spent this year, divided it by 12.
So the jail's expense.
Jails in here, Fricky building and the courthouse.
Okay.
So that's 3 different buildings. Same way as far as the electric goes. Just increase it. Honestly, when we budgeted that, it was kind of just a guess. You could see what we spent in 22, we spent $50,000. Obviously, by the end of fiscal 22, we had already done the 23 budget. So we still didn't have enough in there for that. And water, again. That was significant.
Well,
That one really threw me when we started getting water bills for the new jail.
remind
it has to
me
do
when the sheriff comes in today, is there a reason we have to have the lights on at night in that, in Ray's place on the south side? I don't know how many times I've come up there, they're on.
I know the entryway has to be on. The foyer, if you want to call it that.
Couldn't we put motion sensors?
As long as there's a light shining on that flag, because that's a federal.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And see, our lights are like, oh.
But I mean, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
that race right behind the jail.
Where there's nobody.
Yeah, or the kitchen.
Yep, I would agree. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to remember that.
Well, I mean, that's something I was.
I didn't
I was
realize
gonna
all the
bring up.
expenses for the jail came out.
Well, yeah.
I get it, all the general fund.
It's just all together.
I get that, but
They just had their 1-year anniversary.
Yeah,
It was Valentine's Day or February 15th, one of the two.
so, you know, and a lot of their increase in water is just the number of people they
I've
have
got some,
Yeah.
visiting over there.
yeah, okay.
I stayed and studied that.
So 22, 23 would be the jib, we haven't had a full, well, we kind of had a full year, but not a full fiscal year, right?
Yeah. Nope. So then we go back to building maintenance and repairs. I lowered that by 5,000.
Are you worried about that retaining wall at the Fricky building? we went over, Zach got some, or supposedly has some quotes got.
Mhm.
And it probably won't be cheap, but did we ever decide who owns that wall?
No,
So is it the Dries family, or is that a John Morton question, or
maybe. But-
is anybody pursuing that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Looks like you got yourself a question.
No, I went over and looked at it after a meeting. We
Yeah.
talked about it. I know he called up, Zach called two people to get quotes. I think they both kind of looked at it and said, yeah, maybe in the spring we'll look at it. But I don't know,
Oh.
but I'm just wondering if 65,000 is enough, Courtney, because, or is part of that anticipating a major roof repair before we get the new roof with the new AC unit on it?
Well, you gotta look at the line right below that, as another fixed plant and equipment maintenance, we've got 50 in there too. So I lowered it by $300, but ultimately that 65 and 50 can basically be sent on maintenance, repairs, fixes. I think we're gonna have to get a new water softener in this building, and depending on when we buy it, it would come out of those areas, so those kind of unknown replacements. Would come out of there, but. I mean, I can certainly put more in there for the.
Well, no, I don't
but-
want it if we don't need it, but I just don't want to lose sight because that's gonna come up and.
There's a few things that we need to put on a list not to lose sight of.
Okay.
But you
That
can
would be
see,
a good
we're
one.
running really good in 23 in these two lines, so I feel pretty confident that. That would be enough, hopefully, depending, just never know what's
We
gonna
just need to
break.
find who owns that wall. Is it Dries or is it the county? I'll take it.
You're the best. You don't care what anybody says about you.
Okay, and then the next line is basically bug spraying for the jail, Ricky building, courthouse, and then our little tower sites here and there, trickle throughout the county.
We bug spray our tower sites.
Yeah, just because we don't want infestation
That's also.
because of all the equipment.
Oh, I'm like, wait a minute, wait.
It's very minimal cost. It's a minimal
Road,
cost. but-
road,
Because they're pretty tiny little spaces. Yes. Below that, we'll have trash. There again, it's just a little bit of an increase there. Agricultural, horticultural, that is for spraying the yard out front, that type of stuff. Flowers in the spring, those types of things. And then the line below that is protection and security. That's actually what I think it should be called safety committee, because that's what that is. Anytime we need new meds in the med chest or other things.
That's where it comes
under
from.
there. Yeah.
Did we determine who heads up safety committee? Speaking of that,
The sheriff.
that's one of your boards.
Oh, and I guess if you go down a little bit, I found that capital, we have 40 in there. It's right at the bottom of that page
For the,
for the courthouse
Yeah.
or the county overall. So I think,
But we've been putting that money in there because of the boiler system, correct? For a while.
well, yeah, it was just like, or the elevator, or, you know,
Something.
whatever, but there's about $38,000 in there
Okay.
right now. We're gonna put 20 in there, so there'll be about 50 in there at the end of 24. So,
Okay.
and that could also be furnishings.
yeah, any capital.
God forbid when that elevator needs to be redone.
That would definitely be a capital project.
It
And I
makes a
can
little bit
promise
of
you
noise.
37,000.
It makes a little bit of noise. That elevator's gonna
Hang on
get a
our
lot of
shorts.
use during the,
I bet you can hang on your shorts with that bill will be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's $37,000 doesn't even get you the buttons.
So I think that does it for auditor, courthouse and supervisors.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Courtney.
Made a couple of dents in it.
Started.
Yeah.
All right. You guys doing good? Can we hammer out one more? Do you guys need a break?
Hammered out. Let's go.
All right. Lisa.
Stretch your legs, stand up.
I think.
Don't ask me to do any exercise.
We're gonna start on you on page 4, I believe. it is.
department.
Do you want to come sit up here? Yeah.
We're at, you guys sure?
Yeah, there should be one. That's friends.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Hi, Lisa.
Good morning. You guys having fun?
Yeah, we are.
Hey. Motor
They said
vehicle.
yes, I said no.
Or yeah,
Page 4 is the report that talks about this one. Starting with department number 3, the treasurer's office. Okay, so, we are, so we say, a convenience to the customers for Carroll County and surrounding areas for what services we rely on, so we don't have a lot of revenue, but we do have some. Auto registration fees, I did do them the same. So I did the 225,000. Use tax, I did the same. When it came to motor vehicle mailing fees, I went down. Now, for example, we mail out a set of license plates. With postage going up, we used to collect $3 for each set of plates we sent out. On average now, to mail out one set of plates is $2.70. So the county is now only making 30 cents per set of plates being mailed out. So unless legislative things change, and I hear postage is going up again in March. So that's
you're gonna
why,
lose money.
that's why I put down on the postage for the revenue, and then I increased it down below for the expense because of that.
It's going up again in March. you
I
said?
heard that yesterday. Someone, well, when I was at Costco, she asked me, "Well, I buy stamps." She said it's going up again in March. I thought it was just going up.
But it just went up in January.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are doing very good about watching how we mail things out, because if you put, like, for example, a set of plates, the registration, the title, and like one other registration, it could bump you up a higher level. So we're trying to watch how we're sending things out, so we'll be more cost effective of how we send things out. Losing the money on the postage that we're talking. Okay, so I did decrease that by 2,000. When it came to driver's license fees, the next category, driver's license services, I did put that down by 2,000 because I felt right after COVID and people started traveling, everyone was coming in and getting their real IDs because they had the original date for this last May. Well, they extended it, but I think a lot of people came in and was getting the real IDs. So I just, on the cautionary side, I did decrease that revenue by 2,000 for that. When it comes to now, we'll go to the next, the treasury management services. Tax sale fees, I increased it a little bit by just 300. I think when it comes to a lot of things too, people's money's tight. There might be a few more properties that go to tax sale, so we might make a few of that initial tax sale fee that they charge to sell the property, but hopefully that gets reimbursed by the investors and they turn around and come in and redeem the tax sales, but I did increase that by just 300. I did lower treasurer's fees because we normally don't do any deeds and we don't collect anything like documents extra. Like I just had one investor lost his certificate, so he had to pay $20 to get a new one. That has not happened very often, so I did decrease that by the 300 for those schools. So it made my revenue as 280,750. So about $4,000 less than last year on my budget. Now when I go to the motor vehicle expenses, that salary line, we have in that salary motor vehicle is Casey and my new employee that will start about 39,000. Hoping for 39,000 is what I put in my budget for. So it's a little different from what Courtney had, but not very much. I think I had on that line for salary. I had 36,000, $72.62. So we have 95, so we're really close. And then there again, the insurance, the FICA, HIPERS, that's just gonna be reflected just a little bit different because I think you had 38,000 for the salary and I had 39. Employees insurance. I did do the calculation. I did for one family member with children and another family member, a single policy with one child. So insurance at $35,000 on that motor vehicle, but it's gonna be more like 27,000, so it's gonna be $8,000 less. If she goes with the policy that we talked about.
So you have a new one hired?
On here, it's 35,000,
Yeah.
but my calculations, I just talked to her, she's going to single with one child, so it should be just $13,710 a year.
But my question is, you have got a new one hired already,
Yeah.
so we know for sure?
Yep.
Okay, cause I was gonna say.
But I just called her to ask her what the insurance policy, she doesn't know what deductible she's going with, but she knows she's going single with one company.
Okay,
So
And that's your bottom line we're talking about, right?
Yep.
You said it's gonna be what?
39,000 starting salary. And then the insurance could be 13,496 per person. So if the two combined, instead of the 35,518 will be 27,207.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
you'll be you're gonna be redoing these sheets, Courtney?
Well. Yeah, I mean, because depends on what salary you're gonna go with. On that one,
What would, yeah, and
because I had, the salary that was the replacement at 38,000 and she's going 39, so if you guys are okay with that, yeah, I'll change.
Where's that? It goes in here, the bonus.
Yeah, well, where you see the 95.
Yeah.
$95 if it.
It's 96,073.
there was no change on the other one's salary.
I haven't got to them yet.
Just per staff, the other one in that department got raised the treasurer.
She got to raise the treasury.
Yeah.
What was it? Can you go through the FICA and IFRS numbers
Okay.
that changed there on that one?
So I don't have the FICA
Okay.
federal. I just know the insurance was going from 35,000
To 27,
to
okay,
27,000.
but the FICA and IFRS should be
It should be
close.
the
'cause
same.
it's-
It should be the same because I was going, well, I was 39,000, he was at 38,000.
Yeah, so just a little bit more. Okay,
Okay. So then we go to the driver's license services. That's two of my employees out of that line, they're fine. The salary, and they're at the 5.16% of what my salary would be. The two salaries together for the two of them would be at 106,923. And then the county contribution for the FICA was the 8,180. IFRS was the 10,094. And then the insurance for the two of them would be about 29,000. And then I don't have anything in there for employees of mileage, because usually if it's a driver's license related, the DOT, pays us back for that, so they pay for that, so I don't have to do it for the driver's license. Like, for example, the meeting, the new officer meeting, one night at my hotel and my mileage, the DOT paid for it. They'll pay up to a percentage of that, so. So that's the total for the driver's license. And then now when I go to the charges management, that's my salary plus two of my employees is the 180,653. I don't have anything in there for salaries for part-time. We don't have any part-time employees. FICA contribution is the 13,820. And then, of course, the IFRS contribution is the 17,054. And then our insurance, it did go up. The insurance in that group did go up a little bit too, because difference of people having children, some, like, well, I'm personally taking one of my kids off because she's 26. She's not happy about it, but she's going off my insurance and that one being added. But, and then when I go to the dental office supplies, okay, so I did raise that by 1,000. Because, not only has supplies gone up, but the shipping for it has gone up. So like when I order envelopes, and I shop, I do my, local or go online just to get the best deal, but the shipping has gone up for the postage, for mailing that supplies to us. I also know that, I don't know if I need to increase that more because of office supplies as far as with the relocation of our office. I know we're gonna have a meeting room now versus just that table that we have. So do I need to put in there for a table and chairs? We're obviously gonna move over what we have and use what we can use to the best of our ability, but I need to know if I need to add more to that for the different chairs and stuff. And for
Her and I had a conversation about that.
We did too.
Yeah,
Utilize what they got now. See how it flows, then we can change it, because I don't want to buy something and wind up, and I think
Yeah.
you're doing.
Or it doesn't fit quite the same.
my overall footprint's not changing.
Right, your office is gonna look the
It's gonna be
same.
Different, so I
Yeah.
can see why.
I know,
But I mean-
I know we're gonna need at least a couple different chairs, because the way my understanding is the counter height for our counter, that's where their desks are gonna be, so they're gonna have to have the higher chairs.
Yeah, and then I can see.
Yeah, but we're gonna, maybe we can use this table for our boardroom. I don't, or our meeting room. I don't know. It depends on what the
Well,
size
you're,
is.
you're gonna probably use the same thing as what you got over there, not that.
The table we have over there is just a breaking table like you guys have in the hallway here for sale. It's just a metal table, but we could try it. But the chairs we have now around it are ones
I
that
got
have
news
these.
for you. I don't think this thing should survive.
But like our chairs we have around that table now.
I don't know how it's passing, but I bet you.
I will say, you know,
If
there's-
you can survive it, that's fine. And that's something.
I think there's just gonna be some growing pains
Yeah.
like right away because. Yeah, if we can
Yeah.
move over some stuff, great, but if some
Yeah.
stuff we can't.
Yeah, we scraped and stole from the sheriff's office when they left too. So what we can move over, we're gonna move over.
And like I said, we can go and.
Yeah.
See how it goes, and we can always make a budget now, if we
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're
I
totally.
sooner have us. Not get
Carried away.
spending money and then why, well, we really didn't need this, we could have got by with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I totally agree.
Where do we order office supplies from?
I order office supplies from either Stone's or Office Stop here in Carroll. But general office supplies is more like the governmental where we get our title envelopes from. They usually do a better discount rate for us because they do most of the counties and stuff, but I shop around and see what I can get, who can give me the best deal.
And if you could utilize this thing, that's fine, but I think then we better make somebody do some inspection when they tear this.
Well, I think
apart.
they cut the legs off of this. Or something, or put it, because it's on a riser.
Yeah.
So you can see all the legs. You guys might be.
We'll be
pretty
sitting,
good,
we might be
I like
sitting
the
on a
leather.
pretty pillow. I was just thinking we need a tape.
The leather look, I like that.
It's pretty.
We need a tape. But yeah, dental office supplies, that's your pens on the counter, that's your paper that we use. And we do get one case of paper usually a month from DOT, but that's still our paper that we use for printing title applications, lien applications. Any of the persons with disability applications when they come in that they have to sign now. So we go through a lot of paper in my office. Office publication notation, I did raise that about $100. That is like, for example, we have to do our notification for our taxes are due twice a year. Anytime we have any, if we're advertising for anything else like an office closure, if we have to close the office for a meeting or something like that, but that goes out of that office supplies, publications, postage and mailing. That's where I increased it by 2,000 because I don't know if the postage going up, how this is gonna affect. With all our mailing of our plates and license plates and things like that. And we also mail out also with our office, with us having driver's license, we're also sending out letters so people have medical reports, re-exams, anything like that. We have to send them out from our office. We get envelopes from the state, but we have to do the postage and stuff for that. They do send us stamps to mail
I
things
saw
out,
you.
but sometimes we run out. Employee mileage and subsidies. I left that the same. We're usually the same meeting that we go to that we know we have every year. So I kind of know what that's gonna cost and stuff like that. Telephone and telegraph. I didn't know between that and office data, because I just get the bill that's split out. So I don't really know, has it been, like right now, it's always the same one for the office phone, but I don't know if you've heard if there's any rates going up or anything. I don't know. So I just raised that a little bit only because I didn't know. We can take it back down to the 2,300, but like I said, I raised it by 200 on the cautionary side. Educational training, I left the same. There again, that office data processing, that 7,000, I left it the same, but like I was just saying, I don't know if that's gonna increase. With the maintenance contracts we have. I did notice the dues and memberships, I needed to add 250 for that, for the ISAC dues, I don't have that in there.
I was gonna say, they're gonna stick 250 in there.
I'm gonna put 250 in there. I'm new yet on this, I don't know, I think that's what the drawing rate is, I don't even know. I know they had District 1 dues at 1 year, I don't know if that's something yearly, I have to find out, or if it's just. Is it?
Yeah. Big amount.
Yeah. I think, it's kind of similar, or do they wait and see if they need to recollect when they need to get the money in? That's, I didn't know either. I was kind of trying to go through the claims that we had the last couple of years, trying to look to see what Jean had done before, how many times she paid and that and stuff, but I didn't know that we needed to put that in for the ISAC dues. So that is my total budget. Like I said, unfortunately, we're not as much revenue as we do expense. But like I said, we are courtesy for the customers, not necessarily money makers for the customer. I would like to say I like to fight for my employees now for a little bit. I know you guys want to have the budget be really, really tight, and I totally get that. My office is cross-trained. We do not do any overtime. We do not pay any compensation time. But every day, everyone's at 4:30. So I know I sent a budget out to everyone with a little percentage increase for everyone. And I would like you guys to consider that for them. When they would become deputies, I did not start them out actually at the 85 or 80%. They were started lower because I wanted them to learn and get the responsibilities and then earn the pay that we did. So that's why I have passed for the 1%, 2% for some of the girls in their office. And when I went and looked at that, and I added the 1% and 2% compared to the percentage that we had right here, my budget really increased differently by close to $8,600. But that's a lot. That's a lot. I know when you're trying to cut the budget, but when you're looking at girls that are with the customers every day and they're working hard, and I have to do my part to fight for my team and ask for it for them. And I know you guys have to do your part for the county and say we need to cut it. But like I said, I have to fight for them. So I'm asking that you guys look at that I asked you before about the 1%, 2%, and the 1 and 43%. Because she did start lower than a lot of the people that are starting now. And I'm just trying to make it fair for them. Last year, their percentage was quite a bit, almost 6% less than anyone else. But that's all I have. Any questions?
I wouldn't expect any less for any elected official not to fight for their employee. So that to me, that I commend you for doing that. And I want to thank you for understanding that we're put in a difficult position as well, because the state had a mess up and we have to try and figure out without burdening the taxpayers,
Right, right.
So we'll take a look at it. We're gonna run some numbers and we're gonna work with the budget and see what we can do, but
That's all I ask.
and I did send out that email and it wasn't just me, it was a board discussion to do it exactly how we had said, 6% plus elected official do their percentages. So we needed a starting space.
Yep. I get that. And like
Thank
I
you
said,
for
all I
doing
can do is ask for it. So,
Yep.
all right.
I appreciate you bringing it up, but I mean, we have to be the badasses.
I know, but I have to be the one to fight for them
Yep.
too, because
Yeah.
they're working hard. And
Yep.
everyone, not to say no one's working hard, but there's days that, everyone has, isn't we have customers that come in and I want to fight for them too. So, you want to keep the customer service as high as you can, so you want to keep the employees happy.
So they're clocking out and then still working?
No, well, we don't ever clock out. We're salaried.
Oh,
They're 37.5 hours a week.
Our office doors close at 4:30, but we're still balancing and getting things done until like 4 to 5 o'clock most days, so it's, but we don't get comp time and we don't get, overtime pay, so. And it's usually everyone, we rotate our positions so that the audit is the one that recommend that to us, so that the same person doesn't balance motor vehicle, tax and cash each month, because you want to make sure that save from embezzling and things like that. So we have like a 3-month rotation. But one girl will be doing motor vehicle, but she usually has to add the checks. And we want to make sure they match up with our check report before anyone goes home, in case we have to call a customer and say, hey, you wrote the check out for this, but it's supposed to be this. And the doors don't lock until we will have customers come in at 4:28 and they need, whatever. So, we don't get out of there on time. But, it is what it is. Come on over and visit us. We'll just kind of be up there.
Yep, again.
All right.
Go to her office, go to everybody's office. Thank
Anything
you
else?
very much.
Thank you. Enjoy your
Thank you,
day.
Lisa. Appreciate it.
We are gonna go ahead and.
Take another one.
I don't think we'll be able to, the county attorney is probably gonna be hard to, hear his unscheduled.
Dalton, where are you? Dalton? He takes a 3-hour lunch.
Wait, that's not.
I'm just saying that 'cause he's probably listening.
Listen.
Recess until 1:15.
Yep.
Do we need to make a motion?
Yeah.
Is it a roll call?
No,
I'll make a motion to recess until 1:15 with the county attorney and then the sheriff. There's a second.
I'll second it. You're not chairman. You're supposed to have-
I know, but she wasn't doing her job. Jim.
I'll second it.
there's a motion in a second. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
So this will be
Sorry about that.
Depends if you have in the budget or not.
All right. Mr. County Attorney John Warden, you're up. Let's do this.
Honorable Mr. County.
We have to reconvene.
Re-adjourning at 1:27.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Feels cooler out today than the temperature is. The, oh. From the original draft to what I have sent you. Maybe the old changes. That is. I'm sure I have a big thing, okay. Preliminary budget. Estimates for next year, so at the top, and I'll kind of hit the ones that are different or changed. Miscellaneous fees and revenue for the benefit of especially a couple of new board members. The county gets a percentage commission, I'll call it whatever we want, of delinquent fine collection. Then two big factors that affected that they changed to the Supreme Court decision and legislative changes. They've changed the surcharge from 35% to 15%. And we're no longer able to fine people and collect it because now they have a category B. Basically, fill out an affidavit and say, I can't afford it. So fines in total have been going down. In 21-22, there was a spike. And what that was is it was sort of a COVID dividend. Things were admittedly slower criminal wise. So we were working on collecting old court debt. Garnishments, tracking people down, getting payment for that. So we were down 45,000. That year went up to 63,000. And in 22-23, I raised the estimate to 25,000. We're at 13,428. It's less than half the year. I think that'll get back up to in the 30s, which is why I've reduced the estimate from 42.5 down to 35,000. And I think that's kind of a guess on my part. I don't know where that'll pan out because I'm frankly anymore, since we're not getting fines on most felonies. The majority of that are drunk drivers. Because those are nice middle class folks who pay their fines. We've got a lot of effort, so that's why that number is different. Going down to expenses, salaries, regular employees, I guess that's me. At what you adjusted after the top board at 92,445. For other salaries, I added 6% to the total. And maybe a little bit of clarification because Scott and I talked specifically about that. By tradition, but not by mandate, I have usually put the main assistant county attorney at 85%. Well, because the county attorney increase was a little bit less than 6%. And Scott said that, well, that number
$630
should be lower.
Yes.
Well, I've got two things to say about that. Statutory wise, I guess I could set their staggered salary at 200,000 worth it. And I assure you, he has the best number. I have one particular employee who I think needs a little bump. Part of the frustration with our salary schedules over the years, we don't have a real sophisticated system like some agencies where they have step levels and things like that. I guess secondary roads does. But I've got two people doing very similar jobs, one making significantly lower. And then secondly, and you can back me up on this, typically over the years, when the board has authorized a percentage increase on the budget, they left it to the department heads to distribute that amongst the employees. That doesn't typically translate into an exact increase for each and every worker. Isn't that kind of the way?
That is true.
We have done that in the past. I think that's good.
I frankly have a fantastic team and I wish I could pay them all a lot more. It isn't as though I've got somebody focused on that's gonna get a bigger bump than somebody else, but I think I need to do the equalization, so I really want that $600.
30 cents an hour is what it calculates. Just for everybody's awareness, 30.1 cents an hour.
Okay.
If she works 2,080 hours a
Wow.
year.
So you're asking for 281, 289.
I'm asking for 6% more than that last. Yes. 281. For FICA and IFRS, I know there's some numbers there, but over the years, it's always been zero. I thought that was being.
So it gets moved at the end of every month.
Ah,
So depending on when I ran the report, there might have been some activity.
Okay, that's why FICA and IFRS is zero out of the general fund, that's in a supplemental.
They've never paid IPers on this.
No, I didn't matter. I tell you what, I'm getting close, babies. No, you're trying to give me a heart attack here. Oh, it's full. No, I get the statement every year for IFRS. The group insurance, you said it was the same. So I put down the same amount, although not for my department, but for some departments. I know some agencies always initially budget family for everybody. You don't know what people are gonna elect to take. And you certainly don't want to be asking a potential new hire. Oh, does your spouse need insurance? Do you have kids?
So,
Well,
but question for you then, okay, would it be discriminatory if this board of supervisors chose to, if for a vacant position, assume a single only salary for budgetary purposes?
For budgetary purposes, no.
Okay, thank you. I was wrong. I said we couldn't do that. I said that would be
That's what I-
discriminatory. Courtney says no, for budgetary, you can.
Yeah, just
For
don't make
just-
getting a job interview.
For the purpose of, and then you'd have to go back and.
Amendment.
Yes,
Right.
fix it.
But my point is that why go out and charge taxpayers for an assumption of a full policy? Let's assume for budgetary purposes, a single policy, and if we have to amend it, we'll amend it, take it out of reserves.
Or you can.
Because I'll tell you what has happened, we've had people in the past, they've used that figure and then they've got to adjust this, and then they'll make some internal adjustments in their salaries out of
I get
another
it.
point.
I see what you're saying. No, I think for a, without any further ado, asking questions about marital status is illegal. Just is. And, you don't want to be doing that.
Without giving legal advice, but giving legal advice, would you recommend for that, that the board assume a single policy and do an amendment if it is needed after a hire for insurance?
Yes, if I recommend it, no. I think my job is to give you legal options. That would be legal. That would be legal. If there isn't some silent message being floated down.
Right.
No, I'm looking at it just from the point of, okay, why charge
Budget.
taxpayers for now?
Yeah.
We can amend it later on,
Well,
Thank you.
yeah,
because it may not be a family, it may be a spouse, an employee spouse too.
or if we get the law fixed for us old folks, maybe they get us, load us off on the Medicare. Not charge taxpayers at all. Rich and I pursued that.
Well, I have asked that question several times.
Found out that was not allowed.
Yeah, it was,
I would be glad to reduce mine down to a class A something.
are you glad?
Yeah.
I didn't think we were.
I have.
But for me, it's actually cost us money on our deductible. Compared to what we freeze on Medicare.
Yeah.
It's costing me money to be honest.
Your maximum out of pocket on a Medicare covered hospitalization is that still a flat rate, like $1,800? Something like that?
Yeah, it's a lot, not very much.
All right, back to business. And you
But
could
it's
have
bullshit.
people, with VA benefits that are in similar situation if they have TRICARE. They don't want your insurance, they got a lot better deal. Anyway, back to tax. Office expenses, it was running, sometimes when you adjust these figures, if you go down too quickly and then you got to come back up. It's been 10.5 for several years, we haven't spent over $7,565 the last 3 years, so I lowered that from 10.5 to 8,000. I don't know whether that will Well, I'm sure it'll be enough. If I see a 2 or 3 year trend, I'm comfortable with reducing or raising something. But I'm not crazy about making too drastic of an adjustment. The rest of the items are the same, except comes down to contract services. I reduced that. We've been 28,000, 31,000, 13,500 year to date. We've been under the 36,500. I want to go from 36,500 to 34,500. I think actual expenditure is probably going to be under 30, but I don't know. I know why that is. We're having fewer people on probation, so we get fewer probation fees. And we have fewer probation expenses. Likewise.
Why about your office data processing? Why that 1 year was out of the roof and then like last year wasn't bad?
I don't know. I'd have to go back.
No, I just didn't know. There's a weird trend there, ain't there?
Did you get all the computers?
Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Those are supposed to be COVID computers. I bought a bunch of new computers.
So it came out of here initially, and then the journal entry moved it to the COVID, like we reimbursed your department for the COVID dollars. So it's showing up here as activity, but it was actually paid for the CARES dollars, if that makes sense.
Okay, because we were having people work from home. I bought some laptops. And I bought some new desktops.
So we kind of did that internally and.
We were about ready for new computers anyway, and Courtney said, hey, that would be a really good CARES expenditure. So, yeah, I think that, thank you for the memory. I agree. Going time down to district court. Like and I cruise on the general supplemental, calculated numbers, district court revenues. It's down. A lot of those support revenues are when we meet the threshold, the percentage that comes to the county goes up.
We're on page 30.
Yeah. Oh, on the next page. And as the total collections is less, there's less of it above the threshold. So I would say 10,000, I actually think more like 7,500. Going down to the other figures, dues and memberships, I want to touch on that briefly. That comes out of the collection and forfeiture fund, which is fund money, that is not tax money, that's the more critical part. And what is that $600? Is the National Association of District Attorney dues. And that's something, I don't know.
What page are you on, John?
Back to page 7.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, page 7 of your.
All his is one document.
Mine-
Okay,
Mine is page.
sorry.
The reason I want to touch on that is that participation in the state and national things is very, very important. As professional rewarding is an opportunity to give back. But there's a strange little law in the Iowa code that says counties should be using tax money to pay dues in organizations not affiliated with ISAC. It's in there. It is what it is. So I conscientiously pay NDAA dues out of non-tax money. That's $600. Office furniture and equipment. That's, I don't know the EA, and I'm not really thinking about it, but if I do need something, those are once in a blue moon, one-time expenditures, and I think that will reflect on forfeiture. Forfeitures total in the last year, about $2,000. We could go back 10 years ago and we would have years with $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. So forfeitures are fewer and farther between, and I just don't anticipate much revenue in there. Questions for me? Thank you very much.
If somebody on this board were willing to step up and maybe. No, Fricky building. The retaining wall, how do I find out? Could you point me in the right direction? Is on the north side of the building. Is that part of the rental that who owns that retaining wall? It needs replaced. It's in
Either city or it's either us or it's
Greece, I
Greece,
think.
right? No, we write a check to.
But we're just trying, it needs some repair and. Just trying to figure out where does the lot line fall? Is it the counties or is it,
I don't know, and,
can you point me in the right direction?
well, I would not rely upon the assessor aerial maps. Those are not really survey quality.
If you have someone come pin it, how do you do that? Find the pin?
Yeah, probably get some survey.
Survey.
Right.
find the pin.
Well,
We may at the end of the roads guys, because they do survey
Okay.
work.
they've got a metal.
I just didn't know if it was something that you maybe could point me in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's what I was
I
looking
mean,
for.
when I tried to find my lot hens, I just had a buddy with a metal detector.
Okay.
Came right up with it. That wasn't that difficult. Did you buy the grease thing? I think you're right.
No,
We
right.
rent the parking
But-
lot, the retaining wall sits between our building and their.
We don't know who owns the retaining wall, it's who needs repaired. If it's us or the.
Okay, I just thought maybe you could point me to the right direction as far. Okay,
Go get your metal detector.
Yep.
Figure it out.
I don't know.
Thank you.
I mean, if it's greases. Is that a straight cash rent lease or is that a cost plus? Do you have to pay for maintenance?
No, it's just a straight $230.
You could put it in a retaining wall. For years rent.
Yeah, we just didn't know where to get started. Zach had gone and looked at it and he's asked for a couple quotes, but we're not sure the county even wants it.
Just to take it out. Did you even get it taken out for $1,000?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, that's expensive work.
Yeah, it is.
Retaining wall are very expensive.
And it goes back to when they used to just back up the smack truck and.
Yeah, no, and yeah, I didn't mean to. I just thought maybe you would say you had a legal document showing the Fricky building and perhaps where. The boundaries were.
When we got title, okay, there could be a document. When we got title, there was no plot plan survey done.
Okay.
I would buy. Because it would be unusual to have one done. And it wasn't done.
Okay, all right, that's all.
So
Thank you.
there's a drawer in my vault full of abstracts. I just looked through every single one, looking for possible one with a brief eco, which we didn't have.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it possibly could be in there. I didn't.
I do a lot of title work, but unless there's some clear indication of an approachment. We don't order what they call plot plans, where they show where you're building this, we just don't. And we would not have done it that time, besides it was a gift, wasn't it?
Dollar, I think.
It was a,
Consideration dollar.
was a. Well, I shouldn't say. I mean, it ended up being a lot. It ended up being a lot.
All right,
Perfect.
thank you, John.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I was on the board.
Awesome.
Thank you, Martin. We're starting to do this. Sheriff, right?
Yes. Have a good week.
I am.
Good.
Feels colder than it is outside of that.
It's February, it's high.
I think winter.
Girls state basketball tournament coming up. But so it was a thunderstorm.
Nice little storm.
Next week, we're going a couple days, right?
ISAC. I'm going down for the basketball game.
Also, they made it to the auditorium.
Also, I gotta apologize. I had it on my calendar at 1:30. I am very sorry. I pride myself in being punctual. Yeah.
Well, you were, because you thought it was. You were
Wow.
on 27, so you were-
Past the hell is paved with good potential. Not bring donuts in the butter once.
I gave them all baby roots.
I'm sorry, I don't like that. It wasn't like, I mean, I went and had lunch and then I went down to Wendell's and we were talking about that. It wasn't like I was tied up doing something important.
There's only 5 of us.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Want to start with the comp center budget?
Okay. Gotta give us a minute, so I figure out the number.
33, 8,
37,
33, 38, 37.
I'm gonna go with 37.
37. Page 33.
33.
Page 33. Everybody got it?
Mhm.
You just wanna run through this real quick, Jason? Brevity.
So we have the $150,000 reimbursement from the city. That's their contribution to the township's budget. $35,000. Is payment that the township charges to the 911 fund. Work, like great databases and computer system. For that amount. Other miscellaneous reimbursement sometimes come in, budget for them usually. The wages. They're 4,935. Salaries, if that's a working, part-time, or full-time employee that took other employment. Still working part-time for us, but her availability is limited, so we kind of reduce that. To 10,377 there. Overtime and holiday, pay, you can see that we ran right through our budget for this current year, and we'll cover the overages, I believe, with the, well, overage or the surplus we'll have in the part-time salaries. Keep an eye on that as the year goes forward.
Are you fully staffed right now? Okay.
And part of that overtime is covering workforce staff.
Gotcha.
I say we're fully staffed, but we still have one dispatcher in training, so. She's been in training since the 1st of December, and she'll be in training to the end of March. So, that sometimes creates overtime issues, because she doesn't work alone while she's in training. That's just kind of things there. We also have three, we have one dispatcher who today is reached the threshold of the 3 weeks of vacation, and that's what you expect. And then there'll be 3 of us that will reach that threshold this year. In this budget year that we're looking at here, so. So we'll hit that threshold, so that's also gonna anticipate add to the need for overtime and part-time. See on the shakes out, so that's the reason for that, more than that. We've done it in years past. Pipeline anchors, appropriate most, given the wages. For the health insurance, goes up a little bit because our newest dispatcher took the family plan, person that she replaced for healthcare, and employee plus children. That's the change there. Office supplies, no change from the previous year. Telephone telegraph, that's where we pay fax line. Some very special instructions like that out of there. No change there. Education and training, we're seeing a lot of increase in the expenses that we're having when we send somebody to training. Meals are more, devices are costing more, stuff like that, so. As we went through most of our budget already this first half of the year, I should point out that the numbers I used here are as of December 30th, so they are exactly 50% of the budget year used up for some business there. So just have concerns about being able to training costs. So we increased that to 5,221, and then else the data processing, minor increases in processing are the same. For the rest of the budget there, the radio, telephone related, that's the expenses that we have for the NCIC. So that's like running plates and driver's license and that sort of thing. Normally we have an estimate from the state of Iowa to base our number off of. So you'll see in previous years, we hit that number really close to being accurate. This year, we don't have an estimate from them yet. We've got some changes, some turnover within EPS. I asked them for that, they don't think they'll have it till into the spring, so we just budgeted the same amount as we did last year. Well, sometimes we need to spend that. Sometimes pulling that too. Other things than the standard budget, you'll see historically, we stay under budget, we don't spend money necessarily on times that we need to. Stick to our budget or spend less.
All right, I'm gonna go back up to building and maintenance repair. What happened? That was 800.
For this current budget year,
Yeah,
we took in a grant, to cover some upgrades to emergency lighting, to
Okay.
ICAP, and then we expended it, so.
okay.
So, that was not a usual expense, and
I just noticed that you
in that
typically don't
miscellaneous
have anything.
reimbursement, 1,000 of that, there in that miscellaneous reimbursement is that ICAP grant.
Thank you.
Jason, in the salaries line, did you use 6%?
Interesting.
I mean, I'm coming up with 9.3.
Originally, when I presented this to Gene and Stephanie,
Okay,
I figured 10% for Jason for all the work he's done, with the S6 system, all the extra duties he takes on with 911. Does assist with emergency management, all that stuff, and I figured 8% for the dispatchers. And when I met with my two reps, I just expressed my displeasure in everybody in the county being lumped together at 6% when we're a 24/7 operation, nights, holidays and weekends, and I don't think that's fair to do.
How many dispatchers is there besides you? On there,
6 others.
six of them, and then you, and then one.
8.
part-time.
They did not.
That includes you, doesn't it?
What's that?
6 with you,
No, me,
7 total.
Me, 7 line dispatchers.
And a part-time.
Okay.
Yeah, and a part-time.
7 total, 6 dispatchers, 7 of them.
Yep.
I did not give them this piece.
Okay. I didn't.
Yeah, we don't need to go over that.
Okay.
But that was the reason why, and, I think the county needs to look at, 24/7 jobs a little different than, somebody that's here Monday through Friday.
I do have a concern from some perspective of our ability to retain and attract. The latest opening, we had 4 applicants. Total, we used to be 20. Of those 4 applicants, 2 of them were washed out at the background checks. Very quickly, and then we interviewed 2, and once one of them saw the hours that she worked, she declined to be considered for the position. To choose from. Yeah. To choose from.
Not how much she's good.
She's doing really well. In training, she's about to do training. She's doing really well, and we're going to have her. But in the Des Moines Metro, dispatchers are paying $75,000 a year. For 20. And the state of Iowa is looking to match that for their state dispatchers, which we sort of wages they get drug to places like Storm Lake and Western Iowa. And I have some serious concerns about our ability to continue to retain dispatchers.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Metro, don't mean crap to me. Do you know what they make around here, like on various counties touching us? Because like Metro, they pay 150,000 for this job, and I get 32 grand, you know what I mean?
Right.
That we can't compare nuts and nuts there, you know what I mean?
Well, I understand what you're.
But I'm saying, can you compare like likable population counties or counties around here? I don't know,
So when we looked at population,
just to get.
all but one county that is within the 5 higher, 5 lower than us is in Western Iowa. Or excuse me, and Eastern Iowa. I think we need to Clay County, it's the only one that's close to us. In Western. And if you compare us to the other centers around here,
Their call volumes isn't like ours, they don't provide, most of them don't provide emergency medical dispatch, most of them don't have the same types of training.
That you guys have.
So, and I guess what I'm looking at is not necessarily what's the neighboring county rate, because none of my dispatchers want to go to a neighboring county. They like working here, but when they could drive to the Des Moines Metro and cover nearly all of their expenses and still make 10 grand more after they paid their driving expenses, it's really, really out of whack. And my concern is mainly what's going to happen if some of those dispatchers that we have today start looking at it going grass is greener. And as the state, what I'm hearing from my contacts at the state, they're almost certainly going to be matching that wage. And we have had dispatchers in the past, slightly before my time, that have left working here to go work at Starlight. Two of them, as a matter of fact. So
Long story short, it's tough. Finding anybody that wants to work a 24/7 job. Anymore. It's
if I lose two, we're really hurting.
Yeah.
I mean, we lose one, we can kind of make do, and we get by. We start to lose two dispatchers simultaneously at the same time, and we don't have the next one trained before the next one leaves. We're really gonna be hurting. We don't even have two people on 24/7 all the time. So we're running about as thin as we can run and still providing that service. So it's a concern. But I understand you guys have, decisions to make.
okay. Any more questions about the town center budget or?
I will just make mention, because it looks weird to me when I'm looking at it, the liability insurance. Since the city's not part of that anymore, they are now part of our big policy. So it doesn't come, that expense doesn't come out of their budget anymore.
Right, so that's when the county communications commission was involved, that entity no longer involved in insurance. All over the county.
This is part of the
Big blanket policy.
Yeah. Savings there for sure.
Any more questions?
Jason, when you hire somebody new, what's the starting wage? You do it hourly?
I can tell you.
I don't really want to get into the cost breakdown, but I do want to get into the breakdown.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what.
I don't have that. Did you have it?
Yeah, I will here in a second.
Okay.
So are you,
Starting is 46,517.
okay,
And that's starting out at 85% of what a full-time dispatcher makes.
oh, so they're a percentage too?
No,
Oh.
anybody that starts here for the county is at 85% of what a full-time person makes that's been here a year and a half. And then after a year, you jump up to 90. Or after 6 months, 90, then a year, 95, and then to completion at 18 months, you're at 100% full
Okay,
time.
gotcha.
Did they start at 46,175?
517, 46,517.
Yep, 46,517.
was with 85, 90, and then
85, 90, 95, and then at the completion of 18 months, it's 100%.
And what's that 100% number? Without me doing the math. 52, 5,
54,
54, okay.
54,726.
That's the current budget year.
That was last budget year.
And that's without the proposed
That's, yeah, that's
8%.
for the 22-23 budget.
22, 23. Okay.
It is a rather stealthy version, takes 3 to 4 months on the job training to get somebody on their own. There's certifications and, not just anybody. They're watching the
So you're trying, the new fully trained after 2 years will be 59,104 is the target price with the 8%.
That's the target.
Okay.
All right, jail.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Is that what you want to do next, is the jail?
Courtney, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So the numbers, I haven't studied the comm center or any of these, but the numbers, the 419 814 number is not 6% on top of,
Talking about the cost center.
yeah, I just, yeah.
Well, that's because they have a new person that's not at 100%, and will probably have an incremental.
One person's on increments.
But so is the number that's proposed right here,
The number that I did is I went through current staff and did 6%.
okay, so
Yeah, this different.
this does not, so what Jason's asking for is not reflected here.
It's not this.
I can email you the reflected one.
And he
The
just.
one that
told
we
me
Okay,
what-
that's what I'm trying to figure
That's
this out.
not here.
No,
Yeah, okay.
See, this gets confusing.
So his insurance,
oh, wait, you didn't see nothing yet.
Well, wait, but I want
Hold on,
to,
so-
I want to understand where I'm at though.
so none of the, all these are wrong.
No,
Those are 6%.
that's what the board approved. So evidently there's another.
That's
one that
what we
goes
want, that's
above
what
and
we
beyond.
wanted presented to us, is 6%.
So
I see what you're saying, yeah.
if, but.
Now
his-
they're making a
his
case for
ask-
more.
His ask is 428,935.
Okay, 428,
Yeah, that's, I got
9, what?
35.
And obviously that would change FICA and I first.
That's what I'm saying, it changed.
Not significantly, but enough that you would obviously make the change.
And his was 8% and 10 for him.
10.
But they're all lumped into that
Yeah,
four point eight
8.5
thousand.
now.
I did too. I had 8.5.
That's because you got him at 10, some at 8, one's gonna be less.
One's not at
One's like,
100%
one's,
yet.
yeah,
So they may.
they'll have
go
different-
5%.
No, I'm.
But didn't he originally propose 8.5?
Yes. It was 8.5 10, because that's what I have.
Okay, could have been.
You make mistakes.
No,
I've got the original ones that we proposed to you two.
I've got
I
that here
didn't
too.
bring them. You guys have them?
I
I
got
have
428, but I don't have the breakdown, but I had wrote off 8.5 and 10.
you had 1, 2, 3, 3 of them at 8.5.
Oh, maybe there was another.
No, I got them.
For some reason I had 8 on my brain, but it certainly could have been 8.5. But I can get that.
Oh, right here it is, yeah.
So what you have, this one is different than what Courtney printed out.
Yes.
Okay,
The one Courtney printed.
across the board.
Like you told me.
Okay, yep. Thank you. Sorry, Ken, I want to understand where,
Rick in jail? What?
Do you want to do the sheriff's or do you want to do the jails first?
Jail's fine.
Jails fine?
Okay, we're on page 28 now.
And I'm looking at two of them. I'm looking at the original one.
Same.
I only have one.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Okay, I'm
absorb.
gonna roll over this one with the 6% first. Okay, with what was proposed,
So
and that's the one
that's the one.
Mike, Cindy, and Scott have.
And so I'm on page 28 of 54, Courtney, correct?
Yep.
correctional services, yeah,
Um,
silence, that's there. No, just go on.
prisoner room and board, 10,000. When actually, room and board is gonna be closer to 492,000. And I'll tell you why I didn't put that in there.
492,000.
Yeah. What it projected after this fiscal year. 3,000 for commissary. Which leaves us a revenue of 13,000. Salaries, this is figured at 6%, for 11 full-time employees. We're losing an employee in May. I do believe she's retiring and we're not gonna replace her spot.
What is she, Ken?
She's jail supervisor.
Jail supervisor, okay.
We have 70,000 for overtime and holiday. We don't have any part-time employees in the jail.
Why do I have $1? Oh, I know why. Cause I put the meals.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop too. So I
Okay.
figured,
So, yeah, your kitchen help I put
You
here
moved it up there.
because, yeah, we have to do FICA and IFRS on there. but
Okay.
FICA for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Employee insurance, 111,000.
I have
I have 97.
97, 911.
Oh, you jumped up to the 12%.
No,
At 6%, it would have been the 97, 91.
for health insurance?
Mhm.
Wouldn't change it.
Yeah, it's not gonna change.
Yeah.
I went and saw what everybody had now and took it times 12.
It's 11.
I took what everybody had, like what we're paying.
There's only,
Times 12 for the whole year.
Susan's
Oh.
retiring.
Right, but she's got 3 years coming to her,
Oh, okay.
so that's factored in there too.
What do you guys have?
We had 97, 911, but
Yeah, 97, 911. Let me look though, because maybe you had what?
111, 696.
Let me look and make sure, because Sue's gonna have about a 3 year,
Yeah,
and maybe I didn't calculate for 3 year, so that
Maybe
might
I
be
did.
part of the difference, but I'll double check on the insurance.
okay, clothing. $7,000. Jail uniforms, that type of thing. As you can see, we're way over for this year. There's quite a few growing pains when we moved in February of last year.
Happy anniversary, by the way.
Hey, thank you. Figure 12,000 for custodial supplies, that did double. Of course, we've got much bigger building. And I do want to let the new supervisors know too, we do all our own custodial duties over there. The jailers do their floor. We do our administrative level up top, so we don't have a janitor there. 15,000, which stayed the same for safety and protective supplies. 2,500 for uniforms for the jailers. 7,000.
You're off the
Oh
line.
my
yeah.
God. Bless America.
Use that.
Which one was I on here?
You went,
7,000 for wearing. 5,000 for furniture. We are gonna have to replace a few chairs in our control room. They're just shot. But they do get used kind of like the dispatchers 24/7. 2,000 for mileage, classes, that type of thing, meals. Education and training, 13,000. As you can see, we're way below that for what we've used for this current year. And that number could and probably will keep going down. Long story short, anybody that's hired as a jailer in Iowa has to go through a 40-hour certification at Camp Dodge down in Des Moines. It used to include hotels, meals, mileage, all that stuff. And now pretty much it's all done online.
oh, so why not drop it, Ken?
The whole line,
Well, no, but just cut
because
it
I
down.
don't know if the academy's gonna
Okay,
pick
gotcha.
back up and start,
Yep.
doing it in person.
No, I just don't want. We're, yeah,
I get what you're saying.
We're not wanting to tax for money where we don't have.
yeah.
I understand.
I mean,
And-
we're, I hope you guys understand, we're kind of behind a big 8 ball there right now.
17.5 for medical. That's a complete crapshoot. We have prisoners come in. If they're indigent, we have to supply doctor, teeth pulls, medicine, you name it.
Well, a
1
couple years
year-
ago, he had one there for 4,000 a month.
Yeah, and he was there for 13 months.
Holy smokes.
Yeah,
And it was $4,000 a month for his,
that one, he's a crapshoot. I mean, that's a crapshoot. I'll go along with Ken on that.
and I'll,
Yeah, and you're
Finish
using,
up there
and
in
you're
a
using a NACO card too, right?
yeah, as much as we can.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why.
I'm not gonna get into it during the meeting. I can tell you something though. We save a lot of money on prescriptions. And we don't go through our medicine box if people drop it off. I'm sorry. Construction equipment, $5,000. We've hardly used any of that. That's a line that could probably disappear down the road. Data processing, we have to pay so much maintenance fees for our fingerprint machine, Motorola digital fingerprint machine, and also our Shield licenses, which we use in the comm center, our office, and the jail. All our bookkeeping needs. Food preparation, I've got it figured at 40,000 for supplies for food. Dues and memberships, $400, that goes to the ISSDA, and then we have 2 people that work in the kitchen, both part-time. I've got 62,000 figured for their wages. And between the.
That's backups and that's in the salaries. and the
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
did
that got
you add that
moved
on? Okay, so you're
I'm
saying,
sorry, I didn't print the one Courtney sent out. So
Okay,
I'm
but
going
so-
with a whole different-
you, last year consolidated was 10 grand a month roughly. You're down to 40 grand now. So you're saving 80K there.
But we still got wages on there.
That's what I'm
Long story
saying.
short,
So,
we're looking at 102,000 for food prep total
okay,
between staff and food.
so you're saving 18 grand.
We're gonna save a lot more. Consolidated ranged anywhere from 10 to 14,000
Okay,
a month.
they were budgeted for 10, okay.
Yeah, and that was my guess at that number.
Yep.
It was a complete guess.
So that's for meals.
So you're reducing the food from 120,000 to 40,000, but you're adding labor on top of it on a separate line.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have that.
This is gonna be about,
Go up top where the part-time salaries at 62 is put in there. Go up the page before.
Okay,
The 62 is that part-time.
yeah,
Okay.
That's where
Okay.
it's at.
all right, thank
You're
you.
at 18,000 there, but you do have FICA and stuff to spend on.
I'm hoping to save almost $70,000 on food service.
Okay,
Us
but on
doing- us
paper, it
doing
doesn't show
ourselves.
because the paper shows we were only paying consolidated 10 a month, when really in actuality, it was like
Yeah,
16
you
or
go back and
17.
look at the bills, it was a lot.
Yeah. All right,
You're at 126,000 at the end of
And you're using
February.
the same, using people you already have. You're saying that?
Mhm.
Use the
Two
food.
same, they're two same cooks stayed on with us,
Oh, okay.
so, and neither one of them, needs benefits, so that's a good deal. The one Shelley, she orders all the food, does most of the meals, does them ahead of time, and then, other part-time gal comes in and she works Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is hard to find somebody that wants to do that, but she loves it. Then we just got FICA and IFRS.
for the 2 new full-time food truck staff.
No, this is for the whole sheriff or for the whole jail. And Courtney refigured that a little bit. What are your numbers? Courtney? 'Cause I didn't figure in kitchen staff when I did this.
FICA,
So you're jumping down, okay, gotcha.
It's page 29 down on the bottom, right?
Yep.
FICA, we have 50,372.
Yeah.
And then IFRS, I have 61,309. And I think I just factored in the whole 62 for the
And that-
IFRS because you never know when they're gonna,
And that's for how many employees on that?
the whole jail staff.
Okay.
So-
And only one of
Just-
the cooks should be eligible for IFRS.
Probably.
How many jails, how much jail staff do you have?
11 full-time jailers,
11.
And 2 full-time,
cooks. No, part-time cooks.
okay.
11 full-time jailers, 2 part-time cooks.
Yep.
And that is all for jail.
Right.
Okay.
Now, here we go. When I met with Gene and staff, I should have brought everybody one of these. I apologize. I didn't. I'll email it to everybody. The budget that I want to see passed.
Can we get a copy of it?
Yeah,
So I'd rather, no, let's copy it right now.
Let's cover it right now.
Yeah, I want to see what you want.
Yes, April 4th.
Just because we have questions after we get it. we
Give
can go
this one to somebody to copy too. These mixed up. Long story short, when I met with Gene and staff, I did 2 budgets, one at 6% and one for the 12% raise for the jail staff. With the amount of revenue the jail's bringing in, that creates a ton of extra work for the jailers. They've got to be on their toes a lot more. I mean, we just had our prisoners in there, we'd have 7 or 8, 9 right now. Between Calhoun and Polk, we can have 40 in there. So you're quadrupling your work. And with that revenue coming in, to go up to a 12% raise for the jail staff is a drop in the bucket compared to what we're bringing in. For things we don't have to do. I mean, we don't have to hold prisoners for anybody else. We got the room, we like to. I mean, we just agreed to take one for Sac County a little bit ago. That's being a real nuisance. So I did do one at 12%.
Before you go through all that, like, I want, just for the taxpayer in person, like, how was I'm just trying to learn, you guys are
Sure.
experts in the sheriff and
No.
jail business, I'm not. So like, how did you sell this to the county on the jail thing? I just wanna know
On the referendum to build it.
yeah, just stuff like that, because I don't know what, like, I'll have to answer to the people that are gonna
Sure.
call,
It was built for the county. It was built for Carroll County's needs. And I told everybody if we did have room, we would take prisoners.
Okay.
But we don't have to.
Yeah.
And if we're creating quadruple the help, and like I said, we do all our own custodial duties. We're trying to save money in the kitchen. I I think it's only fair. Our jail staff has been underpaid in my eyes. And I'm not knocking the comm center, which we just got done with, but right now a dispatcher, full-time dispatcher makes basically $55,000. A full-time jailer makes 46. So $9,000 difference. The comm center did come to us from the city of Carroll 10 years ago, Gene, roughly 8.
No, it's not the normal. Means since we took it over?
Yeah, since we took it over.
It's only been about 2 or 3 years, 3 years probably.
Oh, no.
No, it happened during the Bass era.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been sheriff for 7 years. We did it when Doug was sheriff,
What are we talking about?
when we took over the comm center from the city.
Oh, come on, I haven't had that damn much fun.
Been a long time. At least 10 years.
I know Doug was
They,
sheriff.
they came to us as city employees.
You weren't sheriff when we changed that?
No,
Doug Bass was.
no, I was in charge of the comm center, but
And I
Doug was
definitely
sheriff.
was not on the board,
But
so it was
long
not
story
3
short,
years ago.
they came to us from the city. I think it's terrible that our jail staff is that much underpaid than the dispatchers, and I want to see them get caught out. And that's been a goal of mine.
They came overpaid.
I'm not gonna say that, it's a skilled position,
I know, but I mean, they were getting.
and
City.
they got a tough job too, I mean, 24/7, but my goal is to try to get the jail staff up where they're at. And with this revenue, I see it as an opportunity.
So you're saying that the jail and comm center are equal,
Duties,
yeah, or similar?
similar,
Okay, you want the pay,
they both have their good and bad, but I mean,
but you want the pays to match is what you're saying.
dispatchers, you're talking to somebody on the phone. Jail staff, you're dealing with them in person. And it's the nastiest of nasty.
That's in there.
So,
I've been running the same issues with trying to hire people. I mean, for the 2 years that we have.
it did, it took us 2 years to fill our staff.
You have trouble keeping them now.
No, it's been good. I mean, we've had some issues here and there, but.
Okay.
Nobody's left.
Yeah.
Like I said, the one we have leaving in May is retiring.
So
So-
what we just get here?
That's
No, what-
12%.
That's.
This
okay.
is the one with 12%. Forty's giving you right now.
We're still talking jail.
Yep. So the difference between. You know, you give me that mother back there, you know, Jason just sent me a text, he must be watching. It was 10 years ago, we took over the comm center.
Thanks, Jason.
You said 10 years.
I did.
Yeah, there you go.
So wrong.
10 years of bliss.
I can't believe that's been 10 years ago.
I ain't gonna say it.
Wait a minute.
So we're looking at.
Okay, oh.
He's thinking of where we fought with the
Okay,
city. over
I'm
what they
thinking when we
paid.
took over financially.
That's been 1 year.
Yeah,
This is the
okay.
first year.
Now I'm getting you, we took over, yeah.
So. In total for the 11 dispatchers, or excuse me, 11 jailers. We're talking $31,000 difference. Between 6 and 12.
Okay.
And that's still
Less than Sue's salary.
less than Sue's salary by a lot, and
12%.
compared to what we're taking in the jail, as far as revenue. Okay,
Why can't you just absorb what Sue's? If you're absorbing that position, can that salary be spread
Split
amongst
up.
the other ones?
Cause they're taking her job.
well, it's still gotta go in the budget, I didn't put it in
Yeah,
the
I know
budget.
that, but yeah.
I mean, it could, and there's also a way I can use. I'll hand you guys something. You can take
It's
it
okay,
home, you can take it home and read it. I have a code for room and board. You guys got one already?
I have it.
Okay. Under chapter 356.7 for room and board, it's
Yeah, I've got a bunch here too.
section 5 towards the bottom of the first page, money's collected. And right now, everything we make in revenue is just going right back into the general fund. Under this code, the sheriff's office is entitled to 60% of that.
Okay.
I don't need 60% of it. I don't want 60% of it.
But Ken, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Now, I hope first of all, I'm gonna state out, I have all respect for you. Don't take me wrong. I'm just doing my job.
Sure.
But you look at 2 lines down, it says number 2. That can be used for the following purposes, says infrastructure improvement for jail, including new or remodeling costs. Wouldn't that be also for the reimbursement for the loan?
Could be.
I mean,
It'd probably be
it doesn't say anything about salaries.
Like I said, I don't want to take
I know,
60%.
but
I don't need
and
60%.
here's my point. The taxpayers paid this, and that's, I think, I got a little thing in my call yet from your top board rep saying that all this revenue's coming, that it should be easy to pay for us. Well, the taxpayers paid for it, don't
They did.
they? And I mean, that's where I think, we gotta keep that in mind.
And I think we're doing right by them by making all this extra money. I'm just saying, it's a simple deal. The staff need rewarded for that, and they need to get caught up where the comp centers are. And there again, it's a 24/7 job. You can't compare it to anybody else that works here in the courthouse Monday through Friday. And the shit they put up with. And you've been over there, Scott, you've been over there, Stephanie. I welcome any of you. Come over, spend a day. Then you stepped in.
So back to a question. Knowing that you're having a full-time senior employee leaving, you have no plans on replacing, but you're gonna remain the same levels of prisoners and everything else.
Yep.
Why can't that be a Ken Pingree decision on how that money is? Maybe
on budget for it, I'd have to budget for it.
That's
But you-
fine, but
I'd have to
could you
include it.
split that up? Keep the 6% and split that up to them, because they're splitting her duties, right?
Or am I misunderstanding something, Courtney?
No, well, she's retiring in May.
Okay,
And what he's saying is for his fiscal 24 budget, he gave us 2 budgets. He gave us one. Sue's not included because it's a new year. She's gone.
right.
One with the employees they have at 6% and one with the employees they have at 12%. Sue's salary is not factored in.
Yeah, she's done in May, so I didn't use any.
That's already subtracted out. So thank you. I just wanted,
Okay,
But
nope,
technically,
good question.
he could give his staff all raises in May.
with the remainder of
The
what was
remainder
left
of
her.
what,
That's what my question was, is
I think he's doing it the right way. You know,
the ethical way as far as,
hey, this is what I want to do. Let's,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do anything under him.
Okay, real quick. I wanna
I
back,
just-
oh wait, no, you guys finish your conversation. We're gonna back this up. I'm over here doing the.
okay, no, I wanna
Let us not interrupt you.
That makes sense.
Go ahead, Scott.
The way you're asking. That makes sense, yeah.
I guess instead of everything being absorbed into one, you're saying that the $10,000 you haven't got to, but I see it went to 492,000.
And I did that on purpose.
You know, maybe I'm gonna shut up and listen to you. How's that? Just because,
I just did it for a fact,
okay,
just a BS fact when I presented to Gene and staff.
okay,
I did the one at the 6% you guys recommended with no revenue coming in. Because we don't have to hold prisoners for anybody else.
right.
And one with the 12% with showing the revenue that we're projected to make. It's a big difference. I mean, that revenue cuts that whole jail budget in half.
That's huge, yeah. But the revenue,
But it's a lot of work for everybody else. It's a lot of work for the deputies.
The only thing that's not in this whole budget though is your utilities come out of this, right?
Yeah.
And that's not in here, right?
No.
Which has added probably a lot to the county here.
It's, the utilities are expensive. It's good building. Yeah.
And I know what
A lot
that
of
is, because
people,
you
their
just
salary.
finished 1 year, not a fiscal year, but you done 1 year this year.
Yeah, we did a full year.
So you'd have to go back through and see exactly what it added, but
Yeah, we kept, since the buildings were
attached but not attached, we kept it under. the
That's what I'm
courthouse.
saying, yeah.
Being we're talking about utilities, now, is there any reason? I'm gonna be the asshole today, here, so just go figure on it.
Not just today.
Don't push me.
The like he just said it.
You got the gun, I don't. But she's got the panic button. Go ahead. Is there any reason why all the lights are on at night? Particularly that raceway around the backside of the jail cells? I don't know how many times I come up.
Okay, that gets turned on. It's a light switch for the plumber's walk
Yeah,
and there's people back there working every once in a while and they forget to shut it off. And then we just never notice it during the day.
Those are the windows I wanted tinted by Michael from Shive Hattery, because they look like not very
Well,
nice at
that and.
How about I make a note and tell the Jim?
The kitchen,
or a.
the kitchen's on it almost every day, at night when I go by.
What was that?
What would it cost the yard to put them on?
I mean,
I still,
What would it cost to put one of the motion ones in there?
not very much. All the other ones are motion. And then the lobby stays on because of flags.
I understand that, but
I get, yeah, the kitchen light should
I
be shut
mean-
off. I can make a note.
we're talking about expenses here, we're getting.
I'll make a note.
Okay, now that I'm on the roll and kick here,
Okay,
if you guys are wanting these bigger wages, is what I'm gonna play the devil's advocate. Cause I know once some other department's gonna come on.
you say devil again, Gene, I'm gonna start thinking worse of you.
Well, that's fine. There in the past, we've had different rates on health insurance. Are you just willing to assume 20% across the health insurance? Instead of 15?
It didn't go up this year.
That isn't what I asked.
I can make up the money somewhere else.
I mean, in the past, we've had that happen. One paid more on their health.
Yeah, I remember that, and it caused a lot of hard feelings.
I know, but you know what? And I'm trying to justify it with other departments, okay? I'm looking for,
You can't compare other departments.
oh, no,
I know you're gonna hear it, but you can't. Why is that computer on behind you? You got this one up here.
because that runs that one. I can answer that.
I get what you're saying, but you can't compare.
No, I know 24/7, but the thing is, it's not like you guys go home at night. It's not like the ambulance where they're sitting there on call. They have people on call too. But that's a 24/7.
It is,
But I
but
think-
somebody's out.
I know, but at the same time. If we're gonna have these, I'm looking at how this thing is gonna be sustainable down the future. If we're gonna have higher rate wages. Then there's gotta be an offset on it somewhere.
We could jack the rates up in the jail. Oh, speaking of which, I need to,
No, I'm talking about health insurance.
oh. Well, okay,
Instead of 15.
let's talk health insurance quick. When we get to the sheriff's office budget. 2 of my deputies are in the guards, so they're covered under
I
tri-care.
understand that,
That's big savings.
It's huge.
but that's for short term.
No, it's forever.
Forever.
Yeah, as long as they do their 20 years, which Jake Sherman will have his 20 years this year.
That's
So he's covered the rest of his life. Now, it's an inconvenience for us, sheriff's department, but it saves the county a lot of money.
Only
So-
family.
Yeah,
So back to the 12%, go through the numbers on this one that we haven't seen. The jail?
what, the only thing that changes.
We're
is
still
the
on the
rate.
jailer, we're still in the jail.
Only thing that.
Boy, the
changes is
revenue
rate.
changes.
What?
The revenue changes
That's
from
only-
10
Yeah,
to
it stays the same no matter what. I just left it out on the one.
just to prove a point.
8%,
Yeah,
just to prove
exactly.
a point.
Okay, okay.
But the revenue, it cuts the jail budget in half.
Another thing, Ken, do you have, comparables of jailers? I know there's not very many facilities like this, but do you know like the comparables?
I didn't even compare.
Okay. I'm just
I
curious. 'cause
compared
it's hard to-
deputies, but I didn't compare jailers, just because, yeah, nobody has a facility like
That's
this,
what I'm saying.
and nobody around us. Takes prisoners like we do.
That's what,
I
yeah,
mean, right now, we're the ones getting called.
from everywhere,
Yeah.
even Des Moines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What percent of capacity is the jail at right now?
Right now, 50, 50%.
So you could,
It's a little
So-
slow.
okay, so question, if. No, and this plays into, I mean, I'm not being a gene, but kind of. But if you were to double the capacity and get it at full capacity, 80 prisoners. What's the max it can hold?
42.
And you're at 20, you're 400,
42 right now.
your $492,000 number you use for projected revenue for next year. How many people is that occupancy rate? Is that 25 people, 28 people, 31 people?
Basically, that'd be about 20 out of county people per day.
Is that 50% capacity roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So realistically, you could almost do. $1 million
You-
bucks,
okay,
right,
so-
if it was full all the time.
We could, but we don't want to
You don't want,
pigeonhole
yeah,
ourselves.
yeah.
But would you need a Susan back if you were to exceed you're evidently at a comfortable
no.
operating level right now?
Her duties have been slowly split.
So the jailers are working just as hard now, whether they've got 10 inmates or 35 inmates. It's the same amount of work. They still have to put in the 12-hour shift.
They do,
Do
and
the
that-
same.
and that's the shitty part of the jail, is we have to have it staffed, whether we have one prisoner or 40.
Yeah,
And that's the shitty part.
that's a
for the
good
whole
question.
county.
Well,
But so
for
my,
the public to know.
not, but I mean, as far as capitalizing on the opportunity of the revenue increase, are you maximizing it right now? Or should you be asking for more prisoners?
Did you see where the revenue's at the end of February? We're already at 322,000.
From,
Got March, April, May, and June.
right,
So
so I think he's
No, we're
he's
not
probably lowballing.
So maximizing, but we don't know what the court system's gonna do.
Right.
We don't know if we're gonna get a bunch of our own warrants down. And when we built this thing, when we sold it, we were averaging in our old jail, which held 14, we were averaging between 18 and 20 people of our own a day because we didn't take any out of county. And then this past summer's been quiet. This winter's been fairly quiet. I blame that on quite a few things. Store's not open 24/7 anymore.
No bars.
Gas prices, bars shut down earlier. People are being more careful. And I honestly think Fairview's doing a pretty good job of screening the people that are coming in.
I'm just trying to follow your logic as far as
There is
we're
no
bringing
logic.
in, no, but we're bringing in a ton of money, therefore the people need more. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, are you bringing in a little more or should you be bringing in more yet?
I'd say if you look at the total revenue.
John shaking his head
Between commissary and room and board comes up to 537. I think that's conservative. That's a pretty good chunk of money.
And I agree with you, you can't go up push it to max.
No,
But
If it was up to one of my employees, it would be maxed out all the time and we wouldn't have room for our own.
and
But
you have. to
I
have
agree
more
with your
help,
comment.
right?
No,
No,
I
he's
think
saying,
we
no,
could
he's saying
get
that
about
they
the
can
same staff.
sustain, that's what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
They sustain that, the people they have.
Yeah, as soon as duties are being split between a couple of jailers, and then some of it's gonna go up to Sean and Melissa in our office.
And I agree with your comment, you know, as the part of the traffic part of the deal, whether you get prisoners or not, you gotta be full staff. And that's the same way with your own sheriff's department or families.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, or it's like.
Yeah, they might not have to call all day.
I call it
So that
the
people-
good news, and bad news, good news, you don't have any clients, or bad news, you're paying for it.
Right.
So Ken, what should a full-time jailer with 5 years experience be making?
Same as a dispatcher. I'm not gonna get them up to that this year. But.
So that was that's my
it's
question
it's
is, when's this
it's
gonna
my long-
end?
it's
This
my
isn't,
Long-term goal.
this isn't a one-time shot. So you're,
Let's just say, okay,
Could this
if
be
we're
called-
meeting next year, things are gonna ease up a lot. I told Gene and Steph when we met, I said, this is. I'm not gonna sit here and ask for these. I get it, it's a big raise. But we've argued this and we're gonna argue this when we get to the sheriff's budget. Agencies around us, sheriff's offices are paid a lot more than my deputies are. And the Carroll Police Department, their guys make a lot more than they are, and they just got 11% raise this year. They're getting a 5% next year and a 4.5% the next. Under their union contract, that's over 20% over 3 years.
but so back to the question, is this a one-time market adjustment to the jailers, or is this next year gonna be, okay, now we got 12% last year, to get where we really need to be, we need 13%.
Not gonna do that.
So
So what be, if the economy flattens out, I'd be totally fine with going along with board recommendation.
A
next
freeze.
year.
Which I think it's going, I think the economy's going there, I really do, but.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
The economy has to go that way.
And maybe we'll make a lot more money next year versus what we're projecting.
But I don't think in county government, you can use revenues to justify wages. That's what
I
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to, I'm trying to understand.
Well, it's not really fair to look at revenues and not expense either. You're just taking a look at the revenue.
Says 60% of that can be used for courthouse security and law enforcement personnel costs.
We need a full-time deputy in this building all the time. I don't feel safe.
I'll be out of here soon enough.
But so what's the end game? Where in Pingree's world should a jailer's salary be in fiscal year 24? Instead of saying same as comm center, what number should that be?
This takes them up to 52,000. If this is the 12%, would take them up to 52,237. They'd be happy with that, and so would I.
And okay, so as far
And
as,
you also mentioned one time that you'd be happy just doing 9% on him.
that's
second
my
half.
next question, does it have to
Do
be
what?
all in one
Did you
year?
also say you'd be satisfied if we went 9%?
No, I said I'd be happy if you did 6 now and 6 January 1st.
Okay, that's right. I think that's what we did say.
So has this been a pipe dream that you've been waiting?
No,
Okay, so
no.
you think they've been underpaid for
When-
several
when we-
years?
When we, yeah,
So, okay.
and they were so underpaid when we were in the old building because they put up with a lot worse working conditions. I mean, you saw it, it's horrible.
That's no,
And I'm just, and
I
like said,
totally
when we
understand
built
where you're
this-
coming
When we
from.
built this, we didn't build it for to house other counties' prisoners. We built it for Carroll County's needs assessment. And that was it. And I said, if we have room, we'll house for other counties. And Polk County's been a windfall.
They weren't even on the radar.
Yeah, I mean, they were not on the radar whatsoever. So this hasn't been a pipe dream. That was never projected.
No, but I mean,
So sometimes for
But getting their wages up, yes.
that's what I'm talking,
And
that's
this-
what, I'm
and-
talking wages, yeah.
Yeah, getting their wages up, absolutely, but
But so.
this is our best.
Is this your
opportunity.
first and only go at it versus a couple percent every year?
No, it's not been his first goal.
Okay.
He's brought up a couple times, right?
I have, it's never pushed like this.
Well, you've got,
We haven't,
you got some muscle behind.
But I got some leverage.
Exactly. You have a lot of leverage. Several $100,000.
Jailers didn't get into this profession to get your extra, you tell them they work for $23 an hour to do what they do. I mean, today's world, I mean. It's tough. 24 hours, you're a nurse, you're mental health, you're cleaning, you're doing
that's
everything.
another thing too, we do all the cleaning. We don't have and John does most of the maintenance.
You got.
With inflation, I mean. It wears on them, and so, I mean,
Yeah.
a little bit of incentive to keep working is huge, and,
Retention is big.
right, so.
That, and I told Gene and Stephanie this, I'm not gonna get into it much here, but I'll get emotional, like, but I care for every one of my employees. And I want the best for them.
Absolutely. Respect, I mean, yeah.
And
And I couldn't do the job. I've told every one of the jailers I couldn't do the job.
So,
I mean, you gotta think of what they're saving and cleaning too. I'm going to bat for you on that. That's a lot when you look at what we're paying to clean over on these other two buildings.
Yeah, we empty our.
So he could, he could say tomorrow, wait, and I'm gonna go get someone to clean this.
And it's very, I mean, we have Polk County come here, they go to every jail in the state and they've said, we love coming here. This is the nicest jail. It's clean, your staff's professional. They know what they're doing. They get us in and out of here.
we're live, don't be
There's no-
trying to recruit people. to come to our jail.
No, I'm just talking over staff. I mean, they're professional. I mean, they do a good job. And they take a lot of pride in this building.
So move on to the next part.
Yeah, so we're not deciding this today by any means, are we?
Let's vote on it. No, mull it over. Let's get on to the sheriff's office budget. Unless you guys have any more questions about the jail.
I mean, my takeaway is one person's leaving, you're not replacing them.
Yeah,
You're bringing in a lot of money and, 12% would put them where they should be market wise in today's competitive world to retain what you have. The accurate summary.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I have a few questions, sir.
Yeah.
I'll write these down. How much are you gonna save in food roughly?
We're looking at my numbers, hopefully between $60,000 and $70,000.
60, 70,000 saved. How much are you saving by not replacing that one worker
65
plus,
or 54.
plus insurance
54 plus insurance.
and bike and everything? Okay. And you do your own cleaning?
You all wanna know what, like, conservation pays for cleaning? or-
That's what I mean.
Really, I can-
Tricky's 400 a month, I know that.
And then,
But that's just for that little office.
Conservations would be.
and then, one thing that's not in
Comparable-ish.
here. So that's all plus stuff that you're saving. Only negative is you don't pay your utilities. So that would have to go figure this. Utilities comes out of general fund, right?
Yeah, and that's just something. Or if we were in the other building before.
I think it's because it's all hooked up together in one thing, it's easier to.
Are they even separate bills?
Yeah, but you gotta
Okay.
realize it's
They are
probably,
separate bills?
your utilities roughly are probably. Well, LP's gone up too. It's gonna be a lot. It's probably 50 to 100 grand.
At least,
You know what I
well, we
mean?
kind of did that because when we started getting bills for him, he didn't have any lines in the jail budget for.
Yeah,
water.
we've never had a line item.
So we just paid for him, and ultimately, it's the same pool. I was just looking at conservation, they pay about $7,000 a year for cleaning, so that'd be another.
Yeah, that's a way bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And daily and everything, yeah. Yeah. I just try and wanna go
Well,
back
there's-
through, yeah.
I handed you guys a sheet, some justification things. Home cleaning. Food service. Jail supervisor leaving, that covers it all. Scott, to get back, Steve, coming back?
Why don't you set up your so you can arm holder on your neck?
I'm in control of the panning button now. I got the panning.
Jimbo. I'm hustling. Jason was in here first. I know he's listening, and that's what took so long.
You know. I better shut my mouth.
And also with the jailers, like the counselor, I mean, there's expenses in getting somebody hired and trained and. Maintaining that training, so.
You should say your average deputy makes 65,000.
What was that?
Does the average deputy make 65,000?
Right now, yeah.
Hey, Larry.
Any more questions about the jail? Move on to the sheriff.
Let's go on, Chair.
Okay. Reimbursement for mileage. I've figured
Department
20,000.
5, we're going to. Hold on, yeah, we gotta get back.
I got too damn many.
Well, are we going off yours?
I have two of them again, sorry.
You have to go after off of the one he printed, because that'll be 12%, not the one that's in Courtney's packet.
I want Courtney's back. Where's that?
Courtney's packet is at 6.
Page 7,
You look at them together.
yes.
I look at them together, but
I do.
don't want to complicate it for you.
Next year, I'm gonna figure out a way to make another column.
Which other one do we have?
Speaking of which, I better grab this.
He printed a 12% shares.
Ears are bad and eyes are bad.
Uniform patrol.
Yeah, it should have.
You got one, it says 181,000, I think. Isn't that the 12%, the 181,000?
Yep.
You have one like that?
I don't. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, revenue for mileage, 20,000. We're a little below that this year. Hopefully that catches up. Miscellaneous reimbursements, 7,500. Surcharge on fines. I don't even know why we made that a line item. I don't know.
Kim, back up, the miscellaneous reimbursements, hoping there's zero so far in that one.
I gotta check on that and see what the deal is.
'Cause I wouldn't be counting on 7,500 coming in when it's at zero.
What I think is about 99% sure that line used to be room and board. It was never on the jail budget,
Now it is.
and now it is.
I see. She'd have to axe that.
So technically your number could just look like $20,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you think that 7,500 gets scratched?
I think so.
Okay.
I should have done that. I've talked to Courtney about getting rid of a bunch of this mumbo jumbo, but I never get to it. Weapons permits, 8,100. That's our take from what we get, and then the state gets their cut. Other miscellaneous fees, 10,000,
What's in that? Just curious.
just,
I mean, if it's under administration, must be something
I
Sean or
have that
Melissa
Sean
takes
and
in,
Melissa, yeah, it's stuff they do.
Okay.
And I can't remember what all's in
like
it.
for serving papers.
No, there's that's under sheriff's
probably a-
fees.
It is.
Sheriff's fees. $40,000. Which would be service to civil papers. That's been fairly steady lately. Salaries, the first line there, that is. Includes John and Lieutenant Branson are the only two under that salary line.
This first one?
Yeah, the 176. So that's just John and Tom.
Okay.
So what percentage is the 181 going up to, Ken? Is that the-
That's where your
That's
number's off, I think, a little
That's
bit.
12.
That's 12%. 181 is 12.
Okay,
well,
that's what I'm-
okay, the only reason that it's not off. John is attached to my wage. He makes 85% as chief deputy.
Yep.
So I figured 7.3, whatever it was, I got after the comp board recommendation this year. So John got that. And then I figured a 6% raise for Tom.
You were 7.31.
And then on the other page, I figured at 12% for Tom.
But this 181,000, it's got the 12%.
That's with the 12, yeah.
That's
For Tom.
Yep.
Okay.
and
Yeah.
7.31 for.
Sorry, it's confusing. It's
Yeah.
not really.
The 85%.
You guys have been doing this all day long. What was
Yeah.
that, Mike?
That was 12% for Tom.
Yep.
And the 7.
John's frozen
Yep,
7.31.
That news you've been doing since 6 o'clock last night.
At 85% of your salary, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just automatically attached by
Yep.
salary. Overtime.
So that overtime
19,000.
is just strictly for Tom then.
Yep. Overtime and holiday. And unfortunately, this sounds bad, but when we have overtime,
Steps up
Tom's the
plate.
one that usually picks it up. Vast majority of the time.
How close is Tom's retirement?
He probably wanted that when he
He'll
put
be
him in a gas.
63 here
Can't
and
ask.
Yes, retired
Other
65. Yes, retired 65. Oh, he does have that?
yeah, mandatory.
And he's got 60.
60, he'll be 63 in March,
It's for 2 more years.
Yep.
And then he's retired.
unless he'd go earlier. Insurance, that went way down. John's wife got hired up in the clerk of court's office a while back, so they're on courts insurance now, not the counties. So that decreased from, well, basically took a family plan off of there. Ammunition, 5,000. Uniforms, 2,000. Education, 2,000.
See some of these.
Can't go
line
back to ammunition. You've spent no money on it this year. Or does it come out of a different budget?
There's two different budgets. There's rural,
Because a year ago
and
there
so
was-
far this year, we haven't bought any ammunition. But probably towards the end of the budget year, we will.
Cause last year you didn't either. No, I'm just wondering, it's another one of those trying to get fluff out, but it's
Nope.
just, it's one of those where if we're not gonna use it, let's, when Courtney's
we've run
cleaning
into-
these up.
We've run into trouble. A while back, we had trouble getting ammunition.
Yep.
It was sky high. And, yeah, it's just, I don't know why for sure we have two line items, because there's one under here, under the general, and there's a ammunition line under the rural.
Okay,
I think they kind of did that to separate the administration from the deputies. I don't know.
okay.
But that's certainly something we can look at doing away with. Uniforms, 2,000, education, 2,000. Motor vehicle equipment, I had 25,000 last year. I bumped that up to 30,000. The equipment, that fuel. And there again, there's the same line item under rural. It just depends on what line or what budget they take it out of when we submit it. The gas is more expensive, tires are more expensive, you have your car work done, it seems like everything costs double. And that would also include equipment for new vehicles.
So what we talking about new vehicle? What are you running now for miles on a vehicle?
We've got our part-time car that we held back has 143,000 on it. Tom's truck, which is supposed to be getting traded in there soon, is almost 120. The car I drive has 100 and some on it. And I think everybody else is staggered out. So, and we never like to go above 100 before, but we're going to stretch that and getting vehicles is tough.
Well, I'm thinking is. I think the vehicles are made, they're at least engine wise, I think they run a little longer now. But I agree with you, but drove by Carroll Chevrolet, they look like stuff is must be loosening up, there's more stuff on the lot now. But yeah,
As far as police package vehicles, we're having
Hard time.
trouble. We ordered 2 Tahoes and Chevy pickup. They make a police pursuit pickup now. We ordered those through Carroll Emergency Services last March. Still haven't seen them.
Oh,
And I know the city ordered 1 or 2 Explorers and found out they're not getting either of them. So they're looking. Radio telegraph, that's a line item that could probably disappear. It hasn't been used in a long time. And then next page, I have 30,000 budgeted for a motor vehicle.
so you're saying that 14,000 could be a zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. All this. All the one he gave you. That's mine, actually. I'm the oldest one here.
There you go.
I need it.
I'm doing a good job now. Tracking. Okay, in motor vehicle, I upped that 5,000. The price of everything's going up. We found out, the Tahoes we ordered last year, hopefully we get them. Were 36,000 state bid. I found out next year they're going up to 42. So, and the really bad part about this, and maybe Zach touched on it a little bit for secondary roads. If we order a vehicle right now, they're not gonna give us a trade-in value on what we're gonna get rid of. Because they don't know when.
So far, he hasn't had an issue with that.
Okay, we have. So, but they're probably buying off a lot, more so than we are.
You're right.
The next line, salary,
For administration.
that is for myself and Sean and Melissa. Up in the office.
So you figured yourself at 7.16 and then you figured them at What percent of this?
6 and 12. One page. The budget with the 214,000 for salaries,
Okay,
that was figured at 6. And there's one figured at 219,000.
that's 12, yeah.
So a difference of $5,000.
Okay.
For the 12. They will be assuming more duties, Sue leaving, but we talked about that enough. Insurance, 50,760. Office supplies, 11,000. Investigative supplies, 7,000. That number could probably decrease quite a bit if we wanted to. If we want to really sit down and look at this, and I'd be willing to do that. Uniforms, 1,500.
I'll take you up on that. As far as, I mean, you've got a lot of them that haven't been used.
I made up the difference in wages just by going over a couple.
You
of
have,
them that we-
deleting, yeah.
Tasers, 4,000. What we are on is, and I don't know. It showed it the year before. We're on a taser plan, 5-year plan, so if something happens with one of our tasers right now, we can send it in. They'll give us a replacement or a brand new one free. Basically, it's like,
Rental.
yeah, kind of like a rental deal. And then every 5 years, we get an upgrade to the latest, greatest, newest version. Which the newest version shoots up to almost 50 feet versus 25 feet for these, and it has a 10-shot. Magazine versus 1-shot.
I'm not getting it there.
Taser publications and notices, $250. Postage, 500. Telephone, I did raise, everybody in our department has a department cell phone as far as deputies.
They've got 2.
Some-
One in their
some
car
carry
and
their
then,
personal phone,
no,
and
no,
then-
the car has one in it too. Every vehicle has a cell phone in it. I asked Dalton about it on the bill when it comes.
Well, no, okay, not just, We have the cell phones, everything we have is through AT&T, which is FirstNet. So we have the cell phones are through AT&T.
Yep.
And then, and the reason each deputy has their own cell phone through a department is that way, if they're taking pictures in an accident scene,
Absolutely.
we use these, and they get subpoenaed, it doesn't have the personal stuff on there. And then each car also has an AT&T modem.
That's what I'm talking about.
So,
Okay.
To communicate back and forth. 17,000 and the 17,000 for education and training services. Long story short, that line item is just there in case we have to hire somebody and send them through the academy. I hope we don't, but that's what it's there for. Medical, 500. Office data processing, 3,000. Dues and memberships, 400. Data processing equipment, 13,500. That will get used, that covers our shield licenses. For upstairs and some other, fees and stuff that we have to pay every year. And 3,000 for office equipment, and furniture. That could probably be lowered. I don't think there's anything we really need now, that we're moved in. Been here for a year. I think we've got most of what we need. And then moving on to, got FICA and IPERS. The first one there is for John and Tom. And then the second FICA at the very bottom and IPERS at the top of the next page is for myself, John and Melissa. And then we move on to rural services, which covers all the road deputies that aren't administration. We get $70,000 between our 10 contract towns. Glidden, Rita, Arcadia, every town that we contract with. That's all that we make per year. Yes.
Can we get those negotiated this year? When we signed this, there was an agreement that we could go up cost of what our costs are going up. And I think it's time.
Yeah, and I think
it's time.
It's time we start passing that on.
Yeah.
I do agree.
That's another way to.
I mean, but I think it may be too late now because a lot of them got their budget done.
Final.
But we need to
But we
do
can
it,
do it for the upcoming year.
we need to do it next budget year. Well, we need to do it sometime after the budget's certified and before they start working on budget.
And I'll have to have Courtney dig out the contract law.
Is it per capita? How do we do it?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
based on
per capita.
except
And then
for Glidden.
Glidden set up different because they have school. Just more going on.
Yeah.
They want them more.
And
They were expecting more services. Yes. Where Coon and Manning have schools, but they have their own police department.
Right.
This is Carroll. All right, thank you.
salaries, here we go again, 486,254. That's for 7 full-time deputies, and that's figured at 6%. And then the one I figured at 12% is 513,777. A difference of $27,000 for those. Overtime, I boosted that up to 50,000. We might not, probably won't use all that. Last year, or this fiscal year, we've run into a couple hiccups. Our female deputy was pregnant, so she was off for a while, leading up to the pregnancy, and then also maternity leave. We've had
So question,
minor injuries, that type of thing.
but in that line, is that the contract pay that you pay the people, the $29 an hour? Or is that also included your deputies at time and a half?
That's our deputies at time and a half. We don't have a line item just for part-time people. We do try to get part-time employees. John does all the
I
scheduling.
can say I've seen a couple of the checks go out, and it's $29 an hour.
Yeah, we pay part-time or I call them part-time
Yeah,
deputies,
yeah.
but they're certified peace officers. $29 an hour, which is a lot less than
So-
time and a half.
Yeah, so where does that come out of?
This line.
Okay. But so if one of your deputies is getting double time on a holiday or time and a half, because they're picking up a shift for whatever reason, what line does that come out of?
That overtime line. Same one.
So it's the same one?
Same line, yep. We don't have a dedicated line for part-time. So basically that overtime and holiday pay line covers any
Part-time.
overtime we have, if the deputy has to work, or part-time people. FICA and IPERS are figured there. 114 for the insurance. And that, the increase is mainly because we had one of our deputies went from a single to a husband spouse to a family plan. Fairly quickly, so.
So back to the top line.
Yep.
The 12%. What is the ideal perfect salary for a Carroll County deputy sheriff?
Okay, look real quick here.
No, I don't want to go real quick. I want to go slow.
Okay.
I want to fully understand this.
Here, I'll do this. Now, do it.
If they go up to 12%, if they get that,
Yeah.
they go up to 73,397.
Which would put them in surrounding contiguous counties.
The surrounding,
Second highest. paid.
no, the surrounding, here's exact.
No,
I know, I have.
would be the
these
second
guys.
highest paid.
Right here.
Yeah, it is.
Here.
Wait, Ken, wait. 73,395 is where you want them. 73,357. Okay.
So these are just the surrounding counties around us. I didn't go 5 above, 5 below population. I went counties around us, Guthrie, Green, Audubon.
Pause, like, don't just stop. We have the exact on all of them.
Okay,
But here's the 6 surrounding counties are 69,588.50 is their base. Is their average of the 6 around here. Our guys average is 65,532. So if they're 6%, they would get back to basically what everyone else is. But they're missing out on whatever the other counties are getting for
and I figured these with the raises, these other counties are getting.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. The numbers on this sheet here,
Yes, those are with the current proposed raises. And most of these counties are attached to the sheriff's salary at a percentage, usually at 80% of what the sheriff makes.
And maybe some of the figures we got weren't the
No.
exact.
what I asked for. So I emailed the auditors of the 6 surrounding counties, because if we need to do a market adjustment, I'm all in.
But
And
I wanna go back. I like this rather than someone just saying, hey, this is what we want. I like to see the numbers. 'Cause
Of
it now,
Hawaii.
well, yeah, I mean, right.
I called every
Yeah.
one of our surrounding sheriffs.
Yeah.
And got these numbers and what they were getting.
Yep.
So Audubon's going up to 75. Calhoun, 79,412. Sac, it was just shy of 80, actually, because it worked out. Guthrie, 79. Green, 70. And Crawford, 71,610. I think that 73 is still low, but it puts them in the playing field, and that's
so
also,
off,
that also puts them almost where the Carroll Police Department's at.
but the 6,
Because with their 11%, they're going up to 74.
not for every officer.
Everyone that's got their full pay. So this is fair.
And so you're saying that the actual figures you got,
I asked every auditor for fiscal year 23 salary, and that's what I got. And our fiscal year 23 salary, what I was given by Courtney was 65,532. So in comparison, Greene County is the only one that pays less than we do. So out of the 6 surrounding counties, Carroll is second from the bottom.
Bottom.
Yes. The average of the 6 surrounding counties for the second time is 69,588.50. Was their base without the increase for.
So that would
fiscal
put
year
Carroll
2023.
County
Carroll County
4,000
is
below.
4,000
Below
below
the
the percent
average.
raise. They're 69,463, basically.
It agrees similar to what the
they're at
numbers
now.
that
Yeah,
I,
so they're behind 6% of what I'm saying. I think, Ken, if this is just my opinion. You could find that money by cleaning up a lot of this in here that you don't use, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Without having to take away the revenue.
You see what I mean? Like, there's a lot of in here that. I mean, you come under budget every year. Well,
but okay, here's the deal. I'm trying to do this above board. I'm not trying to sneak something underneath somebody. I mean, if you guys are fine with that, I can do it.
I see what you're doing.
I can do it with, revenues from the jail, covers law enforcement costs. I can do it that way. Shoot, there was something else I was gonna say.
well, I think if there's stuff in the budget that you can do without. And cut, I would say cut it out. I mean, you don't shortchange yourself.
I know the point I was gonna make. And I've said this, so I think this is my 7th year doing this. I made the board a promise when I took over that if you guys approve my budget, there's a lot of unknowns in my budget. 24/7 job, recs, all that overtime, people getting hurt, you name it. I don't spend frivolously. I mean, price it. I've been driving a used car since I took over.
No, yeah.
Well,
If I have money left over, I'm not gonna blow it. I give it back. I think last year I gave back roughly $330,000.
I mean, there's people ready to run out and spend money just to use up the budget.
No,
That
I
do not agree with.
I know where you're coming from. The thing is, I like
understand.
this.
Yep, I understand.
I can't vote on this without telling the public that, hey, we are behind 6%. I can't give someone an EMA a raise without knowing what everyone else is getting paid, you know? You can't just go, oh yeah, they need 12%. I can't do that.
And I've always, it kind of blew me away what some of these other counties are making. I mean, Calhoun County, I'm not sure what the population is, 7,000, 8,000, probably because they don't have a jail. But they're still paying for prison.
What they give them.
I don't mean to cut anybody short, but we are officially in almost an hour.
Okay,
this is an important discussion.
I get that, and I'm not saying that, but we need to get to conversations that are pertinent to this.
what is happening, other counties are allowing hiring out of county deputies and letting them take your cars home. I ran into it, like Shelby counties offering, if I want to go work for Shelby County, they'll let me take my car home because they can't find help. So that is going around. But don't, you can do that here, right?
Yes, live in
Live in the
county.
county.
Oh, you're saying if you go out in county and work
Right,
at
I
SAC or something, yeah.
Yeah, I could do
Yeah,
that.
you don't wanna do that, John.
I don't want to, but that's what it's coming.
But that, yeah, and that's what it's coming to. We're getting guys recruited by outside agencies and.
Because they need the law enforcement.
Yeah, and they're trying to sweeten the pot by saying, we don't care where you live.
Here's my thought, who in the hell in the right mind
You
wants
guys
to
are
be a law?
saying exactly what I wanna say.
We need to have
Well,
another.
I mean, I-
Okay,
that's-
that's all of us.
I hope you
there.
guys won't
We
be
can't
me
be wrong.
No, we don't.
Oh,
End
yeah,
of the
you can't compare.
the day, I don't wanna lose anybody. Like I said, we're like a family,
We don't.
and I don't wanna try to hire anybody.
Okay, can I ask a favor?
Yeah.
Can we continue you
On
this
another
discussion?
meeting.
Yeah.
Cause I think this is such a bold conversation and there's a
And
lot of.
I'd like to
things.
work through these numbers and stuff before we
Can I-
have a.
Can I
And
send
feel free
you,
to call and check on my
no,
numbers, but
can
these
I,
were,
no, can I send you the 6 neighboring county, what I got from their auditors, and where you can file it?
Yeah.
Instead of us, all 4 of us have our own set of numbers that came from the same county auditor. There's difference in
I'm gonna
pays.
do it for the 23-24 budget.
Yes,
So we
No,
can-
but I want you to see what they're paying in
Yes.
23, what their actuals are. This is an actual. Some of them, Crawford County hasn't approved their union yet. So, but I will send you 6 emails and then let you bring us compare.
We're gonna send you these.
Why don't you send that one chart that you got? That'd be-
I want him to read through them because some of them vary on 2 to 3 years
Yeah,
experience, 3 to
one of them
5
didn't
years.
have longevity.
A K-9 officer gets 200 more bucks a month for one county.
Yeah.
There's
As
differences,
does ours.
but it needs a law enforcement set of eyes on it versus what
No. send it to me
what a
and I'll,
county sheriff might
and
tell you on the phone that might be inflated. perhaps.
Let me know when you wanna meet.
There's a lot here, yeah, so it's.
Well,
We're
we
meeting
might-
tomorrow.
we
Well, here,
might be meeting tomorrow.
we're meeting tomorrow, Ken. If I send it to you today, will that give you enough time?
As long as you give me a slot in the afternoon a little bit,
Let's do it.
not too late.
Yeah, we're open between 1:30 and 4 at that.
No, it's earlier than that.
You guys have a tough job and unfortunately when it hits the employees, it hits you guys just as hard.
Well, and I
when they're
don't-
trying
But I want to
Can
be
you do
accurate. I want to be
10:45?
accurate. I read this and
10:45.
I understand, but I wasn't getting those exact numbers.
Yeah,
I'm getting that
that's
we're not
good.
where we should be, but I'm not getting these numbers. So I want to throw it back, not throw it back, but I want to let Kim digest it.
No, I think this needs to be continued because we've thrown around a lot of stuff. I think if you give us some time. Not much time.
Well, the sad part is we're gonna hear it from the public and other people.
I don't think you will, Gene. I've said that before.
Oh, I think we will.
I just want to make the
Maybe a
best
couple
informed
people-
decision I have, and I don't know that we all are on the same, reading from the same page right now.
We've got the cleanest county around here.
Well, I'm not.
I'm proud of County. I'm proud of all your people, yes. But I'm not saying.
I wanna keep good employees.
And I don't mean to cut you short, but we're.
Well, I totally.
We're
get that.
running way late.
Little slot of the day for you, geez.
Don't make
Yeah,
me sit
yours
down
I
long.
probably would have.
You should have probably been by,
10:45, I got it down.
probably should have been by dinner.
Yep,
Okay,
10:45.
So I'll get you some emails yet today.
Probably should have been by
Got all
dinner
this?
today.
Got it.
Oh,
Thanks.
us? Maybe tomorrow.
Calisthenics.
Oh, man, just sitting that long.
All right.
Thank you for your time
Thank you.
and I appreciate you listening.
Oh, I'm almost half tempted to push her back.
Well, we've done this.
Here.
You want copy
Okay.
of this? I'll come to
And
you.
Jason's here.
Or give me a
I know.
copy
Can you
of
send
it.
it
Let's
right
skip
now?
Ashley.
can't.
Tell her we're just
I
gonna throw her
can't.
after because she's here. This is her workspace.
Yeah, let's get the VA.
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, VA and conserva, VA can come in quick.
We're still live. so be careful.
No, her Ashton's workspace is here. So is Sarah's. So we're gonna skip them and go to the 2 people that have been waiting here that their workspace is not.
I just in case there was post comment conversation from the past conversation.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
still live.
Hi.
Just a reminder. Hi, sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry, Jim,
guys.
sorry,
That
Grabbing one of these.
didn't go as planned.
And you guys are the simplest budget we have. Straight, very valuable, but very simple and straightforward. Yeah.
Please don't.
No, not after what's going on here now.
This is right.
How we doing?
Good.
Do you know these guys? Mike?
Nope, I'm Mike Anderson. Nice to meet you.
I think I met you
No.
when you were at the.
No.
Turkey
Oh,
Building.
there you go. Yep.
Yep, and it's bringing in some airflow.
Yeah.
Well, needed in. No, just kidding.
I'm about ready.
All right, what page is the VA on? Give us 1 second, Larry. Sorry.
What was the one?
Option.
Courtney, what page is VA on?
Does she have?
It's on page 21, I think.
Their department, their department. 21.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it starts on page 20. Page 20.
Okay, all right, we're ready. Thank you.
Okay, so for full-time salary, we're at $48,086.90. That's with a 6% increase. There's no part-time employees. The FICA is $3,678.64. The IFRS is $4,509.40. And the group insurance is at $13,497. I'm currently not on it, but I might be at any time, so we just want to keep that in the budget. And then, yeah.
Continue on, we'll back up. Go ahead.
Okay. For the
Neighbor.
I'm
veterans,
sorry.
Veterans Affairs Commission, I have 2,000. For general office supplies, 750. Employee mileage and substance is 500. The telephone and telegraph services is at 1,500. Educational and training service is at 2,000. This veterans allocation fund is what we get every year from the state, and it's 10,000 to spend for like outreach and clothing and different kind of things like that. The office equipment and furniture, we're gonna keep at 200. And prescription medications at 300. The rent payments at 1,000. Utilities at 300. Funeral services at 900. And then the grave markers at 2,000, and the motor vehicle equipment at 300. And then for agriculture and horticulture, we're at 3,700. We're basically kept everything the same except for the salary and the FICA and IFRS.
Back to the insurance, things you don't know yet for sure,
Right,
and we talked about this, instead of charging the taxpayers for family we don't know, if could we put in there a single? And if you want a family, we give you a family, we do a budget amendment. Is that okay?
that's fine. Yeah, it would just be,
I mean, what we're after, we're trying not to tax
sure.
the taxpayers for anything that we may not need.
And what's
Right.
with, the motor vehicle equipment? I see we haven't done anything with that. Is that,
That's a VA van.
Yeah, we have a VA van.
but you haven't had any expense with it? So that's
Well,
why it's zeros.
into the VA transportation in Des Moines pays for everything. I mean, like maintenance,
Outside
that
it.
kind of
Okay.
thing.
Okay,
But if it's outside the maintenance, then we have to cover it.
thank you.
Does that make sense to what I was asking?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I don't wanna charge taxpayers. We've got an item in there, but if you go with a family or
Gotcha.
a family spouse,
Yeah.
boy spouse,
Yeah,
then we'll adjust it, we'll make a budget amendment at that time.
Yep.
I'd sooner take it out of reserve than charge the taxpayers for it.
okay, that's fine.
Okay. So when, if that's okay, we'll let you get a hold. Or you wanna make a note, have Courtney get a hold of to adjust that?
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm just looking for ways to.
Sure.
And yours is, there's not much you're gonna be able. Cut there.
They waited a half hour for us.
I
Yeah.
know.
That's all right, I was on the clock.
There you go.
And I was kidding. I
Take it out.
And I was kidding when I said, I'm sorry, you're this neighbor. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh,
Continue to hear good things, keep up.
Yeah, keep up the great work. I have heard some great.
You're gonna have
great
new,
positive feedback.
Kind of roommates moving in over there. Sounds like in the next month.
Mhm.
moving out.
Moving in.
public health is coming and. Karen Hart's is leading it out.
Yeah.
So that might mean, parking lot's gonna
It'll
be
be a good thing.
It will be.
I was gonna say that's part of that.
parking is way more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good.
They'll get rid of 6 cars for 2 or 3.
Maybe.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Have a good day. All right, yeah, you have a great day. We'll let you know how much we reduce it by April 30th.
The only thing we're gonna do is let him know where you live.
He's just giving you.
I know he is.
Yes. Motion to adjourn or we have more?
We have 2 more.
Okay.
I didn't know I needed deodorant here.
I think I need to go.
Yeah, we're gonna do, no, we have 3 more. We have Jason, Ashton, and Sarah.
Holy shit.
Ashton service pass. We scooped it. Ashton,
Sorry, Jason.
Oh, wait, I got the wrong one.
you can sit in the comfy chair.
You sure?
Just today.
Hi,
Just
Jason.
today.
That way you're.
Make it
big enough that I
fast.
can arm wrestle with you.
Candy.
I'm in.
Don't talk to it. It's my baby Ruth.
It's my baby. My baby Ruth.
My baby Ruth.
Don't touch my baby Ruth.
All day or you done with that?
Well, so far I've been doing a good job all day, I think.
I've heard this twice, Jason. Keep it rolling.
Okay, now. We gotta find it.
Whenever you're ready.
It is page
21.
21.
Right underneath Veterans Affairs.
All righty, let's do this.
All right, so we'll start off with revenues. The one thing this year, that we're gonna leave in there, obviously, is our trail project. If they get started in April like they're supposed to, it'll probably get done late June, early July, but some of that final billing will happen in July. There is a potential if the weather's crazy this spring, the absolute late start date for that project is June 13th. So if for some reason it wouldn't get started till later, then, you know, pretty much all of the billing would happen in FY 24. So I'm leaving that project in there just in case. It's gonna make my capital budget look a little goofy, but I don't know any other way around it because it's kind of an unknown a little bit. Most of our other revenues stay pretty consistent. We are going up on our shelter rentals because we did increase our e-shelter rental rate for 2023 and beyond.
To 26 or 22?
What's that?
We doing 22,000 or 26?
26,000. And then equipment and machinery, we're selling some of our older equipment to offset some of the increases we've got to our equipment budget that we'll look at in a little bit. So yeah, the trail project,
And you're
at
going
least
down
the
the
COVID grant,
camping fees?
what's that?
No, they're gonna take reservations starting May 1st.
Good.
And you don't have to pay for the whole weekend. If you just wanna come on a
Are you-
Saturday
are
night,
you-
they'll
are you-
save a spot for you.
No.
See, we're in a bad.
Oh, I
spot.
thought I heard that on the radio.
He's in a good mood, man.
Now I'm in a bad spot again.
So revenues aren't changing. We got, you know, pretty much dialed in on our cabins, kind of what they're bringing,
Well, you still didn't answer me. Are you going down on camping fees?
going down now.
We're gonna go up.
Going from 160,000
Well,
last year,
Yeah,
140.
last year, either I had a typo in there or it got entered wrong, because that should have been 140 last year.
Okay, all right, well, then you're even. All right.
Even with COVID being over. you
And
said
then
that you thought
140,
maybe it'd go down a little bit, right?
140, then and half of them are going up for reservation.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
the COVID year, we had a really good year camping. I mean, that was, yeah. So our revenues this past year were pretty much back to typical.
I don't think I'm gonna win on that one.
Talking.
I'm gonna keep talking.
On the expense side of things, under administration. The 6% raises I figured in, and then also we added employee, obviously, so that
Bump that number up under our administration, because I'm employed.
That's that,
New natural.
okay.
So that's why that's a little bit higher, and then obviously that affects FICA and IFRS and all that.
Like you did this last year.
One thing under part-time salaries, we are looking at the possibility of hiring. Instead of our normal naturalist internship like we do every year, we're looking at, we call them externships. Which is basically like a school teacher comes out and does the same thing, helps out with summer camps and all that stuff, but that's a paid position through another organization, through the governor's STEM council. I think the money comes through. So potentially, if that process works out, our part-time salaries, we could probably bump that back by about 5,000. So if that happens, because that's a paid position that we don't have to pay for. So if that works out, Kristen's working on that now. So if that works out, we might be able to adjust that number down. Another benefit this year, I guess, is we have an employee that's not on our health insurance anymore. So our health insurance is going down quite a bit. Our new employees is on a single plan, and we're taking a person off of the family plan. So we got pretty substantial savings there on health insurance. Pretty much everything under administration stays consistent. The only other bump I had was under office equipment. We do have to replace a computer this year. Our office manager's computer is getting replaced, so I put a little extra in that line item for that. Any questions on the administrative side of things? If not, under maintenance and operations,
You and
salaries.
staff training and law enforcement, you went up 2,000.
Oh, on that, so we've got a possibility if the sheriff's department gets rid of their long guns or their rifles. We're kind of waiting for them to do that, and then we were gonna buy the rifles for our park ranger staff from their used ones, rather than spending the money for our staff on new ones. So if Ken does that this year, which that's the rumor, I don't, so I put a little extra in there for that. Not knowing exactly what those are gonna cost, so. So back to maintenance and operations. Salaries, 6% increases. I went up a little bit on part-time because we increased what we pay our seasonal people last year. Insurance on this side's going down also. We have an employee who's coming off of a family plan onto just employee spouse, so we're seeing an insurance savings there again. And then a lot of this other stuff that I'm going up a little bit on is mostly just because of increased costs of stuff, fertilizer and seed, I'm going up a little on those. Hardware supplies and shop supplies. So that line item is all of our shop stuff, oil, that kind of stuff, and also we take all of our cleaning facility supplies and stuff out of that line item. And then also like our herbicides, chemicals for spraying weeds and stuff. And we're seeing increases in all that, so we went up on that. Gas and diesel went up, just not knowing, I'm assuming prices are probably gonna stay up a little bit. Environmental education, I went up on that. Basically, since we have 2 naturalists now, obviously we're gonna be doing more programs. More supplies, some of the stuff they want to do. We're gonna buy some more equipment for some tents.
We didn't
for some
agree to that
overnights.
when we agreed for a new employee hire.
But yeah, you did.
Okay.
So, and one thing I just want to say about that is that line item hasn't been increased since I've started as director, so I bumped that one up a little bit. Going down, let's see, the next one will be building maintenance and repairs. Again, that's just typical stuff we do to our buildings, throughout the year. We do have, one of my main reasons for bumping that up is that we do have A furnace down at our maintenance facility that's probably gonna need replaced before next winter. We're kind of limping it through this winter. And one of our geothermal units in our education center, we're kind of having some problems with it. So we're probably gonna have to do some repairs there. On equipment repairs, bumping that up a little bit, just kind of looking historically what we spend and, you know, the cost of parts. And it seems like every place we take stuff into town, labor rates are going up. We try to do as much as we can in-house as far as fixing stuff and just general maintenance on stuff, but with the newer equipment, it's hard to do everything in-house anymore. So I bumped that one up a little bit. Parks maintenance. That one I bumped up a little too, just rock and gravel prices seem to be going up. And then everything else, pipe, water lines, electrical boxes, you know, everything that we deal with kind of on a yearly basis in the parks. It's kind of going up in price. And then really the only other place I'm going up is on our equipment purchases and what we want to do this year. We've talked about getting a trailer for a couple of years for our bigger equipment. So I've got that in there. And then I've also got to replace a dump truck. Obviously, we're not looking for something new, but something new to us, but used. And then also trading off a pickup if we can get one. If not, looking at a second naturalist vehicle, one or the other. Kind of looking at the same amount of money either way, so. But that's part of the reason we want to, I know it's going up quite a bit, but that's the reason we're going to sell some equipment. We're going to either trade off or sell one of our dump trucks. And then we've got an old trailer that we're going to trade or sell. Since we're getting a new trailer. And then vehicles are always another avenue. So that's pretty much general basic, again, the trail projects and they're on the expense side too as well. That's revenue and expenditures for the trail grant. Some questions on any of those line items? Again, I try to keep things as tight as we can, just. I think there's just some line items I just need to go up on just because of the cost. of What we do, so.
I have a hypothetical question, Brian. If Ragbri were to go through like you, and if they were to end in Carroll, which they are you gonna try to keep people off the trail on that? Or is that impossible,
I
or
think
is it
it's-
a free for all? If they choose to, they can?
I think it's probably gonna depend on where we're at with the trail project as far as paving. I mean, I don't,
It's a lot
really
flatter than
depends.
doing the hills if they
Yeah.
come down.
I mean, I think it's a good opportunity to showcase the trail.
Absolutely.
I mean, so I hate to keep people off it. And it's a one day deal.
Yeah.
you know.
One-way trip.
So, right, I don't know how congested that would be.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how you would try to keep people off of it and.
My only concern would be is if our resurfacing project doesn't progress as fast as I'm hoping it does, and I mean, I know we got till the end of July, but I'm hoping they get the paving done, and then we can get in and get the shoulder work done and stuff.
Have it all tidied up and ready just in case.
You're cleaning the am I jumping ahead?
No,
What does that consist of? The $6,000?
cleaning the ed center. So we have a cleaning person that comes out twice a week.
How? What?
Twice a week and cleans, just goes through bathrooms, floors. Dust, everything.
That's 500 a week.
500 a month.
Month.
115 weeks.
So you're looking at
Can you break it down
revenues
for a
for the
second?
trail for trails to 18,000.
Called
Yeah.
They're about an hour, so.
I have no questions. Mike and I heard it and we had a few questions, but it's pretty straightforward.
Heard that. Conservation meeting also.
So this is your
Why didn't
third
you-
time.
Why didn't you present for it? Save him the trip into town.
I was gonna, but not as good, not as classy as him.
Okay.
All right, if there's no questions on that part of it, REAP is just, REAP is money we get every year, depending on where the legislature sets the REAP allocation of it. So that's a combination of each county gets so much plus a per capita thing, so depending on where REAP's set at, that kind of hangs around that 11 to 13,000 range. I'm assuming they're probably gonna keep it. I think it's at 12 million. I'm assuming they're probably gonna keep it at that again, so. I did put some expenditure in the REAP just as kind of a little safety net on the trail project. If we run into something, we need to use a little money. We got a little bit there if we run into a problem somewhere. Then on capital projects. This is where it's gonna look a little goofy with the trail project, because. And the problem is gonna be is a lot of the revenues, with the exception of what we fundraised, that'll get put in there. This, as we need it coming up, but, so most of the revenue, on the revenue side of this, most of the revenues that came in, will come in this fiscal year. So there won't be, look like there's a lot of revenues in capital compared to what we're spending. And again, just putting that trail project in there in case we get a late start and the expenditures fall into FY 24. I don't know if there's a better way to do that, but I think we just gotta be prepared for it. So it looks like we're spending a lot more out of capital than we're taking in, but in reality, what we're spending out of capital, those revenues we're taking in this fiscal year, they just won't show up next fiscal year.
So those donation, private donations towards that's in here then?
No, that we will put that in there. That's at 350,000. That's in our conservation foundation right now, so.
But we should put that in the budget, because it make it look less for tax.
Well, this is a capital one, so capital is on its own, that does not affect the levy at all.
Okay,
Because
all right,
he's using his own money out of his own pot,
okay.
so it doesn't affect the levy.
Yeah, I thought about here. All right.
You did, Gene. They found it.
Well,
It's just already spoke for.
Already spoke for, bud.
I know, but if it wasn't in there, and it's offset, we could maybe, could make the budget look worse than what it is. Okay,
So really, so revenues, they stay pretty consistent on what we take in. It is that 350,000's in there. Like I said, that's from the fundraising part of our trail project, and that'll get put in there. And then on the expenditure side, the trail project, we're gonna spend about 750,000 in addition to the grant dollars. I did put a little in there for some road maintenance at Swan Lake. We're gonna try to do some crack sealing and slurry leveling on some of the bumps out there on the road. Then the tax payments and gun range, that's money we spend every year just on gun range maintenance and targets and stuff, and the tax payments we need to make on the ground we have to pay taxes on. And then I did put 10,000 in there under buildings at Stone Lake. We're still looking at doing a pump project on the lake with the DNR. And our part of that project is bringing electricity to the site. And so that project's a little bit up in the air yet as to how that's gonna happen and if it's even gonna happen this fiscal year. But I put that in, if we don't spend it, it'll stay in capital. That's about it, really.
no more questions.
I don't have any.
You can ask them about the deal right now if you want.
Maybe on a separate
Alright.
conversation.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Sorry about the
Wait,
late start.
No big deal.
our apologies.
Yeah, kind of got a little way behind it.
Can we go get Sarah? She next?
Sarah or Ashton.
On our plan.
Yeah.
No, I didn't ask any questions because everybody was asking the questions that I had. And sometimes I feel like I don't know, I feel like it's redundant when you start. Yeah. It's over.
I can understand it.
Rough day.
Sorry about.
Hey, look at me.
Okay, let's see.
Am I-
What
am I-
day-
Where did she leave? Where'd she go?
I think she's gone.
She's gone.
She's gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
Who's gone?
Well, he pointed like I should sit there and I was like, I'm not.
Why
doing it,
did?
Sitting.
Okay,
Looking.
what number looking?
Still looking. I'm running out of juice.
She is the start or kind of at the bottom of page 10.
Oh, I'm way off.
I'm at 41. so
Department
been there for a while.
7.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Long day.
it is a long day.
All right.
What a real.
Line by line. Recording of instruments, general basic revenue. Okay, 73,000. No change. Boat fees, no change. Hunting, fishing, 500, no change. Do you want me to go through these line by line or do you want me to just go in there? No, okay.
No, I'm not trying to rush you. What you're doing is fine. If there's a difference though, we
Okay.
definitely need to talk
Okay,
about it.
yep. So and the revenue. We did bump up miscellaneous. $5,000, but other than that, there was no changes. That was just has been high when we averaged out the last 3 years, so we muffed that one up.
And we did have you decrease after we did your preliminary, which items did you have her decrease?
That was in expenses.
It was in
expenses,
expenses, yes. So the salaries went up just a couple thousand. I started Amber just 5% lower than where Susie had been after 5 years, so. She's at 70%. of
She
my
is
salary.
already a deputy then.
That's correct, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
70%, thank you.
Mhm,
She gets 70%.
that's correct.
So we should, okay.
So
Uh,
the 70% got the 5.16 rate. So,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Or she's just that's what I gave myself and then calculated her based on that. Mhm. The salaries, I am not going to increase it, that 6% for next year, I'm going to leave it because she has just started and. I don't feel it's necessary with such a short time being here, so there's no change on that part-time salary line. FICA and IPERS reflects that accordingly. The insurance, it's lowered quite a bit. We have a single policy and then an employee child policy. The only discrepancy, and maybe I just need to double check this with Courtney, I had it calculated at 20,945, and this spreadsheet said 20,693, so.
Yeah, I just took what you're paying, like what a single would be. And then yourself
And
times
that-
12.
That's what I did. So we'll just might
I'll
double look
check.
at that line
I will double check.
and not saying I'm not wrong. That's the one I wanted to double check since it was different than Courtney's line, but just a couple $100, but that just is a calculation error on one end or another here, so. Lowering general office supplies by 500. Also publications and notice and typing and printing, lowering those by $50 each. We really don't need those unless we need to advertise. For positions in that in our office, and I was able to do it on Facebook with no fee in this last time. We upped in those areas where we're able to lower, we kind of put that over into the mailing to increase that by 400 since postage is going up so much. So out of one line into another really is all for that. No change on the mileage or the telephone. Education and training, I did up it $500 this year. Priya is coming to Omaha, Proper Records Industry Association. It's a group that is a big part with property records. They're usually in Florida and here and there, but since they're in Omaha, I would like to go to that this year since they're kind of close, but after that, it will go back down to the $1,000. Lower the office data because it's never really been up to that 4,000.
dues and membership, I upped it by 10, just because one of the membership fees went up $10. And then office equipment, Dalton said that 2 of our computers would need updated this year, and so that should be in that line. Other than that, there's really no changes. Overall, the budget went down because of salaries and or insurance. The expenses did. And then we increased the one line on the miscellaneous fees going up, so.
Kinda nice to-
Straightforward.
Kind of nice to hear something going down.
Well, then you got recorder's management, that's.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay. The record management, fees, I left the documents and the interest the same. Salaries, part-time, I have left budgeted the same. I will be planning to use some of that this year as we're gonna start indexing some of those records coming in. So some of that salary line will come from there to compensate that part-time position. And use some of that back, indexing with that scanning project.
So have they done any of that in the, scanning?
We've
yet?
gotten it's all scanned, we've gotten the rough draft back and a colored image, and they think in April we should have the edited images and be able to go closer to April is what they kind of, so it's coming quick too now. So hopefully, if that's on track, that's what that will be. So
Then then you gotta. Is there more that's gonna be done to it then after that?
we'll have to index all of
Index
those.
it?
Mhm.
Is that gonna take a long time?
Yes. Yep, we just opened some down, like, the end of January was a slow month for us, so it'd have been nice to have those, but then it picks up, between downtime will be nice too.
Okay.
To have that. It's picking back up again, though. I think the weather helps. Taxes. So besides double checking on that insurance line, just to make sure that falls right, I think everything is straightforward.
It's huge.
Appreciate it.
It's $10,011 saved in 1 year. Yeah.
Thank you.
We did come up with a little bit more.
Okay, look at that.
Perfect, thank you. And I
Yep.
do, again, apologize for running late.
No, that's
Yeah, sorry
okay.
about that.
You wanna
Send Sarah.
Yeah. Yep.
On it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley.
That's good. Yeah.
Sarah's is kind of a goofy one, because
It's tricky because there's some new and
so,
Where's her at?
well,
Where's
it's
hers?
gonna be.
It's gonna be passports, it's gonna be P and Z and GIS.
They're separate, aren't they?
Getting close. So for passport GIS is starting on page 42,
Ooh,
and then the P and Z is gonna start on page 50.
yeah.
42 and 50?
Yeah,
yep.
Find this on the revenue, right?
All right, let's get started. Okay, so we did explain that yours is gonna be just a little bit different this year because this is kind of a fresh start and we did some recommendations too. So
Yeah.
as you go through it, if I butt in, it's not because I'm trying to take
Please.
over.
Please, but away.
Okay.
All right, so do you want me to go line by line, or how would you like me to process all of this for you guys?
Let's start with, let's see what we got here.
GIS.
Why are those separate? in?
It goes passports, GIS, passports, GIS.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Why does it do that?
I'll tell you here in a second.
The way the numbers line up?
Yeah, so they're. I gotta get to that page.
Page 42.
Don't you guys all? So they're different service areas. So service area 8 is like services to government. So like the recorder's office, a lot of their stuff comes out of service area 8.
Okay,
9 is more government type. So like the board of supervisors, me, Lisa, we're all 9s. If that makes sense.
okay.
So it's just a different area.
We
Thank
don't-
you.
we don't
So-
Generate revenue.
Definitely. So we're gonna start with, then Sarah, does it make sense for you to start with passport fees?
Sure.
8102.
So, yep, 8102 for passport fees. I put that in for 25,000. That's kind of what previously they've had in there, so I just went with what was based on last time.
I'm almost feeling we need to lower that.
To lower that,
Mhm.
So that's the $35 a time you get.
yep. And then the,
Why do you say that?
Because it's never been 25,000.
Did you check the old?
yeah,
Yeah, if you look, let's
Right,
find,
I'll see
let's
what's
find
in.
where it used to be.
Oh, yeah, I have it. The most it's ever been is 23,000.
I think that it will be more being on the first level, but I think a lot of people have gotten it. Don't you think that have traveled in the last few years?
Unless you guys want to leave it so we can get through this first year. It's always been at 25,000 and we can leave it until we get a little bit more accustomed, but
I don't think people are gonna start traveling more.
What was the most it's ever been, 23?
um, I mean, that's,
In the
23?
last 3 years.
yeah.
last 3 years that we've
And
had.
that's the worst scenario.
That's 714 people.
Let's do 23.
You're the
We
new
can-
guy. You don't get to say.
get a
He just
vote.
threw a number out. You guys
But
don't
you know, we also gotta remember we're doing it on revenue.
Yeah,
So,
you are getting less tax dollars by putting 25,000. So if it doesn't bring it in, you're spending more money.
mhm.
You tell me $2,000.
Every penny
Put
counts.
$2,000 on the table, I bet I snag it up faster, you blink an eye.
Okay,
So,
Where are we at?
I'm like, yes, 23, 25.
Don't you think after now that we get the COVID, things will start picking up a little bit more?
Yeah, I don't know if people are exhausted or, I mean, they're good for 10 years.
What would you rather do?
I was on his suggestion.
okay, okay, let's leave it.
Okay.
Next year. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
Or do you want to go to 23? Does that make you happy? Go to 23.
We're gonna do 23, and the nice thing is we'll have a full year to go on next year.
Yeah.
Going forward with being 5 days a week. So we got her at 23.
Yep.
Next line is the postage and mailing, correct?
If we're gonna stick with passports, yeah,
Yes.
you would move down.
Okay.
To expense.
And we put 2,350 in there. We don't really know. I don't really know what it was because it wasn't separated out for passports versus the other
Neither of
department.
you mailing everything to New Orleans
This is,
twice a day. Well, two.
well, so this is just under 1 a day. Some days I send 2 or 3 a day because you can only put 7 in an envelope. But if I only have 2 people and 1 person is regular and 1 person is expedite, they have to go in 2 separate envelopes because they go 2 separate places. So that'd be $9.65 an envelope until postage potentially goes up. So if I were to mail 1 envelope every day for 52 weeks at $9.65, that is $2,509. We do have holidays and whatnot, so I went a little bit big here just to cover our bases because there were some days in January that I did mail 3 envelopes a day.
Is there any days that you don't?
But I don't, like I said, I'm just learning everything, so I don't know, but there are our holidays and then they have their own holidays. So I just, like I said, I don't even know how many I took off with a couple $100 is what I took off by putting 2,350, and we can adjust that. However, I just don't know with being open every day, how many days I'm going to have to, like today I'm mailing 2. Yesterday was, what day was yesterday? Sunday, I wasn't here.
Not here.
So last Tuesday I mailed 2 envelopes, but Wednesday I didn't mail any, and then Thursday I mailed 2. So that's why I just figured 1 a day.
Yeah, you
And like I said, we can adjust whatever. I don't know what it looks like every day in the passport office just yet.
I mean, passport expense in 2019-2020 was 144.87. And then you're right, it goes zeros, so. I don't think you're too far off.
And like he said, the postage prior was part of environmental.
Right.
health's full
Budget.
so it's hard to.
Yeah.
Separate
And
it
Courtney
out.
also said too, if for some reason something happens to her shoulders, give you some.
That would be very nice, Courtney.
I'll share some of my postage.
It is getting
I
late in the day.
appreciate that. Sorry. I'll speed this up. Next is the GIS systems.
What's the passport expense? Just the 250?
It's
250. Oh, sorry, that's just if I needed a roll of film. That's how much
Okay, all right.
one thing of film costs, which is 500 photos
All right,
for the 250. I apologize, I got ahead of myself.
no, that's fine.
And then. So we knocked out passports. We want to go back up here to function 9120 GIS systems miscellaneous reimbursement.
Yep.
That's just the maps that I create. So just maps that are printed on the plotter, basically, or data that I have to manipulate. We dropped that down from 500 to 250 because there's new legislation in order that, you can charge for the time if you have to manipulate the data, but if they want the whole data set, you can't charge for it. So that's why it went down,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
They're sticking their nose in our business.
Sorry.
So how's the revenue? Oh, it's, you add the passport too, is that why it's 25,250 then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, makes sense.
Okay. All right, so GIS systems, salaries went from 20 hours a week to 37.5 hours a week. With the 6%, you'll notice that's off 97.50. That's my longevity since I celebrate 5 years in April. That's just in the handbook for the longevity is a nickel an hour, the hours worked, so that's why it's 97.50 more than the 6%. FICA and IPERS are based on the percentage. My insurance is what a single policy less 10%, which is reflected in the zoning budget. Office supplies I left at 500 for now, just with using more paper with passports. Paper is not cheap. I had to buy it. Employee mile substitution went down $500. Data processing and services, that's just my plotter maintenance, which has been steadily at 509.33 over the past couple years. Education and training, I left that the same for now. Processing layers, I took it down $200 just because I got my bill and it was only $5,100 this year. For 2023 fiscal year, and then dues and memberships, I brought down to 200 as I only did 197 last year. So I did bring those down. Have any questions about any of those? Comments, concerns, suggestions?
You didn't add any, I like that.
What?
She didn't add no money that she took it all down. I like that.
And then one more, the last one is equipment.
Oh, equipment, I brought that down $100. That's just the replace the monitor. If I were to wonder where to go out, it's just to general maintenance on my computer if something were to break. And then next we have the zoning, I believe.
Which is what page, Courtney?
54?
Oh, yes.
Is that what you told me earlier? Is it
Yeah,
50?
well-
It's 50. I printed page 50, yeah.
So planning and zoning in our budget is called land use and building controls.
So building permit revenue here, we left it at the 1,000, 2022, 23 was 775 so far. Second, we're gonna skip down here now to the salaries. Am I correct there? Okay, skipping down the salaries. It's less, I did the 5,000 plus the 6% for the 5,300, which is less than last year, which also
So
makes.
the way we've always done that,
The P and Z.
does the cost of living increase go on that, or is that a number that perhaps next year it could go to
It's been-
5,200?
It's been left alone some years, it's been increased some years, so I can't really
But
say.
ever by the percentage of the,
If there's been a change, it's usually been whatever the
Okay.
rate was. So,
I think it should be followed what the rest of the salary does.
that's totally fine, yeah. that was-
Just leave it that way and just
Yeah,
every
that's
time. Then it's automatic and just to make a big swing some point in time,
No problem.
you know, instead of just jumping 5,000, 6,000.
Yeah.
So that means a 600.
So it's got an inflationary figure in it.
Then the FICA and IFRS followed. Employee group insurance was the 10%, since that makes up 10% of my total salary. Your planning and zonings, Region 12 budget went down to 6250 as it was previously budgeted the 15,250. We're gonna get a $9,000 bill from Region 12 here in May to play this fiscal year. So the 6,250 is what's left over to pay for our comprehensive plan when it's finalized, hopefully this fall. I left the official publication and notices the same, and I did increase the employee mile and substitution, as I am planning on attending a couple conferences this year for zoning and the trainings as suggested by county attorney to attend all the trainings the first couple years that I can, so that can be adjusted however needed. I didn't know what hotels were gonna cost.
I would agree with County Attorney John Lauren that you do receive the green.
You said the first couple years are the most important for me.
Anybody have any questions on this?
I do not, pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Sarah.
How are things going, Sarah?
Really, really good. I had two Board of Adjustment meetings, so that was fun. I did two of them this morning, so learning
How
the
did
ropes of
How did
zoning.
the one go on Highway 71 with Brett Schreck? Any,
They did a group.
he got, okay.
They still asked that he have a little bit of a setback,
Yeah.
not the full 20 feet, so they did allow the
But the
special
state
variance.
of
there.
Iowa had no objection, they didn't show up.
No,
Okay.
the state of Iowa didn't have an objection there because it's the lower speeds. With the higher speeds, then they would have questioned it, but they didn't have any ingress egress easement, so we were
Let's
good
go ahead and
there.
make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, second. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Second, any more discussion? If not, all those in favor, Sarah, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Sorry.
No, I want to talk to you first.